That show me subscribe.
Make no mistake, we're the only black people in y'all that only eat rat, eat cat. People, you ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch, we built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. You ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking, with the linear in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Make no mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat. People, you ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, we built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, wiggling and eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say,
Brandon and then making weird sounds, rolling around on the bed. I don't want to hit no nigga on no bed. All right, let's get Clout Chase in here. All right, Clout Chase. Want to give it a try, Clout Chase?
Peace, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up, Clout Chase? Family, did y'all see? There was a great story that came out from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. They did a phenomenal story. And they were mentioning foundational Black American history. Phenomenal story. And man, this came out today. And you know, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, that's one of the most widely read newspapers in the South. Y'all know that? The Atlanta Journal-Constitution is one of the biggest newspapers in the South. And they did a great article mentioning foundational Black American history. Let me show y'all, let me see. I'm gonna show y'all some of the article right here. All right, the article says why, let me bring this down a little bit more. It says why so many ethnic Black Americans are sitting out anti-ICE protest. All right. And let me read some of the article. It says, most of our nation has been in shock by the brutality resulting in several deaths of American citizens as well as immigrants under the ICE age carried out by Donald Trump's federal immigration and customs enforcement officers. This sentiment of shock is shared by most, with the curious exception of many ethnic Black Americans or descendants of U.S. chattel slavery. In 1526, when the first slave ship touched down in the Carolinas and erupted into the first American successful slave revolt, the ethnic Black Americans has always known what the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness for all would require on this land: courage and sacrifice. After the Civil War, the Constitution was amended to include the children of slaves, enduring that they would remain freedmen in the nation their ancestors built on their backs and bodies for over 3 decades. All right. Ethnic Black Americans, or foundational Black Americans, are the first birthright citizens in the history of America and one of the oldest ethnic groups in the country, which is true. The ethnic Black Americans and or the American Indian were the first people sacrificed to make America great. We were also the first group to fight vicariously and win constitutionally some form of moral justice, which we then expanded and demanded for all oppressed people who touched the shores of our nation. And yet we are not and have never been immigrants. While others choose the American dream, we were the involuntary few used to propel America into a first world superpower. Our enslavement was a canonizing trauma that resulted in a unique American ethnogenesis, an ethnic Black American, an involuntary martyrdom that millions that created modern day America. The foundational Black Americans has fought in every American conflict, from the first life sacrifice by Crispus Attucks in the Revolutionary War to the Civil War to the 1.2 million Black soldiers who turned the tide of World War II. Today, our economic footprint is a global force with Black spending power projected to reach 1.98 trillion by the end of 2026, and the #1 cultural influence on the planet. Yet with all of our advancements in America, many of us have recognized the painful contradiction. The very human rights we bled to secure, opening doors through the 1965 Immigration Act, built on the foundation of the Civil Rights Movement out of compassion and a belief we could all progress together, has been used against us. The benevolence of our historic intent has been repurposed. The Black American moral footprint in America was never intended for our community to be used as expendable pawns in a proxy war between political parties. The hard-earned resources we fought to access and willingly share are the very ones from which we are promptly removed. From the scholarships for all, we fight for scholarships for all just to be cut out from them. We march to secure jobs for all demographics just to be removed from them. We fight for people of color, women, and immigrants of all nations only to be represented just for our own representation to be erased by the very people we fought for. So it has become a source of national shock to witness ethnic Black Americans declaring across social media, we will not serve as the moral compass for immigrant rights movements. For Republicans and Democrats alike, the expectation was always that the ethnic Black American would fight for the oppressed, but the shock itself proves the problem. It reveals a deep-seated belief that Black bodies are public utility, expendable foot soldiers in a proxy war between two parties where our own benefits are never upheld. Now a disoriented nation attempts to navigate a landscape it no longer recognizes. Oh, it's heavy. It is heavy. So y'all can read the rest if you go to it. It's a great article. It is a great article, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the Atlanta Journal, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. All right. Let me see. Great article. Great article. All right. And the article ends, it says, we understood our natural power to move the American needle. We simply chose to share it out of compassion, not out of foolish martyrdom. Until more Americans, old and new, begin to understand our historical American significance and their group's advancements, foundational Black Americans will be at the cookout planning our own moves instead of frontlining for somebody else's proxy war. Great article, all right? Great article, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Man, phenomenal article. Now understand this. See, this is all the tethers try to sit up here and talk about we only online. Man, listen. Foundational Black American acknowledgement is everywhere. This just came out today. Yeah, this just came out today. Man, we ain't playing out here. The grassroots has spoken, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. That's a phenomenal article. Yes, indeed. Family, I want y'all to understand something. See, that whole black and brown thing, we ain't doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Want to give it a try, Cloud Chase?
Peace, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up, Cloud Chase?
What's up, man? Peace to you, man. Thank you for your work for our lineage.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make 2 comments about the word black and DNA tests.
Yes.
We absolutely have to take the word black back. You know how they try to say black and they use the dictionary definition, say black means subset. Science says there is no such thing as race.
Yeah.
Right? So they can't use black at all and try to say black includes all people from sub-Saharan Africa. We have to absolutely take the word black back. There's only one group of black people, and that's in America. Yeah. So there is no race. So black is an ethnic group. Second thing about the DNA.
So that right there, he gave a statement of fact. He could gave better evidence as to why it should be exclusive. The word black as an identity should be, and more importantly, an ethnonym. Why it should be exclusive for Black Americans. Yeah, so it was good that he said that, to put that bug in Tariq Nasheed's head. But I think he was more focused on the second part of what he wanted to say and not the first part. So to save some of that time for the first part, really, really dug in deep. Okay. I think that was an opportunity to say, how non-FBAs like to say they're black all of a sudden, and we know they were not claiming themselves black just recently. But more importantly, they can't claim black. Black is not a gang, an organization. It's an experience. So globally, everybody named themselves, all right, or got named by somebody, right? These are called ethnonyms, right? So if you name yourself, that is an endonym and name, insider name, exonym, outsider name. Nobody named themselves black, B-L-A-C-K. Out of all these groups on the planet Earth, nobody chose the word black. That's an English word, black. Okay, so what we don't do is start calling each other what a word means. That's not how that works. Like you have a name, like some people got Christian names and Muslim names, right? They might have a name like Abdul, and that means something. But you don't go around calling Abdul the meaning of his name. You just call Abdul Abdul. So the same thing with black. We don't care what it means. We're focused on what did you call yourself when you had a chance to name yourself and it wasn't black. When it was our turn in the 60s, we chose black. At that time, everybody already had a name. When people come into America, nobody's name is black. Everybody's name is whatever they said they is in whatever language. Doesn't matter. And just because something means something in English doesn't mean we start calling people, like, for example, Juan, I heard means John. But you don't go around calling Hispanic people John because it means that in English, or it's the same thing. You call them Juan. You dig? That's how that happens. So it don't matter how we look at it in English. So everybody chose a name in their language, and that's what they're known by in their language. Right? We're known by our ethnonym in our language. So same thing. We're known as black. We don't want to be called negro or another word for black in some weird language. We don't care. You're gonna figure out how to say black. You dig? And that's the point that should have been drove home. Like, okay, so we shouldn't let them say they're black. We should say, brother, when you came, or sister, or whoever or other, when you came into the country, how did you come? You came as a refugee of who? What people? All right, Nigerians, then you're just that, my guy. You don't get to be African, Nigerian, black, Igbo, all these different things, and American. No, my guy, you're just a Nigerian American. Nigeria is where you're from. That's your nationality, and American is it represents your citizenship over here. So they use Nigerian as their ethnonym nationality when they come into this country. But in their country, it's their nationality, and their tribe is their ethnonym. All right. That's how they categorize over here. We are Black American. That's it. This is Black American. All right. So you don't get to be this extra stuff. You're African, you're Black, you're Nigerian, you're all these things to cosplay us when we're just one thing. We're just Black. Right. So I think that could have been better put that way. I think he was focused on his second question too much, where he couldn't really dig hard on his first question. And what's up with him when he disagrees with one of us? We become a cult all of a sudden. Now that comes across as FBI Fed talk. Like if I disagree with an FBA person, I don't automatically say, "Hey, you're a cult," or you're an agent. I just think you're wrong. Dude, you can love who you love. I'm never going to say, Lex, don't love John
This
Clark.
shit is getting cultish to me over here, bro.
Okay,
And you know what?
dude.
This shit has got me thinking why some Pan-Africans be calling this FBA shit a cult too, bro. This conversation
bro.
right here.
And guess what?
I'm saying? Because
and guess what? If you
telling
are
you
one of those Pan-Africans,
to be
and guess what?
disrespectful like that.
You see that? He said, I see why Pan-Africans be calling you guys a cult group. That's the same guy who was talking to Tariq. So these agendas of these people who have major love for Pan-Africanism, like they just heavily side with the Pan-African side. Every time they got to pick a side, or I don't know if they have to pick a side, but they feel like they do. And it's always the Pan-African side. He chose the Pan-African side. The Pan-Africans are all of a sudden right now. You guys, so now they're on some correct stuff. Now they don't have an agenda. Now they're not a hate group against FBAs. Now they're correct on their assessment of FBA's 43 million or those who acknowledge themselves as FBAs. Now that was Fed talk. Okay. So all of that is to protect people who are wrong. All right. So we're going to dig deeper. Pause. I can't let that go like that.
Pause.
All right. So let's go into John Henry Clark. Then we'll tap into Ben. All right. Because these guys are scholars amongst the FBA. I'm sorry. They are scholars amongst the Pan-African circle mainly and largely. They're not really scholars outside of that paradigm. They're just scholars of the Pan-Africans. Right? These are the people. He is no different than a church member saying, "Hey, that's my pastor." Like he's not a pastor of all people, all churches. He's a pastor of this particular congregation, this church. And these guys are scholars of that particular church because Pan-Africanism is a religion. Make no mistake, it operates just like a religion. So now Andre was supposed to call in. He kept nagging me saying, "Hey, man, hey, where are you at? Are you going live?" And so now I'm live now. Andre is nowhere to be found. But yeah, so I'm going to play that later also. Like this is what they call us when we go against Pan-Africanism. So they cosplay as FBA, we on code, but the whole time they got these obligations to Pan-Africanism. And again, the obligations are always sabotage FBA. Prove we ain't nothing. Debunk us. Prove we're a hate group. Prove we're a cult. And he just said that. I found that weird. All right, so let me see what I got for you. Oh, So here's another Pan-African channel who I've been giving a break. Like because
and
hold on, because they've been like kind of on code, off court, back and forth, back and forth. Because I had some videos about them. I was gonna get on them, but they kind of like, again, 1 foot in, 1 foot out, just like Clout Chaser, aka Lex Vortex. Listen to this.
Nations that were thoroughly against it. There was only 3 nations. So we're going to get into that tonight, ladies and gentlemen. With that being said, like
I said, the brother seems like a good guy, but it just seems, you see, I'm not subscribed because it seems like when it's not clear to me that you're 100% on the lineage and everything is secondary, I don't like to really tune into you like that. I don't totally dismiss you, but I'm not on board either. So I leave it unsubscribed as I keep looking at you. I keep vetting you. The channel's called African Diaspora News Channel, right? African Diaspora. I don't know. What the hell is an African Diaspora? I thought the diaspora was, well, I guess it is called that, huh? All right. I guess it is called that. Okay. The African Diaspora News. For me, I don't see in the title itself, I don't see anything about the lineage there. Is the title alone. If you gave me this title alone and say, yo, what kind of channel is this? And what you think they center on? What information they focus on? I'm gonna say Pan-Africanism, just by the title alone. Okay, so now I ain't saying he did something wrong. I'm letting you know, like this Pan-African stuff got these folks in the chokehold, man. Like it prevents them from being 100% on code.
Got some updates for you. So we're talking about the app and the update we're going through. So the app is being go through all the rigorous. Also, I definitely want to thank these media platforms. We control who come in and who come out the house. It doesn't belong to me or any of our audience. That's 1%. 1% would be 89 is affordable. It's like 31.
Apologetic for new watch letters.
Okay, what happened with that?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. And we're going to get into this conversation about reparations. You was mentioning, can you get it for Roku? We don't own Roku. Not to say that we.
All right, hold on. Let me just back up a little bit and see if I catch it in the beginning. I might have missed the beginning part. Oh my God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for joining us on the stream. We greatly appreciate it. Very, very important. So tonight, last night we talked about President John Mahama out of Ghana. He was reparations and talk about slavery, and he was going to go to the United Nations to talk about slavery and reparations. And we got 2 articles we need to look at, one directly from the UN, and the United States response was, to me, way more important. And we finally got an answer on paper why they don't want to pay reparations. But not only them.
Okay, so you see what he's doing? Oh, we finally got an answer why they don't want to pay reparations. And that is misleading. And I said that in the comment section. America reparations defense is against Black Americans in America. It's not a global case. There's no global case. America, what they've been fighting, white America, they've been fighting reparations from Black Americans, not Africans globally, right? America's not stupid. They are descendants. A lot of them are descendants of people who took part in the slave trade or directly benefited. So they know Africa's role. Like, so they're not dumb. Oh yeah, we just forgot who was involved. Oh, we're going to believe the story. We went to Africa with a net and just cast it upon Africans and brought them over here to America. Africa's not involved. Africans were not involved. Now, America knows goddamn well. Africa was involved. So they don't even pay that any mind. You did, yeah, okay. Or your reparations, okay. And America, like, you keep it up, we'll help foundational Black Americans case against you. And we got the army and might to make you pay. You dig? You over here trying to start trouble. But yeah, so America was, oh, let me go on. So he's mixing up the two. Reparations in America solely for Black Americans and this global case for reparations. He's trying to say America saying no, that man, he just mixed it all up. I think y'all guys get it. I'm getting mixed up.
All the Western nations that participated in the transatlantic slave trade, why they don't want to pay reparations, what nations abstain from supporting the resolution.
So if I understand Derek's question correctly, he said, can you not be FBA and a Pan-Africanist? If not, why? Well, you can, but you need to be vetted. You dig? Like, and click the link. You're like, I don't know why everybody's scared to talk to family. Click the link, let everybody hear the dialogue. Cause you actually can. We just didn't see, we don't have a good example of one existing. Because you dig? Like, can you give us the example of one who exists that's 10 toes on the lineage? Like, they all end up flip-flopping and backdooring the lineage. So Derek, click the link and let's have a small conversation about that. And then, 5-10 minutes, you could just hang up, drop down. But yeah, questions like that. Like, a lot of times I like to answer questions on the panel. Like, I like you guys to ask the question on the panel so I can answer it for everybody. I don't like to answer questions from the chat unless you super chat it. Then I'm forced to, because people, hey, they donating. Like, yo, you got to answer this. But most questions from the chat, a lot of times it'd be people gaslighting, you feel me, not being genuine. And I don't want to keep answering ungenuine, non-genuine questions. So that's why I tell people I don't like to answer a debate from the chat. I'd rather talk to you guys, 1v1, or you can super chat it. And then now I'm obligated to answer that question. Okay, let's go.
About reparations, and what nations that were thoroughly against it. There was only 3 nations. So we're going to get into that tonight, ladies.
The bunker TV said Phil is a fake FBA.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, got some updates for you. So we're talking about the app and the update.
Okay, so God damn. Let me get to the part, right? Because everybody's like open arms, like, oh, America went against it. Oh, America. And they're trying to use that to say, see? And that is normally a Pan-African argument. So, like, there's Pan-African there's Pan-African buzzwords, and there's Pan-African arguments, Pan-African phrases, sayings that really give you guys red flags. Like when people just start off by saying, yeah, we were stolen, we were kidnapped, without context, like, come on, that's a flag. Come on, man. Like, because the implication is white folks stole us with a net. You did. Come on. Why even lead with that? Just say the transatlantic slave trade, my guy, my sisters. So, like, there's buzzwords that throw a flag on you. We got to watch you. There's phrases that people use, questions they ask, answers they give, explaining. They do a lot of explaining. And you just make yourself a target. You did. Because I tell you one thing, I'm going to pass any Pan-African test. Some of y'all, not so. All right. I'm the main one exposing Pan-Africanism. So nobody can ever charge me with this stuff. I'm exposing all their leaders. I'm kicking them in the butt. All right. So let's see. All right. Let me see. Let's get right to it. Then we'll get to John Henry Clark. Let's see. Okay. think this might be it right over here. Okay. It's around here. I found it. So let me start about Ray here. Let me go about Ray here.
They feel they done nothing wrong to black folks during the 1950s and 40s, and they feel like they do nothing wrong to you now.
See, I don't like that framing. You're tying Black Americans and our relationship, our intimate domestic relationship with the white man to Africa. Africa does Africa and Africans don't know the white man. Nobody really does but us. We know the white man. You dig? Just like we don't know the French man. We don't know the UK man. You know, you guys got it. The Scottish and Irish, you guys got that. Italians, Ethiopia, we don't know them like you. You don't know this American white man like us. So I don't like the tying us, our relationship with the white man with Africa's. It's completely different. We don't see the white man as an indestructible force of people. We don't see them as people who can't be beat, smart, who did it all, nobody did nothing. That's how they view the white man. That's why they can't believe that we built the foundation. Hell no. The white man got Superman, Batman, Robin, the Hawk. Why would they need a mortal? Why would they need a mortal? They're immortals. They come from the heavens directly. The hell they need you? The white guy could snap his fingers and poof, here come mountains. The hell you guys build America for? They saying cap. This is what they saying.
Stop the cap.
When we say so we have totally different world views on white man, and that's a topic that you guys you act like you're not ready for. We literally Black Americans look at white people different than any melanated person on the earth. We're the only people who went through slavery and fought for our freedom. We're one of the few that actually fought the white man. You got the Ethiopians that smelled some victory. We smelled some victory. I don't know who else, but I know. Oh, you got the Haitians who smelled some victory. So very few of us like look at them as, you know, we kicked their ass, but everybody else can't share that. You dig? Like they really think the white man, and they look at him as, again, as a civilizer. He went over there, brought rice, brought back, medicine. You dig? They built infrastructure. They helped them get money, Nigeria, BP. So they look at them as like an asset, a business partner who they could work with in the future again.
I mean, but even like quote unquote, it's illegal now. I mean, with the legality with them, it depends on if they enforce it or not. So all the color water fountains, all that and it makes sense because when they say a great time for them was like the 19th.
Okay, now here's the part that's making me uneasy with Phil. Phil, your title is Ghana, my guy. Why are you talking about Black America and what we did and what we went through? Talk about Ghana. What are they asking reparations for? Why are we talking about Black Americans, my guy? We have a different argument, different claim. We don't share the same claim as Ghana. Matter of fact, Ghana, we're going to throw them in the claim. They owe.
1850s and all of that. We may say, hey, there was crimes against humanity, but for them, it was legal. So we didn't do nothing wrong. It just became illegal after the civil rights movement. Okay.
All right. Well, that does not work the same. For one, America, the context I believe they use that with, saying, hey, we're not going to apologize or be owed money for something that was legal. What they're saying, I believe, how that registered in my mind, as somebody who's unbiased with research, I don't lie and try to protect people from selling us and buying us. America was saying, we're not, you, Ghana, you African nations are not going to hold us to nothing that we were in agreement with together. It was legal. It was a legal contract. Both of us did the wrong thing. You dig? So you ain't got no pull, no leverage to call the pot kettle black. Well, how you know how that damn phrase go? You dig? Okay. So the kettle calling the pot black, or you know how it goes, vice versa. Yeah. So yeah, that's how I took that.
Hey, if I do it then, it's illegal. But prior to then, it was.
Yeah, but why is he talking about? Why do you, in order to explain why America said no to Ghana, why are we in your mouth? You dig? You gotta say no to us in court. You dig?
It wasn't illegal to do that to y'all, so we're blameless. There's nothing you can say. There's nothing you can get out of it because.
See, I don't like that framing. You're tying us to a decision that was made on behalf or towards Ghana. That had nothing to do with foundational Black Americans. FBA Adolf Freeman had nothing to do with our claims. But he's trying to gaslight us to make us believe America said no, so stop asking. You dig? Dude, that's not going to work, my guy. He told your tether country no, not us.
We did nothing wrong because it was legal to do all that atrocity to you.
Gaslighting.
Let me put it back on the screen because you know I don't want nobody accusing me of no fake news. This coming from news.un.org, not from me. I'm not making it.
Yeah, but you're misrepresenting it. That has nothing to do with Black America, my guy. That has all to do with Ghana. You got to stop.
It up right there. I'll read it again. The U.S. does not recognize a legal right to reparations for historical wrongs that were not illegal under international law at the time they occurred.
Okay, you see, he's not giving you context. He's not telling you who they're responding to. They always do that. They'll talk to us and leave it open for interpretation, and they would leave it up to implications. Dude, why don't you say, hey, Ghana was trying to hijack Black Americans' reparations, and 3 Western countries said we ain't falling for that. America's one of them and said, no, go away. Go away.
That is their position, ladies and gentlemen. This is why you have such a hard fight against reparations in the United States of America.
There you go. There it is. Tying us to Ghana. Like, that's just bad journalism. That's bad, you know. That's why, like, a lot of times I just trust myself, man. Like, yo, because if you just trust people, man, you'll be misled and you'll be looking crazy repeating this stuff. You know, America said no to reparations in Black America, so we need to stop fighting for reparations. We might as well just go ahead and plan B. Yo, he just implied, he just said it. He just implied that America said no. So everything we're doing now and going forward is a waste of time. They already gave an answer. They already gave a judgment.
Because they felt they did nothing wrong. And this is why it's so hard for them to admit their faults, because they felt they are blameless. They did nothing wrong.
Bro, told you. He just took the Ghana thing, mixed it into our reparations thing. And this is why I say get rid of all of them for now. You dig? We have to, because this dual allegiance, it shows its ugly face eventually. We see it on the panel here. You see, I think Tyron Luong crashed out. He can still click the link. I still want to talk about that black. Click that link. And those who click the link about Garvey, click that link. And Lex has yet to apologize for being wrong about John Henry Clark. Listen to his words.
Who needed some labor. Now that the Portuguese are there, he hired some of the Portuguese to take these Africans from one part of Africa and another. Now the European is interpreting this as meaning the African was in the slave trade. The African was not in the slave trade, and the African was not in the slave trade, and
No.
So now Lex wanted to explain that away. I'm listening like, dude, no, see, what happened was, Hubbard, you sound like Oswald Bates trying to explain that away. Like, see, this plebiscite, tether, he did all the babbles, plebiscite, tether, everything. You dig? It's like, yo, he said what he said, man. God damn, he's a historian. He knows better. He knows better. Oh, see, well, he made a mistake. Yeah, but do you see John G. Jackson as a historian? Yeah. Well, how come he got it right and he was here before John Ray Clark with less tools? He had to do more reading. How did he get it right? How did he know? By the way, Carter G. Woodson, that's the name. If I didn't say it, Carter G. Woodson. I said, was he a historian? Yes. I said, well, how did he get it right? And he was light years before John Ray Clark. How did he get it right? With less tools, no internet, none of that stuff. And he wrote about it. He wrote that Africans kidnapped us, captured us, arrested us, and sold us to the European, flat out, like that. You know why? Because he predated Pan-Africanism. You dig? Ain't that goddamn hard, man? You can't explain it. Oh, then see, when you can't explain it away, you make up excuses. Oh, nah, see, what happened was, his computer froze. He had the screen of death. Yeah. Anybody know about computers? He had the blue screen of death. See, and his computer never got right after that. He couldn't pay for it to get fixed, so he had only what he had. Like, dude, stop.
You let people.
Oh my God!
The African was not in the slave trade, and the African was not in the slave trade, and
No. Oh my God!
you let people beat you over the head with nonsense.
And by the way, fam, you like the video, we like half listening, half liking. Let's get the likes up. Thank you.
Because you have not studied African culture to understand that the nature of African servitude, one to the other, had no relationship to the slave trade, that the slave trade was the greatest holocaust, the greatest drainage on a people in the history of the world. Africans had no ships that he could connect 3 continents. And even if the African was in the slave trade, he could not have brought it off.
Oh my God!
He didn't have a ship that would hold 100 people along the coast. Most of big fishing boats and river boats. So he could never have brought off anything as massive as the Western slave trade.
No, I think before we talk about slavery in Africa, we should talk about slavery as an institution, as an international institution in the world, inasmuch as this is an old institution and it has affected all human society and has existed through the ages long before it touched the continent of Africa.
Okay, so let's get that back. Let's run that back turbo. Hate that damn song.
No, I think before we talk about slavery in Africa, we should talk about slavery as an institution, as an international institution in the world, inasmuch as this is an old institution and it has affected all human society and has existed through the ages long before it touched the continent of Africa.
All right, hold on. Before we go a step further, let's keep going.
And we should talk about it at least briefly. In Greek society, in Roman society, in biblical society, and there existed a slavery before there was a slave trade. When we're talking about the Europeans and the Arabs, at this point you're talking about a slave trade.
I see.
See, in Greek and Roman slavery, there wasn't much of a slave trade. And there was a point when there was a slight slave exchange without much of a slave trade. Now, the European
Stop the cap.
slave trade began when there was something for the slave to do. The Portuguese
All right, listen to this foolishness. The slave to do.
began to come down the coast of Africa around 1438. And when they took the first Africans out of Africa and took them to Portugal, these Africans were well dressed, and they took with them African trinkets and ornamentation. The King of Portugal thought they were visiting African royalty, gave them presents, and let them go home.
All right, family, that's 100% cap. That's 100% garbage. All right. That they call that the royalty narrative. That's a talking point from mainly Pan-Africans. Historians don't recall that at all. They making stuff up.
So the concept of enslavement hadn't reached the mind of Europe at the time.
Okay, he said 1438, the concept of slavery had not reached the mind of Europeans at that time. I mean, this is your beloved historian. We should just let him lie. Right, okay.
So when you study the years between the Portuguese entry, 1438 and 1492, there was very little slave traffic because no one had found any massive work for the slave to do.
All right. Family, this guy is romanticizing. This is disgusting. By 1438, slavery was already a deeply entrenched institution in the Mediterranean, right? The Portuguese had been engaged in the Reconquista for centuries, where the enslavement of infidels, Muslims, was standard practice. Liar. The first Africans brought to Portugal in the 1440s, who he's talking about, they were brought by Nuno Tristão and Antão Concaus, where they were immediately sold as slaves to the nobility, right? Europe didn't need to find work for them to decide to enslave them. That precedent already existed. I mean, just easy Googleable lies. Like, you can just Google this stuff, man, as we're talking. Just lying. Again, they're trying to present a narrative that the white man is just crazy, illegal, just out of his mind, and Africans was just non-complicit in the slave trade. Like they were backdoored somehow, brainwashed. You dig? Let's go further.
Having more surplus labor than he could use, he would farm his labor off to other Africans who happened.
Matter of fact, let's go a little deeper. I'm trying to avoid the nitpicking.
and would exist up until 1591 when it was invaded by Morocco. The Arab influence came from East Africa, from the island of Zanzibar. Now, the Arab influence came from what is now Kuwait and Oman. These East African Arabs, these southern Western Asian Arabs, turned Zanzibar into one of the largest slave trading ports in the history. You want to know where did these slaves go? Some of them went to Asia. Some of them were traded with the Portuguese. But the Arabs at a given time took up to 40 million Africans out of Africa.
The Arabs.
Yeah, and except for the energy and the manpower and the organization that the Arabs and the Arab slave trade drained out of Africa.
Yeah, why they show a bunch of hey, yo, that remind me of the Nation of Islam when Farrakhan be talking, right? And they'll show a whole bunch of whites in the crowd. What does that mean? That don't mean they agree. Like they're there to cook you. You dig? Ask you questions.
Africa would have had enough energy and organization to resist the European slave trade. The Arab slave trade was one of the great tragedies in the history of Africa. And it is a tragedy equal to, if not surpassing, the European slave trade. When the Iranians who invaded India took over, they did not trust indigenous armies.
Yeah, I got to speed this thing up, bro. My man just, goddamn, man. It's going to be midnight by the time we finish.
So they began to use Africans as mercenary soldiers. And some of these soldiers were slaves. Some of them were just paid soldiers. Some of these Africans rose to high positions in the armies of India. Some of them were great generals. In fact, the river Ganges is named after an African general. That's not even an Indian name.
Okay. He said River Ganges. Hold on. Just to go back. Listen to the historian.
Of India. Some of them were great generals. In fact, the river Ganges is named after an African general. That's not even an Indian name.
Okay. Can we nitpick? Okay. All right. That's incorrect. The name Ganges, right, comes from the Sanskrit word Ganja, all right, which refers to the Hindu goddess of the same name. He says not even that's not even Indian. Okay, hold on.
The Indian name, some as mercenary soldiers, and some of these soldiers were slaves. Some of them were just paid soldiers. Some of these Africans rose to high positions in the armies of India. Some of them were great generals. In fact, the river Ganges is named after an African general. That's not even an Indian name. That was an Indian name.
That's not even an Indian name. We're looking at it. The name Ganges is derived from the Sanskrit word Ganja, meaning river, flow, or swift goer, originating from the root gam, to go. It was Hellenized by the Greeks to Ganges and adopted into Latin, becoming the common Western name for the sacred Hindu river worshipped as the goddess Ganja. Oh my God. But that's not even an Indian name. Like, dude, I mean, like, family, is this easy? When he and the other weirdo, other so-called elder scholar start talking, all you gotta do is just Google it, and you're gonna see oftentimes they're wrong. You're like, yo, so why people praise these guys and most of what they say is wrong? It doesn't check out. That fast, I debunked them that fast. Google, just Google.
Malachi who became governor of Bengal. This is outlined so beautifully in a little book by Joseph Harris, former professor of history at the Howard University and former head of the history department, called The African Presence in Asia. That's another unexplored aspect of African history. And if you want to know the history of the Arab slave trade, you should study UNESCO documents 2, part of the many documents.
Oh, no. We don't trust you. Hold on. So let's back up.
See, but within Africa itself, that was a great event that has been forgotten. In inner Africa, the last of the great African nation states had not died. This 1591, East Africa came from these terms.
I want to get to
where
it.
Did these?
Hold on.
But the Arabs at a given time took up to 40 million Africans.
There you go.
Out of Africa.
I missed that. How I missed that?
Some of them were traded with the Portuguese. But the Arabs at a given time took up to 40 million Africans out of Africa.
Family, we want to know, where did he get that from? Where can he cite that the Arabs took up 30 to 40 million Africans? Okay, hold on. Okay, move up the damn way. Family, look at this. Look at this. I mean, almost everything he said, you can just Google and it's incorrect. Based on historical research and scholarly estimates, the figure of 30 to 40 million African slaves taken by Arabs is not widely supported and is considered an exaggeration by most historians. While the Arab-Muslim slave trade, also known as the Trans-Saharan or Eastern slave trade, was extensive and lasted over 1,300 years, roughly 7th to the 20th century, standard estimates for the total number of slaves transported are significantly lower than 30 to 40 million. So why does he got to lie and make it more grand than what it is, man? When I heard that, I said, "No, that can't be right." I said, "Let me fact check that right there." I couldn't believe what came up. I said, "This dude just be wrong all the time." So it ain't just Garvey. It ain't just the slave trade, transatlantic. It's everything he damn near says. All right. Let's go around here. I mean, I can nitpick all day. But we supposed to let these lies, and look, because, a lot of us don't read, so we'll just repeat it because he's supposed to be this grand elder scholar.
The trade until they decided.
You know what? I'm not even going to nitpick that right there. Okay, so I want to just go on. Let's get rid of him. Let's go to the other scholar.
By his men who revolted against him. He's going to sail the ship from the bridge.
Okay, so now if V4 is SL in the chat, don't click the link just yet. But y'all gonna like this one though. Y'all not gonna like it, I should say. This is Dr. Ben,
There ain't
right?
no rumor.
Okay, so listen. So this is for SL, V4, and whoever else knows about the Nation of Islam. Listen to this claim right here by Dr. Ben, the great historian. Hold on. And I'm saying that very sarcastically. Trying to see if Buddy gonna pick. All right, here we go.
There ain't no rumor. Elijah Muhammad was a sergeant in Garvey's organization. I mean, they got pictures. They got it's recorded. They got things.
Hey, wait. I'm sorry, I was reading the chat. Let me bring that back.
There ain't no rumor. Elijah Muhammad was a sergeant in Garvey's organization.
He said that's not no rumor. Elijah Muhammad was a, I don't know, sergeant, secretary, whatever he's saying, in Garvey's nation. He just made that up. Then he gonna talk about pictures. Oh, a guy looked like him. Listen to this.
I mean, they got pictures. They got.
Sorry, some loud fucking tether on a motorcycle. You go back.
There ain't no rumor. Elijah Muhammad was a sergeant in Garvey's organization.
There's no rumor. Elijah Muhammad was a sergeant in Garvey's organization. Listen why he believes that. And you would think, now again, he's supposed to be this grand historian, this master teacher. So if he said it, it must be true. So that means the Nation of Islam should bow down to you guys' emotions. They shouldn't debunk this. They shouldn't feel offended. They shouldn't, tell their truth. They should just let this guy lie about their organization because they find that highly offensive, by the way.
I mean, they got pictures. They got, it's recorded. They got things Elijah did in Garvey's organization. No doubt about it. Elijah's movement was part of Garvey's movement. He adopted Garvey's movement and hook up with people who know the new movement.
All right, so Nation of Islam, people who support the organization or even was a member, still a member, how you feel now? If you were on the fence with this Pan-African guys, these historians, how you feel now? He just said your religious leader who said he was never part of the Marcus Garvey movement himself. Now Ben is calling your religious leader a liar. He's saying he was part of the movement. You see? So now, he can do that, right? He could disrespect the whole religion, a whole organization that's been going on for damn near 100 years. He can disrespect them like that, and you can't call him on it. He's immune. He's void of accountability.
And became a member of his. So there's no question that Elijah started off of Garvey. He was a minister then. He wasn't a Muslim. People don't understand. Elijah was a Baptist minister before he became a Muslim minister. And unless they don't want to deal with facts and don't want to have him as ever been a Baptist preacher.
He's talking about the supporters of Elijah Muhammad, unless they don't want to deal with facts. Okay, that don't sound respectful to me.
He was a preacher. There's nothing wrong with that. He just make a conversion and for the conversion, and others follow him.
Let's talk about some of the great.
All right. Oh, look, man. All right, anyway, let's get right here.
Which Moses is supposed to have a fight. We have certified by examining. So it is truth that Christianity is the only true religion. It is truth that Islam again and make it.
So he get to condemn religion, by the way, him and John Ray Clark disrespect people's faiths, and we can't say he's wrong and debunk him. We gotta those who are religious just gotta accept that. Nah, we're not doing that.
More clear for most of you. I said that when the Africans in the central part of Africa was dealing with the concept of a deity, God and a goddess, no one in the world, any place in the world, even knew or had any idea of a God by the name of Jehovah, Jesus, and or Allah.
All right, that's either true or false. Okay? All right, so let me tell you what's true about that statement. The civilizations of the Nile Valley, Kemet and Kush, we all know that they are thousands of years older than the ethnogenesis of the Israelites, right? 1200 BCE, right? So the names Jehovah, Jesus, and Allah are linguistically tied to Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic. Duh. So the concepts of a creator and afterlife are universal human traits. So to claim that specific Judeo-Christian Islamic figures were present in Africa thousands of years prior is a huge narrative leap. It treats cultural parallels as distinct clones without evidence of a paper trail or linguistic link. He says it and it's just true. Okay, that's how that works with Pan-African scholars. They say it's true. Don't fact check it. You don't need to. It's, they become like the new Pope Church. Don't question. You better not question them. Okay, start right here.
There is no evidence, no physical evidence of the Passover ever happening. That mess you up. But I'll make it better for you.
All right, hold on. I'm not going to nitpick that one. Let me go here. Because, they're really hard on religion. Let's go around right over here somewhere.
That show the immaculate conception of Isis. The virgin birth of her child, Horus, 4,100. Not only that, you would be on the only holy land. I'm not talking about Jerusalem. I'm not talking about Bethlehem. And I'm certainly not talking about Mecca, the last of the holy lands. I am speaking about the first holy land mankind ever knew. What's sad about it is that it's your holy land I'm speaking about, and you know less about it than anybody else. Abydos was a holy land that the people of ancient time flocked and came to, no less so than people flocked to go to Mount Ararat and the times when the Muslims have the Great Hajj. Again, but we have the truth, and we deal with truth, the one and only truth. Yet we don't know this truth, the first of the truths of all the religious concepts. Religious concept that we even carried all the way to India. Africans who carried it there now called untouchable. Yet they still call them Tumuls, T-U-M-U-L, and we call them Dravidians. These same untouchables gave to India, the Indians of the north, the Bhagavad Gita, and gave them the concept of their own Bible. And the Indians themselves, the Hindu themselves, noted the fact that they got the concept of their Bible. What else did...
Oh, really? Well, modern genetics, specifically studies of the ancestral South Indian and ancestral North Indian populations, show that Dravidians are not Africans who carried culture to India. They are a distinct population that resulted from ancient migrations from the Middle East and indigenous groups. Okay. The Bhagavad Gita is written in Sanskrit, right? Sanskrit, an Indo-European, that's an Indo-European language. There is no evidence. Hey, family, did you hear what I said? There, no means zero, right? That means you can't find it. Any Google search, all those books they have in their background, SL, it's in none of those books. That would no evidence mean. That means it's in none of the books you got in your background, your green screen. There is no evidence of an African linguistic or religious foundation from the Gita. This is an example of confirmation Pan-African bias, where all melanated populations are claimed as part of a singular African lineage. But then they'll tell you, you can't say all Africans. You got to specify. But they could do it. All right, let me see. Oh, boy. All right, let's cook a little more. So all you guys that's Christian and these guys were tormenting you, disrespecting your Christianity, you're Islam, and it was promoting this Kemet stuff. Well, now here's your clapback. Clip this video.
Of Setai 1.
All you guys that be, listen, all of you that believe the transatlantic slave trade happened in reverse. All of you that believe you were always here, and you might go by Abel, you guys should be taking my information and going back in their spaces and cooking them. Don't even debate their topics, like where they're comfortable at in their lives. Bring up their lying elders. Bring up John Reed Clark saying Africa had no involvement in the slave trade. Bring up them justifying Garvey the scammer. That's called present a counter argument. Stop going where they want you to go, being unpredictable. Give them a counter argument. Make them uncomfortable.
He is the king, the Pharaoh king, who was reigning in Egypt up to 1298 when he died. And in one of the chapels next to a Holy of Holies, this temple has 7 Holy of Holies. And next to the left one upon entering is a small chapel that showed the Immaculate Conception of Isis.
All right, let me throw the cash app in here for this one. Because I'm doing something nobody's done. I'm debunking their greatest scholars as liars. You dig? For all of you that they've been running these guys down your throat, repeating their talking points without any factual evidence, I'm giving you guys a rebuttal. I'm showing how they're lying. They're pump faking you. So now he's gonna lie about Horace. Hold on. All right. Okay. Here you go. I got you. So all you people that's deep into religion and you be debating these Kemites, Kemet people, these Hotepers, you got it now. You can just play this back or ask them and repeat it back and say, well, Ben said this.
One upon entering.
This is what happens when you try to say I'm lying or I'm not authorized to, or they'd only debate their peers, all others they teach. Okay.
Is a small chapel that showed the Immaculate Conception of Isis. The virgin birth of her child, Horus, 4,100. Not only that, you would be on the only...
Wait, what was that date? 4,100. One more time, Ben.
The virgin birth of her child, Horus, 4,100. Not only that, you would be on the only Holy Land.
Family, he said 4,100. Okay. The conception of Horus by Isis is a well-documented Egyptian myth, with the earliest written records found in the pyramid text circa 2450-2140 BC, and later refined in New Kingdom texts. What is he talking about, 4,100? What is he talking about? So the whole Kemetic mythology, Horus is the son of Isis and Osiris. So according to the pyramid text, Isis used magic to revive Osiris' body to conceive Horus, right? This was a post-mortem conception, not a virgin birth. I'll repeat that one more time, because all of your religious life, you've been lied to. They've been comparing this to the virgin birth, the Immaculate Conception, or however you want to call that miraculous birth. In Kemetic mythology, Horus is the son of Isis and Osiris. According to the pyramid texts, Isis used magic to revive Osiris' body to conceive Horus. This was a post-mortem conception, not a virgin birth. in the Christian sense. Conception without a male, equating the two is an anachronistic fallacy. Anachronistic, family, that's a word you got to get used to. Anachronistic means that people are looking back in history and revising what really happened. You see a lot of that, John Rick Clark. The Africans were never involved in the slave trade. That is an anachronistic fallacy. You're going back in time to do it over. You dig? You're going back in time when they try to say Africans were black. That's an anachronistic fallacy. They got to go back in time and call them black when they never spoke English. And black is an English word. It's real simple. Nobody used the English word black but us, the English speakers in America. The hell's going on here? That's why I say, show me before 1960, you guys calling yourself BLACK, not a language that means black. Black. How hard that is to like get. I'm saying black. BLACK. 5 words. I'm not saying Al Bilal Al Sudan. I'm not saying Negro, Lesnor. I'm saying black. Okay. Now, should I keep going? Should I keep beating this guy up? All right. Let me do a few more, then we're going to move on.
Right down in the classroom and get 100% if you put it. And Diane Ravitch would say that Jeffries got no business changing this. And Jeffries would not change it. But Jeffries went to the Nile a few times. And he saw something he couldn't refuse. Truth. Another truth. Truth of the indigenous Africans that were his antecedents. And that's the problem.
Stop the cap.
All right, hold on. My screen froze again. I got the tethers sending a bug, computer bug. All right, give me a second. I got the tethers sending my computer some computer bugs. Damn. Oh, okay, hold on one second. God. All right, I think I got too many tabs. Let me close out some of these tabs. Oh my God. Oh, you disrespecting the elders by bunking them. But meanwhile, these guys can lie on Tariq Nasheed, lie on Yvette Carnell, lie on Dennis Sperling, lie on Jason Black. They can lie on everybody out front that's defending the lineage. They can lie on all them. And we got to just let it go.
We face with. We face with it as you are faced with July the 4th. When you are going to go down to march for Cristobal Colon.
All right, hold on one second. Let me just add this sound effect that I've been dying to add. Okay. Hold on. Let me add this sound effect. That one, I want to add my rewind sound effect. So when they say something crazy, I can do my rewind feature and run it back. Where is it at? Okay, I found it. All right, and let me do my crunk. Make sure I don't get the wrong one. Not there. Over here, Goofy. All right, let me see if this is it. That one. Got it. And I think we're good now. All right, cool. All right, we are back. And this one?
On the dead homies.
Nah, I didn't want that one. Hold on. All right, we can leave that. Leave it.
Cristobal Colon, who the Spaniards liked so much, they put his behind in jail and kept him there until he died.
I know, but both works. Both works. So the Cash App, so when people ask Cash App or Super Chat, both works. I like both because it depends. So if you want your message to be seen and read and acknowledged, right, you send a Super Chat. If you don't care for a message to be seen or acknowledged or read, and it's just like, so you have something called silent donors. Silent donors just donate and they don't care to whatever, be seen before people, whatever. Yeah, you could Cash App, right? But Super Chat is, they're both valuable. Cash App, obviously the funds are instant, but Super Chat is what makes the chat lit. Like it is, because I see it right. The Cash Apps, I see they're good after the live. The Super Chat, I see right there. And they both good. So you got to decide, do you have a message? Super Chat. If you don't have a message, Cash App. It's that simple.
While you stay here.
And thank you either way.
Preparing with D'Amato and others and Ferrara and others and Como. All of them brothers and sisters who have to declare their whiteness because you were in Sicily. You were at the gates of Rome with Hannibal. And you stood there for umpteen years. And when the brothers wanted sex, they did not catch the elephant and say, come here, sister elephant. I want to be happy. Give me some heaven. No, the Italians are not dark because of the sun or because of wishful thinking. They're dark because of a certain thing called black penis. Pause. It is not Othello and Desdemona alone, because Shakespeare wrote 7 such plays with the Africans in a dominant position in the European monarchy. But more than that, we don't have to even relate what was Shakespeare, because, as you know, the Medici family could validate it. And you are an Quinian and all kind of statue, but you must remember that you once had a quote-unquote Negro-colored king that ruled this land. I'm talking about George III. The George that George Washington, honest George, fought the other dishonest George. The George who could speak no English, the German George. The German George who was the great-grandson of Alessandro Medici. Alessandro de Medici, who was the daughter of Martha from Ethiopia, and Pope Medici of the Roman Catholic Church of Christ.
Family, what is he talking about? Historical records and mainstream scholars identify King George III, reigning 1760-1820, as a white man of German and British descent. He was the third monarch of the House of Hanover, born in London as the grandson of George II. The claim that he was Negro or colored most likely stems from a widely discussed historical theory regarding his wife, Queen Charlotte, and its popularization in modern media like the Netflix series Bridgerton. The dude was a white man of German and British descent, but he's trying to get you to believe a Pan-African lie.
The third that ruled this land. I'm talking about George the Third. But you must remember that you once had a quote-unquote Negro colored king that ruled this land. I'm talking about George the Third. What? The George that George Washington, honest George, fought the other dishonest
Stop
George.
the cap.
The George who could speak no English, the German George. The German George who was the great-grandson of Alessandro Medici.
Yeah. Oh.
De Medici, who was the daughter of Martha from
Hear that? Medici. Remember Medici? He said Alessandro de Medici. Wait, one more time.
Medici and George. The George who could speak no English, the German George. The German George who was the great.
Okay, so he said German George, right?
Grandson of Alessandro Medici.
Okay, now you're talking about Alessandro de Medici, right? De Medici.
Medici, who was the daughter of Martha from Ethiopia, and Pope Medici of the Roman Catholic Church of Christ.
Okay, now we just seen George III was German and British descent. Alessandro de Medici, known as Second Moro, the Moor, he was likely the son of a Medici and an enslaved African woman. However, he is not the ancestor of George III. So this other guy has no relations to George III. Okay, what he's doing, what your Pan-African scholar is doing, Ben Jahakanen, is conflating two separate historical figures to support the Pan-African view that Africans ruled Europe. And look at his face. Like he's correct. This is garbage. Anybody can Google this. Let me give you the spelling. Okay, hold on. This guy has nothing to do with I got you. Second. Since I ain't gonna probably research it, let me do it for you. Okay. This is what happens when you mess with me. You try to act like I'm saying something wrong. Based on available historical records, there is no direct close family relationship between Alessandro de Medici, 1510, 1537, the first Duke of Florence, and King George III of England, 1738, 1820. I mean, look at the time frame difference. This guy's 200 years afterwards. They belong to entirely different, non-overlapping royal houses. Medici, Italian, and Hanover, right? And Hanover, German, British, and lived over 200 years apart. They lived 200 years apart. And he's telling you that, all right, man. But y'all want me to protect this guy, though, right? Let him lie. All right, so I don't think I got to go any further there, right? I think I did enough. So clip this video. I didn't vet this one yet on Egypt. Oh, my God. Who knows what he's going to say in that one? But so far, he's done. He's out of there. But that's your elder, right? These are your elders. They stay catching L's. Horrible research skills. But we're supposed to let it slide. He's better at being a comedian. Exactly. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Now, I see some other super chats in the building. Hold on. Okay, so like we got $2 super chat from Kiel Bonner. We got $5 from SWLE44, and we got Baby OTD, $5 super chat from you as well. Thank you all very much. Okay. Let me see what the likes looking like. Because the like button helps this video get out there to those. Kiel Bonner, we got $5 from okay. Everybody like the button as you come in. These are the elders that we should leave alone. Yo, yo, the comment's crazy. All right. So, all right. Yeah, they talk. Okay, so now let's read some posts, right? Because I made a community post on this guy, and I said we got to stop looking at these guys as they're infallible. Like there's some guys who we can't question. Hold on. Hold on. So I'm gonna read the post because I was actually disappointed by the post. How? Because I'm assuming everybody commenting are FBA, right? So I was a little disappointed at what I was reading. I'm like, damn, we got all these potential backdoors in the chat. I said, why do some of you want to give Johnny Clark a pass and don't want to hold him accountable for his fraudulent teachings? Y'all are off code. Look at the pushback I got. All right. So these folks are on code. The more we peel the layers of the onion, the more it's revealed that celebratory historians, such as where major countries. Okay, I like that comment. Okay. His work was the secrets. So, okay, all right. So a couple guys on code, but okay, I don't know where that was going. Wait, who is this? Okay, whatever. Who? I don't know what they're talking about. Look, we need to stop judge. Wait, let me make this bigger. Yeah, I mean, I just couldn't believe what I was reading. Greg Whitenow. We need to stop judging people who had to walk 10 miles to borrow a library book on Color Day in the Jim Crow South from 2026 and the internet age. Keyboard warriors who've done nothing in life are quick to call people traitors while they lick ice boots and kiki about Donald Trump. Now, I ain't gonna read the rest of it, but look where this is coming from. This is a Pan-African talking point, and SWL know this. None of us read, and none of us have done nothing in life. Guess what? If we done nothing in life, we did more than these guys. Because the what they did, the actions they did do were horrible. They lied to Black Americans. They miseducated them. Look, if you don't want to disrespect Dr. Clark, then keep our brother Malcolm out of your mouth. Dr. Clark told Malcolm X, oh, you thought it was Elijah Muhammad? Now, I don't know, this guy said, well, both of them had influence on Malcolm X. But so for him to say a lot, he said, "Oh, you thought it was just Elijah Muhammad." No, we actually see the change. We actually see when Elijah Muhammad told him. I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah, we see when Elijah told him, and we seen when John Clark told him, and maybe Dr. Ben. We see the change. He started talking this OAU garbage and um this Africa talk. We're Africans in America, and guess what? Nobody knows that Malcolm. So the Malcolm that was a student of John Clark and possibly Dr. Ben, the world does not know that Malcolm. The world only knows the Nation of Islam Malcolm. That's the only Malcolm that was on TV, in the media, in papers, doing work, becoming relevant. Once he got out of the Nation of Islam, he became totally irrelevant. Totally irrelevant. That's a fact. So we see the emotions start to express themselves in the chat over people miseducating the lineage. So I like to believe that those people were not of the lineage and they were actually never on code to begin with. All right. So I ain't gonna judge everybody, but that's the elders, the losers. So like I said, if they elders in any sense, it's because they keep holding L's. That's the only sense they're eldering. Hold on, let me make this. Why is that? Okay. God. Really? God. Right. Renaissance woman said, not calling people out is how you get charlatans like Professor Small, Brother Polite, 19 Keys, all those guys. John Ray Clark. But the hypocrisy is they call out Tariq Nasheed every chance they get. They're calling me out they're calling me out by calling them out. No, we don't look at these guys. V4 said, the dude Lex, where he was deifying those guys. Look how Lex crashed out because I was exposing the lies that these Pan-African elders was influencing and miseducating us on, right? The lies they were using. Look how he eventually crashed out. He called the entire lineage cult members because his elders are liars. It's one thing if we're liars and we're saying something that's wrong. You call us cult members, whatever. Your elders are wrong and we're calling them out and you're saying we're cult members. Now, guess what? Their rule is, the Pan-African rule is never call out Africans or Pan-Africans or anybody kissing Africa's ass. Only call out FBAs and only call out the white T-man. That's it. Listen how he crashes out because his elder was caught lying before all of us saying Africans were never in the slave trade. Do I have it? So let me play that first. It's a quick reminder. And listen to the crash out by Lex, who calls himself the cloud chaser when he calls in Tariq Nasheed. I think this is it right here.
Who needed some labor. Now that the Portuguese are there, he hired some of the Portuguese to take these Africans from one part of Africa and another. Now the European is interpreting this as meaning the African was in the slave trade. The African was not in the slave trade, and the African was not in the slave trade, and
No. Oh my God!
you let people beat you over the head with nonsense because you have not studied African culture to understand that the nature of African servitude, one to the other, had no relationship to the slave trade.
Okay, so now I played that. Lex was like, no, well, he could have been meaning it spiritually, symbolically. No, when he said African were not involved in the slave trade, what he really meant was, see, like, dude, stop, my guy. Okay, and so this is how he responded to me for exposing his beloved elder.
Me over here, bro.
Okay,
And you know what? This shit has got me thinking why some Pan-Africans be calling this FBA shit a cult too, bro. This conversation right here.
And guess what?
I'm saying? Because
so this conversation that I'm having right now with you guys, calling out these fake elders, these liars, right? Calling them out. Lex says that's the reason why Pan-Africans call us a cult. Bro, they call us a cult no matter what we do. The fact that we say we're FBA, my guy, they call us a cult. But that's what you thought the whole time. You're the one calling our podcast like revenue, secretly calling in Tariq Nasheed, saying your name is the Clout Chaser. Calling over here, your name is Lex something else. And calling the Afro-Elite, your name is Mighty Mouse. You're the one doing that. Like revenue is Kwame over here, revenue over there, cat shit over here, somewhere else. You did. Y'all doing that. I'm FBA News and Updates. I'm biased around wherever I go, man. You dig? I'm not faking and becoming this agent type guy. Trying to backdoor FBA, trying to win the trust of me. The people that got a voice to just backdoor us later with these Pan-African liars. Right? So that's your thing, my guy. It's not mine. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna play. Should I play these now or should I wait? Yeah, he called me. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, FBA, Mr. CJ30. I was shocked. Now, he did have a red flag before when I called out John Ray Clark for something else. He's like, hey, man, that's a lot. Look, if y'all can remember, if y'all can remember, a long time ago. Oh, it was a Professor James Smalls. Oh, don't make me find, yo, if I find that video, he's done. He's done. Well, he's done now. But I'm telling you, when you see that guy in our circles and different people platforms, please tell them to like, yo, don't rock with him. Because I'm gonna show you, he did the same thing with Professor Smalls. When Professor Smalls was calling us agents and everything else, he called in my platform and was saying we're bugging. He's the elder. We got to stop. He started blaming us. All right, so hold on. Oh my God, I almost forgot about that. He did the same thing then. So I went on a whole thing about the elder thing. I was like, hey man, this elder talk is some more other stuff. I said, I'm not rocking with this elder stuff, man. I said, because people like Lex, like they start to like act like these guys are, again, you can't hold them to a standard. Let me see. Let me find this Professor Small thing. Because I remember him calling in, yo, family, watch. He started talking that elder talk. Oh man, you got to get it. You got to cut the elders up. I'm like, all right, hold on. Let me find my Professor Small videos. I made a bunch of them. I just got to. I know for a fact he called in saying we should not get on the elder. Same thing he did with this guy. And that was the first red flag. I was like, all right, man. Like this, and then I started going on about this elder stuff. I said, I went on like the whole thing with this. I'm like, yo, man, these elders, bro, I ain't with that. Because this sounds like some religion stuff where they get to say what they want to say. Nobody can hold them accountable like one of those Pope priests. They can do all that bad stuff and nobody can hold them accountable. All right. It's one of these videos. I said one of them. I didn't click like 7. Oh, God, there's more? God damn. Okay, damn, it's more. Oh, my God. God. It could be any one of these. Damn, man, I was cooking the hell out of Smalls. Oh, shit. No, I didn't mean to do that. Give me a second. I know it's one of these videos. And when he said it way back then, I was like, okay. Like I want to make sure. Okay, all right. Let's start from right here. All right, let's start from right here somewhere. Okay, why I can't hear no audio? Okay, all right. So there's audio. All right, so as I look for this, I'm gonna play Tariq in the background, so we ain't just silent.
Hate, foundational
Okay, let's
black
slow down
people.
because I want to address some of the shit you.
Well, you're saying that you guys are
Nahimi?
What's going on, Tariq?
What's up? You've been on here before, right?
Yeah, I think I talked to you previously one time.
Okay. What you're from? Where you from?
I'm Haitian.
Haitian. There you go. Sock by say. What's on your mind?
What's good, brother? I just not to really like agree or go along with what the African sister was saying, because obviously she was speaking from a place of anger towards whatever Kat was saying. But I just wanted to say my own little thing, because it's kind of like, You guys, not you guys. Well, you're saying that you guys are foundational to what was going on in America. You guys are pivotal and stuff like that.
Right.
And from what I've come to understand, because I've been here for a while, meaning I went through K2 through 12. I've had a lot of obviously foundationally Black American friends, and I've had, a lot of friends in general. So I've gotten a good understanding of what you guys have gone through. And the talking points that a lot of FBAs have right now, when they're kind of like, oh, well, Haitians didn't do anything for America, and you guys didn't do anything like to contribute to what's going on in America. I find that a little I find it disingenuous, and I find it it's like a lot of low IQ people are saying that. But I want to know why you're pushing this narrative though. Because I remember seeing a video of you talking about the Haitian Revolution and how it was important, or how important it was for Black people. But now you're talking like this, and I'm kind of like, I wonder what kind of changed. Because you were just on Vlad TV talking about FBA. They paid you to go on Vlad TV, no?
No.
No?
I didn't get no money from Vlad. No, I was there to promote my products and stuff. They didn't pay me.
Oh, okay. Because I just want to. I don't have no animosity or hate for.
I don't
FBAs.
do stuff for money. Even if they did, I don't do shit for money. People can't pay me to say shit.
Now, I just want to say, me personally, because I hear a lot of I hear the narrative where they're like, oh, these Caribbean people, they hate, foundational
Okay, let's
Black
slow
people.
down, because I want to address some of the shit you go. Okay,
yeah, go ahead. I'm here.
I want to address, because I don't want you just dumping stuff. Okay,
no, I'm here.
I did a movie, the quintessential movie about the Haitian Revolution. I did it. 1804. That movie is shown all around the world. It's shown in Haiti. I did that.
I have a copy of it.
Yes, indeed. I produced that movie. That movie was, the Haitian Revolution, historically, phenomenal. It's very inspirational. I think it's inspirational for Black people, just the inspiration to see how Dessalines and those guys got down. I think that's an inspirational story. That's not to say that Haitians were pivotal to America. I've never said that, and the movie didn't say that. That was great what they did.
No, I'm saying a lot of FBAs say that.
But
that's what I'm saying.
45 million. It's 45 fucking million foundational Black Americans. So yeah, that don't matter. Yeah, that's 45 million people. You trying to frame it like there's some kind of group and there's a meeting that people go to and get talking points.
No. I just hear a lot of I hear that narrative a lot where they're just like, well, Haitians think they're this and they're that, and they think they're something, but they are nothing. And I'm just kind of like,
you got to talk to
that's
each
weird.
individual, because that's like saying, well, I talked to some Haitians who are over here selling dope and all that shit. Or does that have anything to do with you?
Absolutely
right,
not.
then.
Just
So,
like
yeah,
how
whatever
I've never eaten no dirt cookies or mud cookies. So every time I hear that narrative where it's like someone is pushing that, where it's like, oh well, these people are dirty and musty and da 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 da. For me, growing up in America, I'll give you an example. Because I'm from Florida. I'm from Miami. There was something in the 90s called Haitian Day, where if you were so-called Haitian, they would go and get you, jump you, just because of who you were.
Those were Jamaicans doing that. Those were Jamaicans.
I get it. There's a lot of stories where people will tell you there was a lot of FBAs doing it too.
No, okay, y'all tell that lie about foundation. That's
so
not
now
in
it's
my
a
culture.
lie, but I'm telling you
that's
the
a
truth.
lie.
That's weird.
Family down in Miami.
You just said you can't speak or say something like that. I'm telling you an experience.
Yeah, that ain't our culture. That's not our culture to jump on no damn people because they're from a different land. That ain't our fucking culture, dude. I don't believe that.
You don't believe it, but I'm telling you what I've experienced. So you're telling me my experience was a lie.
Yeah, because those people you were dealing with were fellow immigrants, sir. That's who's down there.
Oh, so even though they were saying they're Black, they were saying they're Black Americans.
Yeah, immigrants.
You're telling me they're immigrants.
Immigrants say they Black a lot. Those were your fellow immigrants doing that, just like they're doing now. No, come on, Tariq. Nothing.
I'm an immigrant. You'll never see me. You'll never hear me say I'm Black. I told you I'm Haitian. That's weird, though.
Slow down.
What you think?
Because y'all whoop on each other. Hell, y'all try to go over to the Dominican Republic and they start whooping on that ass. Y'all got beefs going on over there, and ethnic beefs now, sir. And that spills over to Miami. Y'all have the same beefs in Miami that you have on them islands, sir.
What are you saying? What are you saying that to point out? What are you saying?
I'm telling you, FBAs did not jump on y'all because we don't do shit.
That's a known truth, brother. That's a known truth.
Not a known truth. Jamaicans
so
and Bahamians.
So wait, you're saying because of what I've experienced.
Your other Caribbeans did that.
Stop muting people, man.
No, because you're not going to talk over me. Your other Caribbean, your fellow Caribbeans did that. Don't put that shit on us because we don't even think like that. It's not even practical for us to just go jump on some damn Haitians. We don't do that. And anytime y'all say that, it's always in Miami. Yeah, you're around other fellow damn Caribbeans and other immigrants, sir.
Sir, you just said that. You literally just said not all FBAs do or say the same thing, but now you're saying
But
collectively.
we have a culture, but culturally, certain things are practical and impractical. We don't do that. That's not a cultural thing for us. Now, that's cultural for people from the Caribbean to beef with each other. That's a cultural thing, just like over there in the Dominican Republic and Haiti. That's a culture thing that spills over, sir. So don't
You're saying,
do that.
so wait, question. It's not a, so if we have cultural beefs from the Caribbean, but then we come to America and we're experiencing, whatever type of violence, and I'm not specifically GANGs or whatever, like neighborhood violence and stuff like that. You're telling me that's not a cultural thing.
No, because number one, we don't even live around a bunch of Caribbeans like that. So if you go into a school district or whatever down in Miami, most likely it's predominated by Caribbeans, sir. Let's be real. Just like now. Down there. Just like now. I talk to FBAs, they're like, yeah, we ain't really in Miami like that no more. It's overrun by Caribbeans now. So that's the reality, sir. We ain't jumping on y'all like that, and we never were. That's not our thing. I don't believe that at all. And y'all tell that lie, and it's your fellow Caribbeans doing that.
So wait. So what do you?
Hold on. Where my Miami people? Hold on. Let me get Marvelous in here. We got Marvelous from 305. Let's get Marvelous. Brother Marv?
Yeah, let's end this once and for all, please. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, Marv. How you doing, brother?
What's up, Tariq? Let's end this once and for all.
He said that FBAs were jumping on the Haitians. Go ahead, brother.
It wasn't that. It wasn't that they was Haitian. They was new to the block. That's it. Magazo and all them people, my uncle used to beat up on them, and they finally decided to fight back. That was a form of hazing that we got from slavery.
Wait. I'm sorry.
No,
to
it wasn't.
interrupt.
It wasn't.
Are you
that
confirming
you was
what I
Haitian.
just said then?
It wasn't that you was Haitian. You was new to the block. I want to end this forever because y'all gonna keep seeing the same rhetoric.
But that wait. And I'm sorry to even interrupt you again.
What I'm telling you is I'm speaking for the family, my peoples. I'm speaking for the Foundation of Black America.
Yeah, but he just said that's not what you guys do, though.
No, but he ain't grow up in Miami, so
that's what I'm saying. That's
right,
literally what I clarified to him. I said you can't say that.
What I'm telling you, it wasn't because you was Haitian. It was because you was new to the block. It
So
could
I'm
have
gonna
been
ask you.
anybody. It could have been
Can I ask
anybody.
you something? Can I ask you something? Was Haitian Day a thing? Was Haitian Day a thing back then?
You said what?
Was Haitian Day a thing in Miami?
We had Chico Day. Not everybody.
Exactly. So there was Chico Day, there was Haitian Day. And what did you guys do? And I'm gonna say you guys. I'm gonna say you guys, right? What did the FBAs do on Haitian Day? Just let Tyreek know and the 1.3 thousand people in here. Let them know what you guys did.
The same thing for Haitians that lived in Miami that pretended that they wasn't Haitian. It wasn't that they were Haitian. You were new to the block.
Let's get FBA money.
I want to end this forever.
So, brother, all you did was confirm what I told him. I told him that was
it wasn't that you was Haitian. You was new to the block.
Hold on. Money Prone, what's up, brother?
You gave me, bro. Yeah, I admit it myself. We was kicking their ass.
There's another person telling you the truth, Tyreek.
I'm gonna tell you, and it wasn't because they was Haitians.
They was new to the block.
Listen, they was new to the block. They came to school dressed in motherfucking church clothes, smelling like natural,
and they smell like sulfur and all that shit.
Staring at you.
So wait. So let me. And I'm sorry to even interrupt you, brother. I'm sorry to even interrupt you. So imagine this, right?
I'm telling my brother Tariq because this is my guy.
I'm just confirming to him.
But hold up,
like
sir,
this is the truth.
Hold up, sir. It wasn't that y'all was Haitian. Y'all was new to the block. That's it.
So even though the second guy just came up here and was
that's anybody.
Exactly,
okay, cool.
Brother. Exactly. So would you say someone who just came in?
Sir, hold up.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish. I'm sorry.
I'm over here in Pompano where y'all transform into cats. You Haitians be transforming into cats. I don't want to be too loud.
It be like that sometimes. I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, it be like that. That's why y'all shouldn't have been over here. But anyways, it wasn't that y'all was Haitian. Y'all was new to the block. But I'm telling Tariq because of the Miami experience. I hope Tariq do a whole documentary on Miami so we can get this out the way.
According
Right,
to
'cause that's what I
Tariq,
said.
Miami's
But
taken
y'all ain't
over
never
by
benefit us. Y'all
immigrants.
Yeah,
ain't
because
never benefit
I
us.
said ain't
Listen,
nobody jumping on you because you're
Magazo
Haitian.
got his ass
Okay, now
whooped.
hold on. Let's slow down. Because kids get jumped now. All right, let's be very clear. At
Yeah,
school,
welcome
we
to
fought at my
us.
school.
Wait, so
Hold
someone new
on,
to
No, but
America.
Tariq, don't cut Tariq off. What he's
Okay,
saying
yeah,
is, welcome to
yeah.
our story.
Oh yeah, kids get
So
jumped at
someone
school.
being new to
Okay,
America.
God damn. Kids get jumped at school, but it wasn't because we're gonna just attack these Haitians. We're gonna jump them because they're
They
Haitian.
called it Haitian Day, brother.
Okay, welcome to our story, bro. We called it a hazing. What we did was made you tougher. Magazo got his ass whooped by my uncle every Friday. The day you talking about, and guess what? Him and Magazo are cool friends now. Because we made y'all tougher. That was a hazing moment. It wasn't because you was Haitian, you was new to the block. That's it.
Right.
So
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm
wait.
saying. That
So that's
happened.
supposed to be welcoming. We're
Yeah,
supposed
that
to feel
happened,
welcome.
sir. That happened.
It's better than dirt
Come on,
cookies.
and nobody
All right.
eating dirt
Thank you,
cookies.
brother.
You see, there you
All
go
right.
again.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There you go. All right. Thank you so much. But yeah, that's
It's all love,
my
Tariq.
point.
It's all love, man.
There you go. All right. Thank you. All right. That's what I'm saying. Hey, you got jumped like regular kids get their ass whooped by being new. I would get in the fights when I went to new schools. I would have to fight niggas. Yeah. I'm the new nigga. All right. We're going to test this nigga and see what's happening. Okay, I'll let him know I'm not that one to be tested. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Nobody said, hey, there's some Haitians, let's go beat on them because they're Haitian. Yeah, because we don't think like that. Culturally, we don't think like that. You know? Yeah, so him acting like they were just being targeted simply because they're Haitian and we were just on some xenophobic shit. No.
No.
Dude, I'm telling you, I would change schools. In every school I went to, I had to fight niggas to let them know it ain't gonna be that kind of party. All right? I'm not saying good, bad, or right or wrong. We're just telling you how shit was in school. In urban areas, that's just how it is sometimes. Sometimes you got to put them things up. You got to put them dukes up. Yeah? Sometimes, and I'm talking about in the 80s. So I can imagine how it is in the 90s and the 2000s. All right? But yeah, nobody's waking up, hey, we're going to have to get some Haitians. We don't think like that. All right, let me see who we got. All right, let's see who we got, ladies and gentlemen. Got a lot of people in here. We got Brand Kadavi, something like that. Well, Mr. Brand.
But only 3 kingdoms actually participate in.
How can I help you, sir?
Can you look up African 2, my second account?
Can I do what?
Can you let up African 2 like my second account?
Why do you keep calling up asking, can I go to your second account?
Yeah, because my mic is trash on here.
I say what you got to say, man. What's on your mind?
I saw you. Can you let up my second account, please? Because my
man, what's on your mind? I'm gonna block you. What's on your mind?
Okay. So you were saying that that African people or you were saying that African people were responsible for the slave trade, right?
Partially, yeah.
But only 3 kingdoms actually participate in it, basically, in the slave trade.
3 kings?
No, 3 kingdoms.
No.
3 kingdoms.
No.
Which
Stop
one?
the cap.
The Oyo Empire, the Dahomey, and I think what's his name? I think Biafra, I think was the name from this kingdom. And I think the Oyo Empire was only the middleman in this transportation of slaves.
Just those 3?
Yeah, those 3.
Well, you gonna leave out Tipu Tip? You left him out.
Yeah, Tipu Tip, he was actually from Oman. He was an Arab actually, not an actual African.
Yeah, he was Zanzibar's in Africa.
Yeah, but Zanzibar, the name Zanzibar comes from the name Zanj. Zanj is basically slave in Arabic. Zanj, like you know, like the Zanj Revolution, like the name Zanzibar comes from Zanj, basically.
But sir, there were about at least there's about 25 different African kingdoms that played a consistent role in the slave trade. It wasn't just no 3.
I mean, what other African kingdoms actually participated in it? Like, can you like say what African kingdom?
Benin, they participated.
No, Benin didn't participate in the slave trade. The Benin Empire, the Edo Empire, banned the slave trade.
But no, the Benin Empire did participate in the slave trade. What are you talking about?
No, it didn't.
Calabar, Bani, Ndogo, Mbangala. That's who Nzinga was. Man, you gonna stop talking over me? Mbangala, who Nzinga was clicked in with. What you talking about? 3 damn kingdoms. The hell you talking about?
Queen Nzinga never sold slaves.
Are you insane?
Yes, there's no evidence for this. Basically,
he was a major slave trader, sir.
The only kingdoms were the Oyo Empire, the Dahomey, and the
Songhai, the Wolof states, the Wadia, Buta. Okay, you're not gonna sit here lying. Okay. He just sit here lying. Okay, family, will y'all look up the shit I'm saying? The fuck is he talking about? Just a stuttering, lying tether. Y'all look up what I'm saying. Okay, he the hell is he talking about? What, no damn 3 kingdoms for something that massive? Benin participated, the Bani Kingdom participated, Calabar participated, the Kingdom of Ndogo participated, the Mbangala, they participated because Nzinga joined them. That was the more cannibalistic savage Negroes who participated. They were savage as hell over there running around Angola. The hell are you talking about? Longo, they participated. Futa, Jalan, they participated. The Kabu Empire participated. But Bambara Empire participated. Songhai participated. Wolof participated. Man, shut up. Oh, God, these people, man, be just lying. I said, this is what I'm saying. Y'all not just going, these are the same people who lie about the word Akata. Akata is not a bad word. It is not a bad word. Akata is not a bad, okay, you're not just going to lie because you don't want to take accountability. You're not going to do that. Yeah, you're not going to do that, brother. All that stuttering and lying. This is what I'm saying. Y'all don't want to take no responsibility for the janky shit. Huh? Man. And then see how they make excuses for, because one of the biggest slave traders on the East Coast was Tipu Tip. I done been to his mansion. I've been to Zanzibar. I done seen he was running the East African slave trade, basically. Black ass Tipu Tip. He was mixed, nigga. He was mixed. Mixed. This nigga look like Wesley Snipes. Mixed. What kind of damn excuse is that? He was mixed. Shut up. The fuck out of here. No. These folks, they be splaining, making all these damn. Man, go look up some pictures of Tipu Tip. I mean, he was mixed. Man, if y'all don't stop all that damn splaining, man, give me a break. Who is this? Let me up. He's African. All right. History, Mr. History. Hop on, Mr. History. Let's hear you. Mr. History.
Yeah, histoire de Côte d'Ivoire.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. You know, I'm a Dinka, you understand? And I was hearing you saying that when the Americans, they came to Africa, you know, we try to rob them. We don't rob nobody. If y'all happen to some people acting like that, that's on you. Stop going around all over TikTok saying we African, we scamming people. We don't scam. You understand? Some people are scamming you. Y'all are always
Stop the
calling.
cap.
Okay, slow down. First of all, somebody scam you with that phone is janky as hell. I didn't say all y'all scam, but yeah, the scams are there. Yeah, the likelihood of you getting scammed is very high when you go there. Let's stop bullshitting. Everybody ain't gonna scam you, but most likely you're gonna get scammed somehow. Somebody's gonna try to run a scam on you when you get over there, sir. That's a harsh reality. Now go ahead, sir. Let's stop playing. We didn't say all of you gonna scam, but yeah, y'all do be scamming.
Okay, same as America, there's scammer there too. I thought to them in the world, America is like
Okay,
this.
sir, when you get over here, the likelihood of one of us scamming you is damn near 0 to none. We're not, what do you have to scam? All right, if you come over here, nobody's going to scam you. You're going to get a bunch of assistance from us because you ain't got nothing to scam. Well, we're going to hustle you out your bushmeat. You don't have nothing to scam, sir. Now, what part of Africa are you in, sir?
I'm from Coast. First of all, I don't want to go to America. And when you talk about the Mandinka Empire, you better put some respect on it because we are the most beautiful empire.
They still
World
deserve
War, one of the
respect,
most
bro.
beautiful empire. You know, we did most thing.
All right, family. It took a while, but I caught him. I caught the fish. I caught Lex. Okay, listen to this. My God. Like when you say they deserve respect, how does a liar in what way? In what way does a liar deserve respect? Especially if the liar is lying, like he's trying to gain fame and notoriety from lying. Listen, if we're all real estate agents, right, and you have some type of moral code, some things that you can't do, like some type of language that seems like you can't do that in that field, and somebody's doing that to get ahead and get some sales, we can't say, nah, you got to still respect them, bro. It's like, yo, he broke the rule. The respect thing is gone. So now I found it took some while, but I found the video. Check this out. This is way back when we was calling out Professor Small for saying we're all agents. Anybody who says we're FBA, we're all agents. I knew I had it. I found it. This is his comeback. So it ain't just Jira Clark. It's all of the Pan-African. And keep in mind, why I just thought about it. Why are only Pan-African older men called elders? Every last one I thought about. I said everyone who they call an elder are all Pan-Africans. Which one of them is not a Pan-African that's called an elder? Okay, now listen to Lex protect Professor Smalls at the time where everybody was cooking on him. This is actually the last stunt he did. So this is that sellout my yacht with Uncle Ruckus and Dr. Ruxpin with Dewan B and Sincere the Love Guy. This is all of them. So we were reviewing that and we were covering that, and we were talking about Professor Smalls being off code, being a proximity tether, honorary tether, and this is his response to me. Listen to this.
Now, and Ron, this is a problem I have with you too, bro, on the low. Like,
this is a problem he has with me on the low. Now, I didn't take that seriously. I didn't take that seriously, but I guess he really did have a problem with me on the low. And the problem he had with me was exposing the Pan-African lying elders. Listen again.
Like now, and Ron, this is a problem I have with you too, bro, on the low. Like,
hey, man.
Our Pan-African elders, bro, they were the foundation. They still deserve respect, bro. That was a time.
But wait, what makes them my elder?
Because come on, bro, let's not play that game. I'm just saying that
I ain't never have an elder outside of a relative in my life.
They don't have to be, you know what I mean. They're in any community you have like, foundational people that was bringing knowledge and information. That don't mean they're your literal personal elders.
Like Minister Farrakhan.
But what I'm saying, what I'm saying is someone like James Smalls, bro, dedicated his life to black. He's not a fucking agent, bro. Come on.
Wait, he dedicated to what?
Dedicated his life to the liberation of black people.
Wait, you say black people. Wait. Hold on, Mr. Crab. Hold on, Mr. Now, you see that, right? But so did John Henry Clark. But to what end? It wasn't to benefit Black Americans. It was to sell us to Africa. It was to sell us on Africa and to sell us to Africans. And I kept saying, what I'm saying now is that these people are talking points, are representatives for Africa itself. They're trying to sell us on Africa and sell us to Africans. So Lex rebuttal was simply, hey, man, even though they're wrong as hell, even though they're disrespecting the hell out of you and all of people who call themselves FBA, they're disrespecting you, calling you agents. We're not disrespecting them, by the way. We're calling them out. We're saying, oh, who you calling the agent, my guy? Oh, we're not divisive. We're defending ourselves and calling them out, and people like Lex are saying we're being disrespectful. That's literally what gaslighting is. I have the receipts. Okay? I knew I'd find it. Like I said, family, you gonna say something. You didn't get away with it. I keep a mental note, a flag. I keep a mental flag. Like, all right, that was weird. Let me watch this guy. You dig? He came on a few times after that. Oh, I'm like, okay, all right. I'm, you know what I mean? I'm still, you know what I mean? That flag ain't going nowhere. And then boom, John Henry Clark. He crashed out. He called us all cult members in, and he understand why Pan-Africans disrespect us. I told you guys, I will find the video. Found it. All right, so the link is there. I'm now peeking into what people are saying. Yeah, so now the link is open. Anybody want to call in, weigh in? But there you go. There you go. He said he had a problem with me calling out Pan-African liars. But I bet you if I wanted to call out an FBA person and cuss him out, he would have no smoke, no energy, nothing, no feelings, nothing. These guys are Pan-Africans in recovery. You dig? These are recovering Pan-Africans. Recovering addicts, these are recovering Pan-Africans. Like they're trying to shake it off, but they just can't. They keep going back to it. Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. I keep the receipts, man. It took a while. I had to, you know what I mean? But I knew it had to be one of these videos. Because like I said, what I don't do is forget. And I always told you guys, I am very good with patterns. I'm a guy who recognizes like behavioral patterns, and that's just like a natural gift. So when I hear something a little off code, I ain't going to judge you then. I ain't going to judge you later. But I'm going to wait until you respond like that again. And he did it again. And I really ain't, you know, I really ain't get on him. I'm just like, nah, bro, I'm not going to give John Henry Clark a pass. The dude was, he's basically an agent. Like, how can somebody argue that he's not? He's selling misinformation to the lineage. You're an agent of somebody. And no, you cannot get a pass. All right, so hold on. All right, so let me get back to now what?
Yeah, you understand?
Okay,
You gotta
slow down, Mendingo. You're in Cote d'Ivoire. What country are you in? What country are you in, sir?
I'm from North Cote d'Ivoire, North Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire, North Ivory Coast.
Okay.
I'm from
So
Ojene. My village name is Jeme.
So you still got that? You still got that French foot in that ass a little bit, don't you?
What?
You still got the remnants of that French shoe print in that ass, right?
What are you talking about? Go look for it. Go look on the internet. What the July Kingdom in North Ivory Coast. We never been in, you know, the French people, when they came, we never been enslaved there. You understand? They did not do nothing to us. Yeah. The July Empire, the Empire of Congo. Go look for it on TikTok, on Google. Google it.
What language do y'all speak over there? Unmute your mic.
Yeah, we speak Mandinka. on Google and look for, the Kong Empire, North Ivory Coast. You will see. The white man did not enslave nobody there.
Yeah, you were colonized, sir. You got
Yeah, he didn't enslave nobody. Yeah, that's why I don't even like when Tariq does that. No, they were not enslaved. They were colonized. There's a big difference. And when you're enslaved by the white man, it bring about some type of resilience in you that cannot be taught or explained. They don't have that. That's why they bow down.
colonized.
We still speaking Mandinka Day.
Yeah, sir. It's pops and clicks. It's not. You don't use that language outside of your village, sir. You were speaking French, sir. They had you speaking French. That's the official language there, sir.
Yeah, because they do it to school, but in the world,
right. Say that, nigga. Stop acting like that French foot wasn't up that ass now. All right, that's your official language is French, nigga. Stop it. All pops and clicks, you can't go nowhere with that. You can't do nothing with pops and clicks, nigga. Your official language is French. That French foot is still in that ass, and you still got to go to teach French at them schools, don't you?
Pops and clicks.
Can I speak now? You don't want me to say my point. Okay.
Go ahead. Let's say your point.
Okay. I'm saying not only French we speak there. French is there. That's real. But the French people, it's not like colonization as you think. That did not obligate us to use it.
It did. Yes, it did.
Advantage of it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When the French people that came, we were already literate. We know how to read. We knew how to read because we have contact with Arabs before back then.
Right, the Arab, y'all were doing Arabic. Yeah, the Arabs taught you because you didn't have a written language of your own. You were
We used to be sailors. The July people, we used to be sailors. So we have contact with them and we copy what they used to do. That's how the Islam came to our places because we did not have Islam back then. Nobody enslaved us to bring Islam to us. We went there and took it because we used to be traders. The July Empire. Go look for it. Go on Google and try, write July Empire of North Africa Coast. We used to be traders.
Yeah, y'all were making them little janky deals. Y'all were making those little janky deals.
And we use it. That's what I'm telling you. We did not have the reading system, that we needed that. So we took it from them. But we have never been colonized like as the way you're saying it.
Yeah, you have. You still speak French to this day. What you mean you never been colonized? You have.
I'm telling you, the way you see colonization, as the way you see it, is not like this. We copied. That's what I'm trying to say. Nobody went there with stuff, with pew and trying to push us to do something we don't want. That did not come there and push us into slavery. It did not happen like this.
No, colonization was a form of slavery. They colonized you on your own homeland and made you speak French and made you bow down to them, sir. What you talking about?
Doesn't even speak French. She speaks Mandinka and Xenophobe. We the young generation because we wanna learn. Though we going to school. We did not even have school back then in the north. Maybe in the south, but in the north, go look for it, bro. Don't say stuff you don't know.
Oh, yeah, I asses over there still speaking French. I know that. That's your official language. And many of your tribes over there were basically formed when you were colonized. Y'all got those tribes were formed in the damn 1700s. What's that? Bauli tribe, Abron tribe, Dula tribe, whatever the hell that. Y'all were formed later.
Wait, you acting like you know. You don't know. You telling me now the Dula tribe.
I do know. Some of them tribes, Dudu Tunde, calm down. Some of them tribes got formed the 1800s. So y'all got formed, many of your tribes got formed under colonization, sir. I know that.
Yeah, if you're going to call in, this is the time for anybody. Call in is open. The link is open. I'm going to finish out this this dialogue, then we're just going to chop it up. So this is the time because I'm about to switch to my phone. I'll be driving. I won't be able to invite anybody on.
Right?
Can I speak now?
Go ahead.
You don't want me to say nothing? Okay. What I'm saying now is that, before the colonization came, the Mandinka Empire existed until the 13th century. 13th century. That's the empire. Before that, we exist.
Yeah, you existed basically. It was a small group of niggas wandering around eating bushmeat. That's what it was. It wasn't no formalized big. It was just niggas running around eating bushmeat. And the Europeans and the Arabs came along and said, okay, y'all get over here. We're going to assign a chief here. And then y'all learn French and sit your ass down. Just tell the truth how that shit go down, man. Let's tell how it really goes down.
Oh my God, what you doing is not cool, bro. What you doing is not cool.
Oh, we're going to tell the truth. Hold on, let me get some more people. Let's get some more people in here. Hold on, let me get Ty Power. Brother Ty, hop on, because all this yelling. Let's get Ty.
All right, I'm gonna leave right there. A piece, Buckhorse. Wait, let me switch to my phone first. Hold on, Buckhorse. Let me switch to the phone. But I ain't let him know yet. Oh, his thing is, he got one of those janky ones. All right. Switch to my phone. Switch to my phone. Good, perfect. All right. So, are you there, Buckhorse? You on mute. And let me turn my Bluetooth on. Yeah, you on mute, Buckhorse. Let me just get my headset back on, and then we on our way. Okay. I gotta do the test, make sure that okay, make sure the Bluetooth fit, and then we are on. All right, we here. We here. All right. Phone up, some hands free, so I'm gonna get pulled over. Got the Bluetooth popping. All right, we on our way, man. Sit down over there. And we are, yeah, man. So as y'all can see, man, we are not allowing anybody to disrespect the lineage. You feel me? We don't care. Wait, start right there. I hate when everything resets. I can't stand Internet Explorer. And this dumb laptop won't let me upgrade to Chrome. This piece of crap Windows. Just hold on. God. I hate this shit. I've been having things like pause perfect where I went to play it from, but the way Internet Explorer on this computer works, if you're not touching the browser in like a 15, 20 minutes, it automatically just refreshes. Like once you go to use it. I mean, it's so annoying, man. Cause I be having things, sit down. Cause I be having things like perfectly stopped, paused, in a position where I want to play from. And then I get the old refresh arrow thing like, oh shit. Half the time I got so many tabs, I don't even know where it's supposed to be. Like, okay, where did I have this place marker at? All right, but anyway, so Lex made it very clear. See, Ron, this is where I got a problem with you at, because you disrespect the Pan-African elders. And by the way, he's using, like, that word disrespect is so subjective, as you can see. Disrespect to these guys is don't call them out. Don't call them out on no bullshit. Let them just say whatever they want. Now, he won't have that smoke if somebody called out somebody from the lineage, like Dennis Sperling, Jason Black. He won't have that same smoke if somebody called, especially if they were wrong. He'd be like, oh, well, they're wrong. They're wrong. But the Pan-African elders, they're saints. And that's why I said it first. I got to pump my chest. I said it first, and Tariq Nasheed said it. I said Pan-Africanism is a religion. I said kind of what Tariq Nasheed said, but I said it first. I said Africa is the God or the promised land. I said the Africans were the saints, right? And the Pan-Africans of the diaspora are the saved individuals. Okay, saints, angels are the Africans. The diaspora Pan-Africans are the saved people of the religion. And the FBAs, we are the dirty, rotten, lost tribe who needs to be saved and needs to repent. And that's who we are. We are the lost sheep of Pan-Africanism. That's who we are in this religion. I've been said that. This guy said, I'm disrespecting the elder James Small, and it's the reverse. James Small is disrespecting the lineage. He's calling us agents and all types of stuff. We're just idiots. We don't read. You know, he was talking real crazy at one point. We're idiots. We don't read. And we read, we would have all bowed down to Pan-Africanism. Like, bro, so we just gonna let that just nothing? Like, nah, that's not how that works, my guy. Yeah, you got us effed up. And he found out. Like, nah, we ain't going out like that. We're going to definitely respond, call him out the same way he called us out with the same energy. You know how we do. Same energy. Now, if he said FBAs, oh my God, FBAs, I feel so sorry for y'all. You guys are agents. When we'll say, hey, Dr. James Small, whatever your name is, we feel so sorry for you. You are the real agent, my guy. You know? But no, man, we are not going to allow for anybody to tell us, especially a Pan-African, no, leave the Pan-African elders alone. Like, dude, like, what are you not telling us that you're telling us? Like, just say it. Just say, hey, Ron, leave them alone, bro. I'm still Pan-African. You know, I feel a certain way. You dig? I'm over here trying to come out from Pan-Africanism, and I'm struggling. But this is like kind of like making me feel emotional, man. I can't control my emotions. Can you please just cut them a break? Please. It's gonna be no, but I can respect that more because at least you came straight Teen Wolf. Like you wasn't Michael J. Fox, half wolf, half human. You were the whole thing. All right, let me see. Buckhorse, I can't really hear you at all. You might be, you're on mute. Okay, so we got Linda Patron, whatever her name is, calling in. Yeah, I had some other people supposed to call in, some Pan-Africans, and you know, they're not gonna call in. That's why you know they full of shit, because when they disrespect us, we call in their spaces. We pull up. We want to talk. We want to defend the lineage. These guys don't want to call up nothing. They don't want to engage. They just want to be in their safe haven and just call shots whenever they want, dictate the terms and conditions. That's why you know they full of shit, because when they disrespect us, we call in their spaces. Linda, you gotta mute your defend the lineage. These guys don't want to call up nothing. They don't want to engage. Linda, you gotta mute your YouTube. Yeah. Okay. All right. How you doing, Linda?
Hi, how are you doing, Ron?
I'm doing great.
Can you hear me?
Yes. What's
Great,
going on
Ron.
with you tonight?
Oh, nothing. Just enjoying the podcast and decided to call in. I wanted to know your
Okay.
opinion about I was a bit upset with Ghana in New York. I'm
Right.
originally from Louisiana. I'm FBA. I'm from Louisiana.
Okay.
I'm FBA on both sides. I'm not tethered
Right.
that. So, but I just wanted your opinion on Ghana requesting reparations from the UN. I know it's mostly symbolic, but for me, I just thought it was just so
What's the symbolisms about it?
Well, because because the US didn't sign on to it, and to me, their hands are not clean because they participated in this participated in selling our ancestors. So
Right.
I think they have unclean hands. So it's in essence, does it seem like they're trying to what does it look like they're trying to do to you? Because to me, maybe I'm getting the wrong message. Because to me, it looks like you're asking for reparations. It's like you're trying to be paid twice for selling
Right,
us.
and they are. So what they're doing is the reverse actions of a limit, the limit rule. You know what the limit rule is when you buy like a car?
Oh, yeah, like yeah, I understand that. Yeah,
Okay, so go into that real fast for people who are not aware of the limit rule of somebody buying a lemon car. Can you explain briefly what you think that is?
it's like after three that you purchase a car, and after 3 days you decide, hey, this car is no good. I've test drove it, and now I don't want the car anymore. You should take it back. However, we're dealing with
Well,
people. Oh, go
no,
ahead.
I know, but I did analogy because like sometimes analogy is the way people can best receive the information. No, the lemon rule is really somebody sold you a piece of garbage. Okay, the odometer was more than what it said, or whatever they said happened to the car. They lied. The Carfax, was adjusted. That it protects those people. And when you were sold a lemon, the whole idea of being sold a lemon means that you were sold something that wasn't worth what they said it was worth. It was a piece of junk, basically. So the lemon rule protects you from that. It allows you to go back, get your money back. What I'm saying is Ghana did the reverse of that. Ghana, they don't look at it as a piece of junk. They did like some type of reverse lemon rule where they said, hey man, we sold you not junk, we sold you gold. So they did like the old we sold you gold basically, and we didn't know. Like you made us believe we were selling you junk. So it's like the reverse. So Ghana's like, yo, y'all tricked us. Y'all made us believe what we were selling you was worth nothing. That these were lazy niggas who couldn't build nothing. And they went over there and built y'all countries into superpowers. So their complaint is we didn't get the true worth of what we sold you. So they're doing it like a praise, like, hey man, these people are worth way more than what you guys offered us. So yeah, so it's a double dip. So it's mainly saying, hey, you owe us more money, basically. You got off with a sweet deal that shouldn't have been a sweet deal. We want fair compensation for the people that we sold you to. And they built your nation, they built all your countries to be superpowers. Well, we want some of that too. Or give us a lot of money so we can do that. Yes, I think that is I'm not surprised. That shows the character of those people over there. They're a lot of them are very desperate. They hate us because they still see us as a commodity. So even come with that argument, you still see us as a commodity. Just something you just could sell.
Exactly, and I know that I think that was where Ghanaians were welcoming like Black Americans home. I even heard a lot of
Home.
FBA's home to
Home.
Ghana.
Okay.
Well, I'm not African. I'm like I've never been to Africa,
And
so I don't know.
I'm just saying, yeah, I don't
But
know.
but I,
Everybody say I don't know no home in Ghana.
but there were several. I watched a lot of YouTube, and they were going back trying to purchase land. They were finding they were just scamming us. So to
Right.
me, I don't. I was just a little bit disgusted. I just don't agree with them. First of all, I thought it was just disrespectful them going to the grave sites. And if anybody should receive reparations, I feel like they and other West African nations, who was it, the Omi, was it the
Yeah, the
Oyos?
Oyo tribe. Yeah. Oh, yep. All of them.
I feel you know, I just feel like they need to, I don't even know if they've acknowledged their role. And second, I just wish the US government would on our behalf, or I know the statute, I understand statute of limitations, yada yada yada, that you can't do we can't, as FBAs, you can't do a class action lawsuit. But I feel like they owe us, because if it had not been for them facilitating this, it was just, I never thought about this before, because, but I'm just like, if anything, I was just disgusted. I feel like y'all owe us, but it's like now y'all trying to double dip. Your hands are not clean. You're trying to double dip off the backs of us, um, again, to be repaid reparations. And the other thing too that kind of saddened me, I'm originally from a little town in Louisiana, And I didn't know until I moved to Houston how Africans despised us. After I got my nursing degree and moved to
Oh
Houston,
yeah.
we were the Akatas, the Ajiras, and I would go to the African braid
Hmm.
shops. And I even, friended a lady, and she told me I had no culture until she finally, met
Wow.
my friend in Monroe, and she saw, I have teachers, I have a doctorate in nurse, my family's a
Yeah,
military
yeah.
family. She thought we are all lazy bums, and she told me
Uh-huh.
we were taught to stay away from those, ghetto Black Americans. It's like,
Right.
no, but I just felt like that's what they're teaching them in Africa. And I just felt it really angered. I'm an older person. I'm 53, but it just felt so disingenuous of them to go to New York with Al Sharpton and Ben Crump and whoever that, I don't know who the mayor of New York is, to demand reparations when I just felt like you have unclean hands. And I'm just wondering, do you think a petition isn't, or I feel like they owe us. That's what I feel. Even though,
No,
I'm doing
they definitely
translate.
do owe us. Yeah, they
Yeah,
definitely
so
do owe us. But let me say this. I'm gonna talk about that. But first, I had braids for a long time. I had long braids. And I went to an African braiding shop, and I just do not understand the obsession with that. I don't believe this is genuine. They did not braid my hair the best. It was a FBA lady and a Jamaican lady who did my braids the best. I would go to the African spot only because they took walk-ins, right? But the other people took FBA
okay.
and Jamaican lady took appointments only. So when I'm desperate, I took my hair out for whatever reason or mess it up, I'll go there because it's a walk-in. But I ain't never felt like, yes, that's the look. I always felt like, all right, okay, it's better than what I had
But
before. You dig?
but at the time I was new to Houston, so I was trying to find a spot.
Okay.
But now I have sister locks, and it's an FBA that does my sister locks. So, but I didn't know at the time. Like I said, I'm from a small town, Louisiana. Hell, I thought we were all just like I thought brown people were. I thought all skin folks was skin folks. But I learned, and I would hear that term
No.
Akata. They would speak this language, the Akata. I was like,
Wow. Wow.
I didn't even know it. I'll never
Right in
forget
your
this.
face. Disrespectful, dusty, musty, tethered. Right in your
Exactly.
face calling you a kata.
Exactly. And what made me stop going was they charged me one price. I had to bring my own hair. It was 180, and it was just for some basic I don't know, was it some sort of goddess break. But then when it was over, it's like, well, now it's 250. And I'm like, dude, you told me 180. And they were
Wow.
like, and I'm like, you'll never again.
Wow.
And when I,
Yes.
I
Stay scamming, man. Yeah, but let me
exactly.
address the Ghana thing. So yeah, they are trying to double dip, right? They don't respect us as a people. They think we're dumb. They think they believe that we believe all skin folks is kin folk. They believe we're falling for the lie because I'm sure Al Sharpton and Benjamin Crumpet lying to them, making them believe that we believe we're Africans. So this is stop. Sit down. So this is why they're so comfortable. This is why they're so comfortable um, with this approach. Uh, so here's the thing, though, because when we first said, "Hey, we could sue Africa for reparations," right? This was a talking point at some point a time ago. They said, "Nah, you can't sue us because those tribes don't exist anymore. We are now Ghana. We're a different state." We said, "Oh, okay," and we kind of left it like that. We're like, but we scratched our heads. Now that they did this, in my opinion, they just made themselves eligible to get sued now. Remember, their defense was, no, we're no longer those empires. We're Ghana now. Those empires does not exist. But wait a minute,
Exactly.
you were trying to collect on behalf of those empires pre-existence. So we need that paper now, my guy. So we're gonna say if what they did flop felt, but we're gonna circle back and be like, oh, remember that old you didn't exist no
Yeah.
more? Yeah,
Exactly. It's like a
yeah,
counter,
we're gonna
which
need that.
we can't sue them, but they're trying to do it through the political realm. So I'm like, our politicians, I'm kind of in the middle. I'll admit I traditionally vote Democrat because Donald Trump's just too racist for me. But I know the Democrats don't have our best interest at hand. But I just wish
Yeah.
that our politicians would just say, okay, well, since y'all pull this move, then okay, then we're gonna found a counter move is y'all participated in this, y'all have unclean hands, so we're gonna do a counter. Y'all need to pay. So the reparations need to come from you because had it not been for y'all just it's kind of the similar way the Germans paid for Holocaust victims. They didn't, even though the U.S. did pay the German Holocaust victims eventually, but I feel like the African nations, the West Coast, whatever, West African nations, they should be the ones to, pay us I don't care if it's $1 a month or $1,000 a month or 500 per FBA, but I just feel like they owe us. And it was just, to me, I was just so insulted that they would go to a cemetery and do what they did. I'm not easily angered, but I just thought that was just so distasteful.
Yeah, so well, evidently there's no statute of limitations, because if it was one, they wouldn't be trying to make a claim for reparations for themselves, right? Because if it's a statute of limitations, then it's both ways. You can't say
well, legally it is. My sister works for an attorney, and we kind of talked about it, and they're like, well, legally, the only way you can really pursue that is like they're doing. I think they're doing it politically. I think it's their politicians that are doing it. You can write it into law. That's the way you can
wait. So which one you talking about? Because I know Dennis Sterling's a lawyer. He's throwing cases that got him. But are you saying even reparations in America, what we're doing, you're saying that's a statute of limitations too?
Well, that was my understanding from my sister, who's a paralegal that worked for an attorney. But they were saying, but you can, U.S. politicians can't. But from my understanding, I'm just saying, that may be wrong. I'm a nurse.
No, I'm saying, right. Nobody, don't forget, we're not just talking. We're talking to 1,000 people. Thousands going to watch this video. I don't want them to get that idea. So let me straighten that out.
Okay.
1877 is when Americans took native land, and then they recently tried to get them $1.5 billion. So you let me know when that statute of limitations took place. This is over 200 some years later. They try to settle with the Native Americans with $1.5 billion. So let me know about the statute of limitations. 1877 to now, 1.5. There are statute of limitations to certain cases if you're doing it as a civil suit, but there are exceptions. I know I already did this. I chat GPT the hell out of this. So I already know for a fact that with history, that there's no statute of limitations, that there's exceptions to that rule. Let's just say that. There's exceptions, and reparations one of the exceptions. Let's talk about the 1988 Civil Liberty Act with the Japanese people in internment camp. They were thrown in internment camps in 1940s, but they didn't get reparations until 1988. So when did this limitation, you know what I mean? So so I already know that that's a lie, right? So people might not be aware of how reparations work.
Well,
but you have to, right? So you have to just know,
right?
So people just got to know cases of reparations. Like I said, just look at the 1877 Native American thing that they had, where Americans came back 200 years later trying to offer them a 1.5 billion settlement. They said, no, we don't want that. You can't buy our land. It's sacred. Just give it back the land. They said, no, keep your money. We want the land. The land ain't for sale. So and in that case, that's why I say when we talk here, this ain't a private conversation. This is us talking, the chat listening, and 1,000 people and more are going to watch this later. And I don't want them feeling like that was true.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, we covered this a lot. But now internationally is harder, obviously, because there's foreign things and like Dennis Sterling talk about the serving thing with Osei Jackson and Anton Downs, that whole thing. So he explained how it's hard to serve people in these foreign nations, especially like an African nation that's like so bribed and it's not like well organized. It's like kind of unorganized the way they handle business, like unethical and stuff. So, and people can be paid off. So it's like kind of hard to see it. So we can see something like that. But it's ways. I'm sure there's a way, but I'm sure it'd be difficult.
I just think the politicians, how the Democrats seem to cape for immigrants' rights for them and things like that. I just feel like if a politician could sponsor a bill or something, how they did it with how Ghana did it with the UN. I just wish that a politician would kind of cape for FBAs on behalf. Okay, well, since y'all played this move, why don't y'all pay for the 40 million FBAs that are here? This is account, let's pay chess. Okay, y'all did this move. Well, and I know U.S. didn't sign on to that. Will the U.S. will U.S. politicians, United Nations sign on to Ghana and West African nations that sold
right.
ancestors to us. I'm just, just brainstorming. I know.
Yeah, so you should actually really check in, have your sister check in to Dennis Sperling channel, because he talks about before this whole Ghana thing was there, he was breaking down this whole, and I was gonna play it on my live. Matter of fact, I should. Yeah, I'm actually gonna play that
Yeah, but
Dennis Sperling
it
Osei
was just
Do
so
Jackson thing.
disrespectful, and the fact that if it wasn't for us, and like I said, I have, I'm a nurse practitioner, and I have friends that are, from actually from Nigeria that, tried to let me know that we have no culture and blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, why are you here in America? It's odd I have no culture, but you wanted to come to America. I just feel like
Right.
we paved the way, we opened the door for them to come in, and they just think that we are less than. Like I said, I didn't know that until I moved to
But
Houston.
yeah, that's called, like, they're pretendians. Like, they want to pretend they believe that. There's no way in hell that they could look at, like, again, the
No, they
world.
really look down on us. They really look down
Listen,
on.
hold on. No. Wait, just listen. Like, yeah, that's like saying trailer park trash white person look down on us. That's impossible. Like, they see the LeBrons, like they seen people, Black Americans doing 1,000 times better than them. It, like, again,
Right.
that's people pretending that they're looking down. You dig? Like, just like a woman you was growing up, went to school with, that was trying to pretend like you're not beautiful and trying to pretend you're ugly. Yeah. So people do pretend things to project it on you and hope it comes true one day. Like, even right now, people want to pretend I'm disrespecting the elders because I'm calling them out. Like, you can believe it all you want. I know that's false.
Right. But
But
I had to show
hold
her.
on. Let me just say
better
this.
than I could tell her. I had to take her to Monroe and
Right,
show her
but
play bums.
right, but let me just say that there's no way in sky hell that they're better than us. When that's all I was trying to tell you. I was let you know. The world knows what we did globally.
Right.
So but we don't know what they did. But you go ahead.
Oh no. Like I said, when she thought we had no culture, but she was saying what she was taught when she was even when she immigrated from Nigeria to here. She was taught to stay away from, Black Americans. They were ghetto, they were lazy, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to take you to Monroe, Louisiana. I'm going to show you my people, my relatives. And she saw they all had jobs. We had decent houses. I said, you don't see no welfare, no food. My folks, you don't see nobody. You see
Right.
teachers, you see educated people. I introduced my family in Houston. But it was just that's what they're taught. Even in her country to this date, that's still what they're taught, that Black people are just ghetto, lazy, and that they're better. But now, we're play sisters or whatever now. She calls me her sister and all this other stuff. But I just have to show, I'm not gonna show him better than us. My sister lives in a gated community in Northern California. So no, we're not Black people are very Black Americans we're not bums. We've done a lot. And if it wasn't for us, and I had to point it out to her and some of her African, if it wasn't for us, you guys wouldn't be here. And second, you came on the shoulders of our ancestors. But even I know they kind of feel some kind of way about me, but yeah, but I just, like I said, the last
Yeah,
week
hold
was
on.
just a straw for me with that Ghana
All
stuff.
right.
I'm just like, that was like spitting in the
All right.
face. But okay, but
So just
I'll
hold on one
land
second.
sit down.
Wait, hold on. No, not yet. The reason why I'm saying there's no way they believe that, because they come from a place that's a shithole. So you can compare the worst part of America, Black America. The worst part of Black America is still Beverly Hills compared to some of their best parts of Africa. So that's why I say there's no way you can actually truly believe that. And then you see the greatness that we have done globally and in this country, right? So now, what you should never do is try to prove. I mean, like, you're breaking the rule. At one point, we was doing that with white folks. Now you're off code, because we stopped trying to prove to white folks we're like them, we're equal, and we also ain't on welfare. Then we stopped, like, why we keep trying to prove this to white folks? These devils never gonna the ones that believe this, like, they're never gonna change their belief. They believe a certain way, and no evidence on earth is gonna make them feel differently about you. So same thing with tethers. Like, we don't got to prove to them, hey, look, I'm come from a household of doctors and doctorates, and no, I mean, like, when they talk like that, you just let them talk like that, and then again, you shouldn't. patronize their business, you should leave right away. But I know I would never let somebody say something about me that's like a stereotypical, and I'm still in their store. Like, I don't give a damn what it is. I'll never go there again in my life. And so they
Well, we're still colleagues and friends, but like I said, I took her to my sister's house in California. I took her to my family in Monroe. We went on a cruise together. I showed her. I said, my family,
Oh shit.
you see where my
Yeah,
family's from.
you off code.
I'm like, we're not ghetto. I don't know where you got this from. So you need to pass the word, because no, we're not ghetto, and we
Pass the
don't.
word.
Well, I'm
All
just
right.
saying, so she could pass that to her people here that no.
All right, good luck. No, listen. Where have you been? Have you been hiding in Iraq? Yo, I did 1,000 lives showing that these people practice that before they come to America. They had no contact with us at all, and they had these beliefs about us. So how do you explain that? How do you explain they not even in America yet, and they had these beliefs that we're ghetto? Huh?
Because that's what's taught to them in Nigeria, and
Who taught them that? Stop. Slow down. Who taught them that?
From my understanding, is people. It's like you said. From what I gathered from my friend, it's much worse because they still live. They don't have like internet, and the houses are not.
Right. But I just want to know what's in your brain. Who taught them that?
I think the people that were here in Nigeria before pass on the information to them, that because it is better for them here, and they pass it on to their people. That I'm not sure
They
who.
just started coming. They haven't been here. They just started coming in like the 2000s. They're not. They haven't been here. They don't know nothing about America. Like, I think you're mixing them in with the Caribbeans, huh?
I think she came in 2001, and I'll tell you, this
Right,
is a
the
sad.
2000s.
Yeah,
But
the sad.
they had these ideas about us before 2000. That's my whole point.
Right, but she was just saying what she taught over there, that we were lazy, we were this, we were that, and we graduated nurse practitioner school together in 2014, and she just kind of latched on for some. Cause I was smart, so I made good grades, so we would study together, and but we've been friends since then. But I just had to, I never really dealt with them like that, but dealing with her on a personal level, she really is. I think I've opened her eyes to a lot of things, because I'm just not gonna just shut the door. But like I said, I just had to show her. Look, no, I don't know where you got this from. Let me show you my sister's house in California, gated community. The husband works for Verizon. She's a paralegal. My sister's a teacher. My family's their teachers.
You should really read the chat right now.
Well, that's what I'm. Okay, yeah, and I just joined last week, and I'm, like I said, I was just disgusted with the stuff from Ghana, and I just really started like following Tariq Nasheed, and I think I started following Afro-Elite, and I'm just like, oh, this is like bigger. So that's why I said, okay, well, I used to be African American. It's like, nope, I know nothing about Africa. Black American now, dissociating myself. So I'm learning a lot of lessons, and I appreciate you guys for information. I'm learning a whole lot, and like I said, I appreciate you speaking to me, and please,
definitely
keep up the good work, and I will
continue
to learn and support, because I'm learning so much.
All right. Thank you for calling in, and I'm continue to show anybody else. The link is there. Thank you. See, call in, family, have a conversation. All right, thank you, sis, for calling in. But everybody else, I just want to say, man, any stereotypes that people have about us, you're not the stereotype breaker, debunker person. You feel me? If anybody has stereotypes against you, I personally can never be friends with someone like that. That thinks my whole entire lineage is lazy of jealousy and hatred, and then I'm wasting my time trying to convince them that we're not. Yeah, that's just not something I encourage y'all to do. But yeah, the minute you say something crazy like that, the opposite is gonna happen. You won't be your friend that we're gonna talk and hang out and do all these wonderful things. That's not gonna happen. All right, so let me play the Dennis Sperling video where he was talking about O'Shea. Was that his video? I think it was. O'Shea Duke. I think. All right, hold on one second. All right, hold on one second. Let me find that video. One second. No. Give me a second to find King. Okay. Oh, it's right here. Okay. All right, so before I find that video, before I look for that video, let me just say, yeah, but she got a good heart, good spirit. All right, I use the directions plus talk. Yeah, so anybody else want a good testimony? Because she was honest about her friend. And yeah, every conversation, you learn something from. So, oh God. Anybody else? Where is Andre? Andre was the main one hitting the link, hitting the comment video. Where you at, man? Where you at? You going live? You going live, man? Where you at? So I'm like, yeah, I see I'm going live in like 5-10 minutes. You gonna be around? Yeah, I'll be around. Now there's a bunch of these guys, the 227 guys. They conveniently disappear. Oh, I know what I can do. I'm gonna talk about okay. So this one cloud chaser keeps tagging me to his posts, right? He's looking for views. He's hoping that the lineage show him support. And this guy been online for 1,000 years and can't get more than 15 people to watch him live. That's the albino guy. That's the guy that thought only Africans can produce albinos. Okay, so he had made a post about sister name. I'm trying to think of her name. All something more. I'll find it in a second. Okay, something more. Oh, it must be in here. All right. So let me first things first. Let me show the video of Dennis Burley talking about suing Africa. Hold on one second. Yeah, so when sister said her attorney sister relative had dismissed reparations like as a statute of limitation, But then she disclosed that they vote Democrat. I'm like, is that why? I didn't want to ask her, but I was like, was that why her attorney system was so close minded? Because she was, that was kind of weird. I wanted to know that for real. Like, why was it attorney sister Democratic? I don't know how far she is in with the party. She might be a shill to some degree, but that was kind of weird. Like, why would you, as an attorney, say something like that has a statute of limitations where we're just like, so everything we're doing right now just goofy. Basically, we're wasting our time. Let me. Yeah. Hold on. Somebody's trying to get in. All right, so we got Baby joining. My fault. I was trying to. There's a Cane's chicken around somewhere, and I was looking for it. I never seen one in Jersey, but this one's up and running and new. So I'm like, once I heard about it, I said, yeah, I gotta try this out. All right, Baby, what's going on?
Hello, Ron. It's me. My name was Linda before. I was just online.
Oh, you're the same Linda that got the attorney sister?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm reading some comments and they're kind of mean. I just wanted to respond one thing. The reason I vote, I'm 53 years old, and the reason I vote is I voted since I was 18 years old. And that's
Welcome.
just because,
Thanks.
I saw people during the civil rights movement, just because I saw them being beaten and died. So I feel like the least that I could do is vote. I vote in my local elections. I don't have any kids, but I vote because I want better schools. I want better roads. I don't mind paying taxes, even though I make a decent salary. I don't mind paying taxes, and I do kind of look at the platform. So I was just kind of reading some of the comments where they were saying I shouldn't vote Democrat. I shouldn't vote. I shouldn't vote red or blue. I
I don't listen to them. You can vote the way you want to vote.
No, I'm just reading. I'm just trying to give some clarification. It's just a teachable moment for, I guess, I think I'm older than most of the people that are in here. So it's just a teachable moment. It's out of respect for the people that came before me and my mom. That's just some of the things she always, when I turned 18, you go vote. And I'm from
now that might not be a good reason
to vote for taxes and to improve schools for my community.
No, that's good. No, what you said earlier, you said you vote out of the traditional respect of others. I said that's not a good reason, but to vote for for tangible things, for your city to get better, yes, you vote for that. Yeah,
exactly. But it's out of respect because people died so that I can have the right to vote. At least
now that's not a good reason. That's not a good reason, because the right to vote means the right to vote in a responsible way. And look, you also have the right not to vote. So voting is activism, and non-voting is activism. So both actions, and so you can vote or not vote, and both are actions, political actions.
Well, exactly. But like I said, I vote for. I don't mind paying higher taxes because I want better schools. I want better roads. No, I'm not an immigrant. I'm from Monroe, Louisiana. My family's from Georgia. I think my family they're Seminole and also part of the Parham. I'm FBA. I did Ancestry.com. So yeah, I'm just like, wow, these people are tough in your group. So oh my God, I'm a shield.
No, okay, listen. Look, you just said you come around, you're new, so they're not, they got to consider that you're new, but you are green. You're new and you are green, but just stay locked in to the spaces, and you're gonna get adjusted to where we at. You feel me? you get adjusted.
Okay, but
But
I'm always gonna vote out of respect. So it doesn't. I'm always gonna go in my local election.
I have no idea what that means. Out of respect, that's something made up. Like no other people in this earth or in this country votes out of respect. They vote for a reason. They vote because they vote because they believe it works for them. So when they vote for a candidate, they or a policy, they believe it's true. It's going to come back to them, and that's why they vote for that person. But nobody votes just because they can. Like that's like one of the worst strategies. Go ahead.
Oh no, because we needed like we got a new school built in my I mean they tore down the old elementary school and built a new elementary school, but it was
but you don't see how you're conflating two ideas. Okay, so you're confusing us by saying two things. You're saying you will vote for the school and tangible things. We all agree with that. Then you come back and say you also just vote out of respect. Out of respect means non-tangible. That just means you're just voting just to vote because you can, and it's time to vote. So I'm just gonna anybody there that's blue, I'm just gonna select that guy, select that woman, no matter what they're gonna do and not do for the community. You're just gonna vote because you can. That's the issue they're having. You know, they're looking at that as that's not a responsible vote. You're just doing it just for the hell of it. So basically, if there's a candidate out there, hold on. If there's a candidate out there that is running for office and nothing they say resonate with you, they shouldn't have your votes. They should speak to you and your needs and what you think your community needs.
And I understand that, but I guess because I live in Sugar Land, Texas, I think somebody's from Houston. Troy Nels is it's mostly red here. So I want him out of office. So I think they're very racist. So I'm always gonna vote against them. So I'm gonna vote blue if I don't but mostly it's just for the taxes and my local for the local people. So and I know they say you vote for the lesser of two evils. I hate having to choose between I shouldn't have to vote for evil at all. But
yeah, I definitely don't. I will withhold my vote in a second before I vote for an evil person.
But when you let me know that you don't like me because of the color of my skin, when you're openly racist, then I have to kind of go against you.
Yeah, but what about the closet ones? To me, they're equal.
I understand that, but at least at least you're keeping it in the closet. You're not putting it in my face like Troy Nels is. No, I don't have. I'm FBA. What do you? I consider myself FBA. I don't understand what you mean by FBA. But okay, I gotta stop reading these comments because no, I'm not that person. I don't hate FBA. I support FBA causes. I support Hidden Colors. I support Afro Elite. I've donated to this platform. I've donated to several FBA platforms. So that's just not it takes a lot of energy to hate, and I just don't I don't have energy to hate, I guess. So I guess I'm gonna do full disclosure. I do have 53 years old. I do have a brain mass, so I know that I only have a few years left on this earth. So if I can do something positive to try to make this world a better place before I leave, then I'm gonna do that. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time hating. So that's just not in my DNA. So, but thank you so much for allowing me to come back up. And I just wanted to clarify a few things. Please let this lady go.
Yeah.
She's okay. Well, I'm sorry, I'm exhausting.
Look. Hey, Linda. I forgot. It's my fault. I forgot to warn you. I don't read the chat sometimes. Don't read the chat. Just say what you got to say with your chest. Stand up what you got to stand there and be proud of your decision. And then, hop off. But the chat is going to be the chat. And that's everywhere. The chats are brutal every space. Not just here, everywhere. But that's number one rule.
Yeah.
Is don't read the chat while you're talking.
Okay, but it's a lot of energy. It takes a lot of energy to hate a person. I just don't hate anybody. So that's just
nobody hates you.
Oh yes, they do. Somebody just said it, and that's okay. I love them. I don't know. How can they hate me?
Wait. What did they say? They said I hate her.
They said I hate Democrats.
Okay, yeah, they're talking about the thought, not you, the person. The thought. Yeah, we don't talk too much politics over here. That's why, they kind of caught, you kind of caught them off guard. Like I never talk politics.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, Ray Ray. I don't hate you because I vote Democrat. You're my family, and no, it takes a lot of energy to hate, and I don't hate you. I believe in the afterworld, and I know that I'm going to meet my maker, and I don't want to have that on my conscience to hate. That's just too much energy to hate, and I hope that you don't hate me or hate Democrats or hate Republicans. It just takes a lot of energy. But y'all have a good evening. I'm going to sign off again. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Linda. Yeah, but do not read the chat while you're talking. Like while I'm talking something controversial, I don't read that chat. I know they're gonna roast me. I'm gonna be all in my feelings. So no. You got to read the chat when you're saying something uncontroversial. All right, but let me find that Dennis Sperling video. Anybody else want to hit the chat button before I play the video? Anybody else? All right, let's get to it. I'm afraid to play his video because he's a Oh, okay, I got it. It's right here. There we are, family. So Linda, if you're still there, check this out. So Linda, you said you're 53, so you got to be able to brush off those emotions. You're 53. I know you heard worse things than that. If you claim to be in a community with a whole bunch of races, you heard worse than that. So have some tough skin, Linda. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so you gotta have tougher skin than that. If you're in a city and community where you say that there's races there, I'm sure they said worse things than what the chat may have said. All right. So let me share my screen.
It's going to disappear from your hand. Land is durable. Land is jurisdiction. Land is sovereignty. Foundational Black Americans, American Negroes, freedmen have always understood this intuitively. From Reconstruction forward, every serious advance towards independence was tied to land ownership, farming communities, towns, business institutions. Every time we acquired land at scale, it was taken from us. What we built was destroyed or undermined through violence, law, policy. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was not wrong when he said we needed land. He was not wrong when he said we needed to separate ourselves from certain folk.
There was a zoo in there. Here.
The problem was where and how. In the United States, even when Black people acquired land.
It's juice, Yugi.
Nothing stopped those white mobs.
Both of yours. Here you go, Yugi. It's hot.
Not the banks.
You're welcome.
Not the courts, not the legislators. Those white vigilantes, what did they do? Huh?
Wait, you can put some French fries.
What did they do? Here's a video from a television show. Look at this. Look at that. This is what they did. This is a video of a television show where they talk about what happened in Tulsa.
That place is a zoo in there, man. Damn.
So what happens if we get all this land? What's to stop the redneck brigade from invading us on the 4th of July? You understand? I mean, we've done this before. We've always had success. the bombings, the fire bombings. And this happened thousands of times around many different towns, whether we're talking about Elaine, Arkansas, Rosewood, Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's what they did. So, again, I think the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, even Marcus Garvey, to a certain extent, they were right. We do need our own land. We do need to separate ourselves because we're not safe. We're a tiny minority in the country surrounded by people who don't like us. Wilmington, Delaware, Elaine, and dozens of others. This country has never provided lasting security for Black land holding at scale. And today's conditions don't suggest that that has fundamentally changed. And what has changed is the form of threat. This is not the era of the Ku Klux Klan riding openly through town. This is a subtler, more total form of pressure: housing displacement, credit access denial, environmental exposure. Shout out to Timothy Bright. Policing, political marginalization, and now technological and economic destabilization. Different means, same outcome. And that is why land matters now more than ever. Why is this about Africa specifically? Well, this legal strategy is not about labor performed in America. Now, that's a morally powerful issue. But it's stalled for decades because it's asked the wrong defendant and relies on time periods when slavery was illegal. Their response is, well, you didn't do the labor. Everybody who did the labor is gone. Isn't that what they tell you when you say Black people deserve reparations? They tell you, well, you didn't do the labor. You weren't a slave. You didn't work for free. So why should you be compensated for the labor that somebody else did? And so that's why we're talking about stolen African land and resources, because that land is still there, and the people who stole it from us, who sanctioned us being sold, those governments, their successors are still there. Because see, before our ancestors ever worked one day on an American plantation, they were removed from African land, from their villages, from their inherited plots, from their political membership, from their mineral-bearing territories, from their intergenerational continuity. When Africans were illegally trafficked after 1808, after the trade was outlawed, entire tracts of land were empty. Those lands didn't vanish. They remained under the control of the successive states. The minerals beneath them, oil, gold, diamonds, cobalt, are still being extracted today. And that is a property claim. That's restitution law. That is legally cognizable harm, and it belongs in court. Now look here, suing Africa is not betrayal, it's accuracy. See, many people, and I see you all out there struggling right now, you're struggling emotionally. You're struggling emotionally with the idea of suing African successor states. That discomfort is understandable, but it's misplaced. Because see, look here, historically, reality matters more than your feelings. African kingdoms and politics were not passive bystanders in the post-1808 illegal slave trade. Many of them knowingly continued to capture and sell people after the trade was criminalized, profiting from land clearance and human export. And that fact has been documented by historians for decades. Law does not require unanimity of morality. It requires truth and evidence. This project, it doesn't indict Africa as a people. It names specific successor states tied to specific voyages already adjudicated as illegal by the U.S. courts at the time. The truth is not anti-African. The truth is not anti-anything. The truth is the foundation of repair. Now, We need somewhere to go. I'm talking to my foundational Black American brothers and sisters, whether you still call yourself African American, Black American. Some of you all might be still colored on your birth certificates, depending on when you were born. Some of us, you remember the term American Negro. Some of us can go way back and remember colored and freedmen. But what you need to understand is that there are 45 million Black people in the United States today. Approximately 25% already have somewhere to go because they're first and second generation African immigrants or they're Caribbean immigrants, and they still have existing national homes and families. They even have dual citizenships by birth or descent. We as Black Americans don't have that. We're the only Black population in America without that. We don't have a nation to return to. We don't have guaranteed external citizenship or a territorial fallback option. And as American politics become more and more polarized and more racialized, okay, these racial tensions have become more explicit. This is not an abstract concern. Every serious people plans for an exit option, okay? And let's tell the truth plainly. There are too many of us to go anywhere else except Africa. You're not going to put 37 million Black Americans on an island or into someone else's country. It is physically impossible. I've been to Jamaica. There's just not enough room. So the only livable landmass large enough to receive us is Africa. The one place in the world where we were violently removed from. That land is—
I don't know what he talking about. That ain't what I wanted to play. Hold on. Let me get back. Yeah, that was not it. He talking about some Garvey. I thought he was going somewhere new with that. I don't know what he talking about. That ain't what I wanted to play. I don't know what he talking about. Anybody know he was talking like that? That's news to me. In fact, I don't think I want to hear no more until I further investigate what he talking about. I don't know what he was on.
Thank you is what you should be saying to foundational Black Americans, right?
Marcus Garvey come here since the 1920s.
Marcus Garvey was a buster, and they—
Hey, yo, I didn't even mean to play this, but I'm glad. It was a perfect timing.
Like how Mexicans would do it.
Okay, no, I mean, we know that. I mean, you're not teaching us.
They don't know that.
Who don't know that?
The FBAs don't know that.
Who are the FBAs?
The followers of yours don't know that.
No, 45 million people don't follow me, sir.
Okay. I'm talking specifically.
There is no the FBAs. That's not a group. There's no group. That's some shit that you'd have made up in your imagination.
No.
You're getting mad. You're getting frustrated by an imaginary group that you'd have made up. There's 45 million foundational Black Americans.
So listen,
I don't know what they do. I don't know what all they do.
So listen.
All right. And all of them don't follow me.
I'm making up a group, FBA.
You what?
I'm asking. I am making up a group.
Yeah. You're making up some kind of organization that has followers and all that shit. That's some shit you made up.
Man, this is crazy, man.
There is no organization where I got followers called FBA. There's 45 million people who are not immigrants who are FBA lineage. That's what we're talking about, sir. See, we got to have the right conversations here. You understand?
Well, however you put it, I'm talking about the FBAs that don't know how the immigration system work. And
most of us know how. Most foundational Black Americans are very well aware of how it works, sir.
And like to ask us immigrants, what you doing here in our country, huh? And you know what? What I tell them when they ask me that? I tell them, listen, this land called America, specifically the USA, United States of America. This land was belonged to the native. Now it belongs to the European. They can't ask me nothing what I'm doing here. Because at the end of the day, they don't own the land. They barely own the clothes on their backs.
Who?
The same group of people.
You mean foundational Black Americans?
Yes.
Oh, this is our land.
Man,
sir.
listen, you guys barely own the clothes on their backs, man.
We're not you.
So
We're
don't
not third world.
So don't fool yourself.
We're not third world refugees. You're projecting,
Don't
sir.
fool yourself.
You don't own nothing in your homeland. That's why you had to flee.
You're spending power.
No. You're projecting your failure of your homeland. You don't own nothing.
Man,
you can't even go to the beaches on your homeland. I can go to every beach in this damn country, sir.
We can go
understand
to
that?
all of our beaches.
No, you can't. No, you
Listen,
can't. No, you
we
can't.
can.
No, you can't. That's why you over here. You can't do nothing over
You want me to prove it?
You ain't got nothing popping. You don't own nothing there, and
Listen.
you're the majority. We own more
Whenever
stuff
a
over
person
here.
speaks,
We foundational Black Americans own more stuff over here, and we're the minority than you do as a majority in your homeland, sir.
That person
Huh?
speaking facts, you start muting them.
No. When you babbling bullshit, no, you're going to get checked and some reality is going to kick in. You don't own nothing in your homeland. Don't project that onto us, telling us what we don't own. Several of us are business owners. Yeah, we own the clothes on our backs. We own our homes. We don't live in shanty towns, sir. So what you talking about? And you wouldn't be over here if it were not for foundational Black Americans, sir. If it weren't for us, you'd be over there in Kingston eating some damn jerk chicken with some flip-flops on, scratching your ass, sir. That's what you'd be doing. So stop playing. Thank you is what you should be saying to foundational Black Americans, right?
Marcus Garvey come here since the 1920s.
Marcus Garvey was a buster and they ran him up out of here. Marcus Garvey didn't get nothing. Marcus Garvey didn't get shit popping over there, and we elevated him and got him up out of here because he was a buster, clicking up with the damn Klan. And Garvey didn't get a damn thing going on in Jamaica. He left it in disgust. That's why he passed away in Britain. All right?
Uneducated, man.
I'm very educated. Y'all didn't do shit for Garvey. Garvey didn't do a damn thing in the Caribbean, but got the hell out of there and went over to Britain.
You're uneducated. That's why you keep muting me.
No. You ain't gonna just say stuff. We know what the facts are, sir. You're not just gonna say stuff.
That's why you keep muting me, man.
No, you doing some damn jerk chicken babble. We don't want to hear it. You don't know what you're talking about. No, sir. You're not gonna talk over me. All right. Oh, Lord. Now let's get some straightening in here. Go ahead. What's on your mind? Let's talk about it.
Because you don't like to hear the facts.
You're not saying no facts. No, we don't sit here just lying and saying bullshit and projecting, telling us we don't own anything. Yeah, we own more than you in your failed homeland. I can guarantee you that.
So let me ask you this question.
Yeah, ask me.
This land called United States of America, it don't belong to the European?
No, it's us. It's ours.
All your spending.
It's ours.
Listen, all your spending power that you're talking about, they ain't mean shit, because you can't make nothing, not even one decision in this country. Fuck you talking about?
Oh, yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yeah, we crashed out a president, your fellow Jamaican tether, Kamala. We made a decision to not let her ass get elected. We did that. That was us doing that.
Yes, because at the end of the day, you know what? You like to kiss the white man ass. That's why you do that.
Oh, that's you. Oh, that's you. That's you and your damn culture with your cake soap. You're sitting up over there looking like Vibes Cartel with your cake soap all over your face. Don't tell me nothing. I done been over there to
Michael Jackson did it first.
No. I done been over to your resorts. Y'all waddling around them resorts with them big old white women over there. Don't tell me who kissed white ass. Y'all love when a white tea person shows up. Y'all treat them like God over there, sir. So stop it.
And the same thing with you guys. You treat them like gods too.
No, we don't.
Of course.
We don't. We check them. Y'all don't check them like us. We check them. We don't give a damn about them. We got our own. We got our own long-lasting culture here, sir. We have a deep-rooted culture here that we never fled from, like you, huh?
You know the reason why you guys don't like immigrants?
No, we don't give a damn one way or another. We don't dislike immigrants. You ain't got nothing to dislike, sir. You're a refugee. You're nobody to dislike, to be honest.
Listen, you know.
Oh, but tell me why. Tell me what you got. Okay, let's hear this. We don't like immigrants because of what?
Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me tell you guys.
Oh, take all your time in the world. Let's hear this.
I hear you guys say, "Oh, we are not Africans. We don't look like no Africans over there." You know what? The reason why you don't look like Africans? Because you got too much white man admixture in your. If you take a jug of orange juice and you pour red Kool-Aid in it, it will not remain the same color. You understand me? So that's the reason why you look in the mirror. You don't like yourself, so you don't like other black people.
We love ourselves. No. When we look in the mirror, you know what we don't see? A bunch of goddamn cake soap like y'all do in Jamaica. You don't tell me about who don't like themselves. Y'all going over there, you're ashy and your knuckles are all dark and your face is pink. You don't tell me about who don't like themselves. Y'all got a cake soap problem over there. You're cake soaping left and right, sir. So stop it. Right?
Let me ask you a question. Because at the end of the day, Tariq, I'm going to school your ass. You're going to learn today.
You can't school me, sir. You can only school me on the best shoes to run in, sir, because that's all you good at.
Listen, let me ask you this question.
Ain't nobody, a refugee can't school me on nothing.
Let me ask you this question.
You are a refugee, sir.
Wasn't you used to bleach before?
The what?
You wasn't bleaching before?
Hell no.
I can pull up a video right now of you bleaching before. And the guy said, "This is Tariq Nasheed. This is what he used to look like." Man, you used to bleaching before. And you can't talk about bleaching. Michael Jackson did it first.
Sir, don't project your tether shit onto us. Y'all love projecting your tether shit onto us.
I know.
Y'all tethers project your failure and your failed culture onto us. We're not like you, sir. We own things. We don't flee. We ain't running around with cake soap. That's not us, sir.
Tariq, listen, what you say, you guys don't flee?
No, we don't, sir.
All right,
that's why we've been here for the longest.
Give me 1 second to prove to you how you guys flee.
You know, you're not about to prove anything, sir, because we're here and not fleeing in another homeland.
Hold on.
In another person's land, sir.
Hold on.
Flee where? Flee where? Where we gonna flee to?
Give me a second to prove it to you.
No. You tell me. Verbally tell me where. I don't need all that.
I'm gonna tell you.
No, where? Flee where?
You guys were the first to flee.
To where?
You flee from you
can't even get your lie out.
Hold on.
You can't even get your damn lie out.
You're free from the south to the north. You're free from You're free from America to Canada, then you're free from America to Mexico. You're free to Haiti. You guys was the first to flee.
Well, then why are we still here?
You understand me? You was the first to flee.
Why are we still here?
You're talking to a person who...
Why are we still here 45 million deep then?
Yes, but you guys used to flee.
Yes, but Bumba Clyde, no. Yeah.
This man...
Get this giggling tether up out of here. Then when they start giggling like bitches, now it sounds flirty. Get out of here, Batty boy. They want us to be fleeing tethers like them. These people are so resentful because we ain't fleeing damn refugees. We ain't flee nothing. Yeah, we own stuff. Yeah, don't project your shit onto us. Yeah, we own more than you. Yeah, this is our land. This is our homeland. We are the culture of this country. We are the culture. Our culture is the biggest export, the sports, the music, all of that.
That's some of the biggest exports of this country. That comes from us. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we don't flee. Yeah, this is ours. This is our homeland. Yeah, we're under global white supremacy, but we're the only people who fight it consistently. We were the ones making sure that equal rights were all across the board over here. We, as foundational Black Americans, control that. Don't tell me what we can't make no decisions. We made sure your fellow tether didn't get our ass up in that White House. We sure made that decision, didn't we? And the DNC know we did it. Yeah, we ain't you, dude. We ain't fleeing and running all over the place. We know how to get on code long enough to get stuff done. The hell out of here. Excuse me, guys. Yeah. Sinus issues. Talking about Marcus Garvey. Get out of here. Marcus Garvey failed in Jamaica. Marcus Garvey straight up failed in Jamaica. And the activists over here saw the con game he was doing. He started meeting up with the Klan secretly. That's when they're like, we gotta get this tether up out of here. This tether's trying to get us hemmed up. Yeah? Man. All right. Oh, yeah, we're going to have to do a deep dive on Marcus Garvey so these tethers stop throwing Marcus Garvey's name in there. Marcus Garvey had a secret meeting with the damn Klan down in Atlanta. He went down there on the low and met up with them, and then it got revealed later. And that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. That rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. That's when they had the Garvey Must Go movement. They're like, what is this Negro trying to do? Because the Klan at the time, the Klan was acting like a shadow government at the time. It's like, hey, we don't frolic with them at all. Yeah, the Klan was the shadow government at that time. The Klan was extremely powerful at that time. The Black community was vehemently against that. Like, we're not sitting at the table with them for nothing. You understand? Yeah, we're not sitting at the table with no damn Klan for no reason. Yeah, 1922 down in Atlanta, Marcus Garvey took his big back ass down there and met with the Klan on the low, did it in secret. You know, that rubbed a lot of foundational Black Americans the wrong way at the time, as it should. Yeah? Man, please do a club dancer. Who is this person talking about? He a club dancer. Marcus Garvey does more than, okay, well, hold on, get your ass on. Azania? Or is that Marcus Garvey's wife in that thing? Get on, Azania. Marcus Garvey didn't do shit, but got propped up by us.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great, because I tried to get into your conversation the other week and there was difficulties with the technology.
Yes,
I was
ma'am.
happy to listen, sir, but you're so wrong about Marcus Garvey.
Oh, well, tell me what's right. What's right?
Well, firstly, you said that Marcus Garvey was what in Jamaica? Kicked out?
Failed. He failed in Jamaica.
All right, let's put this into perspective.
Mhm.
Jamaica was a colony under British rule at the time of Marcus Garvey's birth. Marcus Garvey was born roughly 50 years after the end of the enslavement of African people in Jamaica. He was born into a society that was still ruled with color, albeit that the abolition of the slave trade had been made law by the British government. However, the mindset of a people who for hundreds of years had been dehumanized and led to believe that the darker you are, the less you are human. In other words, the color hierarchy was still a major problem. Colorism was still
Okay. What we're going to have to do, man, we can't do village stories. We got to get right to the point because
well,
this
it's not a village story, it's history. So the point is Marcus Garvey traveled he was fortunate to have been born into a home where his father had a collection of books, so he had a natural interest in reading, writing, history. His godfather, owned a printery, so after he left school, he went to work at his godfather's printery, which is why he got his early skills.
Ma'am.
This is
Give
the
us the
history.
cliff notes. Give us the cliff notes.
Right,
We don't
so
have
you're
time
saying
for
he
this.
failed in Jamaica. He was persecuted in Jamaica when he returned after traveling. He actually left Jamaica. He went to Costa Rica. He saw wherever.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm not going to sit here and just let her just do village babbling. This is babbling and splaining, all right? I don't want to hear it. You're trying to make excuses for failure. Okay, you're proving that he failed. Now you're just making excuses as to why. So I'm not wrong. All you're doing is just making excuses as to why he failed. Who gives a damn? He didn't get shit popping in Jamaica or the Caribbean. He failed. He didn't get his movement popping over there. Well, you have to understand there was colonialism, and there was some jerk chicken on the floor, and he fell and hurt his back. And he okay, I don't want to hear all that village story shit. I don't want to hear it. Garvey failed over there. He could not get anything popping. I don't want to hear about no damn colonialism. And it was the British running shit. Yeah, the white supremacists, we were dealing with them, and we still got on code over here. Yeah, we still got on code, and we help people in the diaspora. Jamaicans weren't trying to do that. Come on now. Let's talk about it. Yeah, we were dealing with white supremacists too, and we still knew how to get on code with each other and make things happen. Yeah, Garvey came over, got elevated by us. We elevated Garvey. We made Garvey a thing because we had shit popping over here. We had Tuskegee popping. That's how he got over here. The people from Tuskegee was campaigning to get him over here. Come on now, let's tell real history. And then he come over here and we elevate him, we prop him up. Hey, okay, that's our brother from a foreign land. We're trying to be on some global black thing. He come over, okay, hey, our brother is talking like we talking. All right, let's get it popping. Then we saw he started meeting up with the damn Klan on the low. We're like, oh, this big nigga might be funny style now. So yeah, we were like, oh, he can kick rocks. You understand? No. We don't do village stories, Azila, or whatever you name it, Azania. We don't do village stories. We ain't doing all that splaining. We ain't doing all that splaining. He was meeting up with way too many white supremacists over here for us. So we were cool on that. Yeah, he never got anything popping. Only thing he got popping, he came over here and we elevated him. He only got things popping with us. Marcus Garvey never touched foot in Africa. Never sat one of his little ashy big toes in Africa. You know? Got people's money and bought janky ass ships. Yeah. Come on, man. Yeah, they've been running these little Pan-African schemes and scams all the way back then. Let's just tell the truth and stop playing games with this shit. Let's tell the truth about this. Yeah? We telling the truth now. We ain't doing all that old splaining. Yeah, he never went to Africa. Yeah, he was Umar School before Umar School. That ship was Umar School. That's why Umar has the same spirit. You know, damn all that. You understand? Damn all that. And you calling up making excuses as to why he failed, nobody cares. The point is he failed. Yeah? Man. You know tethers they start trying to explain when they start talking in circles. Everything has to be a long, drawn-out village story. No. We ain't sitting through that. And they try to wear you down with the village stories. No, just get to the damn point. Now, what you don't understand is that, you know, there was the Queen of England. They were very hostile, and it was a hostile environment. And man, I don't want to hear all that. I don't want to hear all that. Voice of the grind. What you talking about, voice of the grind? Well, you just saying anything, dude. Oh yeah, what had happened was, yeah. No, I'm not about to let you sit here and just village babble. Just tell us some whole long ass drawn out story when you're not getting to the point. That's called splaining. All right, all them damn excuses. Ma'am. Let's stop all that. Yeah, the Black Star Line, a raggedy ass ship. Just everything was raggedy. Man, fuck out of here. Let's tell the truth. You know? Man. All right. Shout out to everybody in here. Let me see where we at on our yeah, I just want to put context. Let me move the goalpost around. Okay, yeah, none of that. No. No. This is what I'm saying. All of that not taking accountability. What about Nzinga? Oh, Nzinga was, yeah, Nzinga was knee deep in the slave trade too. Getting together with these old cannibalistic tribes, committing infanticide, getting babies and crushing infants and rubbing the remains of crushed infants into oils and herbs and putting it on your body because it's supposed to make you invincible because you're taking on the spirit of the infants you crushed. She was doing all types of weird shit like that. Yeah? She was doing all types of weird stuff. African with the flag, you said, what's not true? African with the flag, hop on.
Yo, you hear me?
Yes, what's not true?
That Queen Latinga was a slave trader.
Of the brutality that we're experiencing now. Come home, my brothers. I miss you so. The white man stole you away long ago. I could not go get you in a boat. I've been waiting for so long. Come home, my brother. So we created that. You understand? We created that bullshit. And you go over there like, give me $20, nigga. It's like, oh, hold on. Now it's a bunch of musty niggas begging. Hold on. What kind of, this ain't heaven? This is a musty hell. Very interesting. But yeah, man, you never know, man. Man, you can vet people. Man, it's you don't know what's going on with these folks out here. You don't know. You never know. Only thing you can do is stay thorough. That's all I can do. I can just stay thorough, try to help and get down with as many people as possible. But you never know. You can vet people. Again, I thought he was a solid dude. Man, I've been around the cat several times. It's always been respect to me in person. So, you know, you never know. But, you know, I got to understand, you know, how my profile, I have a large profile, and there's a lot of intelligence agencies that send folks at me, just like when we had the reparations rally. I mean, the intelligence agencies had folks, they had some operatives right up under me, dangerously close, that put me and my family in danger. You know, dangerously close. You understand? They had some ops right up in the mix. So, you know, I just got to keep eyes and ears open. You know, I got to keep eyes and ears open, man. Yeah. Yeah, man. That was very dangerous when we doing the rally for reparations. And I had the co-host on some damn op shit. And come to find out they were doing some more undercover Fed shit all along. Oh, it was heavy. That's why these people, they do this op shit, then they disappear. You don't see them no more. Notice some of these people who did all this op shit, they just disappear. Literally just disappear. You don't see them at all. You understand? They just disappear. Yeah? So that lets you know what the agenda was. Yeah? Well, let me get some more of the family in here. Y'all raise your hand. Y'all raise your hand, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your hand, ladies and gentlemen. All right? Let me get some of the people in here. Let me see. LC Don. Yeah, the footage of the British dude, that's going to go up tomorrow. That was really funny. The ashy lip British dude. Oh yeah, that's going up tomorrow. LC Don, what's up, brother?
What's
And he's in
happening,
here too.
man?
What's up,
What's
LC?
going on? What's going on?
I'm good. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Hey, all I gotta say is though, because it's some people in the past you put in hidden colors that kind of, you know what I'm saying, flip the other script and everything.
Yeah.
I think you should just keep him on there, you know what I'm saying, whatever truth he's speaking, and, you know, from there, just don't deal with the dude again, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, at the end of the day, it's still up to you. If you feel in your heart you got to remove him, then, you know, remove him. But I say you should still, you know, if he's spitting that truth that we can go with, you know, I think you should leave him on there and, you know, keep your distance from certain folks, you know?
There you go. Yeah, that's a valid argument, but the family said hell no. All right, yeah, that I was kind of thinking the same thing, you know, but the family was like, nah, no, we good. All right, if y'all good, we good. All right. Yeah, because I don't want y'all to feel uneasy watching them in the project. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. And you know, just not a good look. And then in the video, he start talking about how we be attacking Africans. Dude, all of that we attack Africans where we have to ignore all the janky stuff that's done by them to us. Because again, you got to understand 19 Keys, he does some of that Pan-African stuff. He's over there trying to do business deals and all that. And I think this delineation for a lot of these people who are trying to do some Pan-African business deals or whatever, this is drying up that Pan-African bag. You understand?
I wonder if Lex got any
This
Pan-African.
delineation is really drying that Pan-African bag up.
I wonder if I wonder if Lex is selling Africans. What? Yeah, because he said something. Hold on, let me go back a little bit.
I want y'all to feel uneasy watching them in the project. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. And you know, just not a good.
This part right here.
And then in the video, he start talking about.
Oh my God! I can't stop the damn thing, man.
How
I can't press
we
pause.
be attacking Africans,
That
dude.
fucking phone.
All of that we attack Africans where we have to ignore all the janky stuff that's done by
I'm
them
trying
to
to
us.
Press pause. It won't let me press pause.
Because again, you got to understand 19 Keys. He
God
does some
damn.
of that Pan-African stuff. He's over there trying to do business deals and all that. And I think this delineation for a lot of these people who are trying to do some Pan-African business.
All right. Yeah, what's up with Zoom, man? What's up with Zoom? Man, it's kind of all right. God damn. All right. Let me go back. I was trying to pause it because I was going to say something. Let me go back. God damn, man. Now I got to go all the way back. What are we doing right here now? What are we doing? God. Zoom thing's like going crazy. That's why I can't stand you this goddamn phone, man. There we go. This app wouldn't even end the rotation. Okay, hopefully I can
Drying
play
up
it.
that Pan-African bag.
All right, I'm gonna back it up.
Us, because again, you got to understand 19 Keys. He does some of that Pan, but the family said, hell no.
All right, so this is a response to Lex and everybody who says, "Oh, you're disrespecting the elders. You're attacking the elders," which that's stupid language. You're not doing either one. We're addressing their errors. That's why we're not gonna let nobody be flawless when they're not.
All right, yeah, that I was kind of thinking the same thing, but the family was like, nah, no, we good. All right, if y'all good, we good. All right.
All right, listen.
Yeah, because I don't want y'all to feel uneasy watching them in the project. I don't want that.
Caught the light for no reason.
I don't want that at all. And
here we go.
Just not a good look. And then in the video, he start talking about
right here
how we be attacking Africans. Dude, all of that we attack Africans where we have to ignore all the janky stuff that's done by them to us.
There you go. That's to Lex, okay, the Pan-African FBA guy who's more Pan-African. You're disrespecting the ancestors. Stop. So we're attacking them who's attacking us. Does that make any sense? They are saying the foul stuff out their mouths, disrespecting us, rewriting our history. Got people repeating that garbage to come at us, to attack us. They got people repeating that garbage that, oh, Africans never sold y'all. Or the other one, you ain't FBA, you African nigga, or your agents. So we got to let that go. And we address that we're attacking them. That's what Lex did. And like I said, I had my receipt. I played the first time where he told me when I addressed Professor Smalls for being disrespectful twice. The latter time when he said we're agents. He did, and Tariq the leader, whatever he was saying. Y'all heard it. Yo, FBA Ron, unbiased Ron, I got a problem with you, man. You keep attacking the elders. And like I said, as you can see, I found that video so fast. That was, long. You know how long that was ago when Professor Smalls said that about the lineage? I remember because I said, okay, that was weird. And he claimed to be FBA and selling all these FBA things. Okay, let me hold on to that in my mind because I believe it's going to show his ugly face again. Guess what? It shows that other Pan-African elders are disrespecting lineage, lying on us, disrespected by lying on us, rewriting history, calling us African, setting up stages for another country to claim reparations on our behalf. So you got to call them out. Oh, you're disrespecting the elders again. It's like, dude, why do you keep saying that? You know how off code you are, my guy? Nobody's disrespecting. Well, first of all, we don't have no Pan-African elders, but nobody's disrespecting them by calling them out. I played the video. It was no hearsay, no rumor. I said I heard it from somewhere. I played the video of him saying Africans were never involved in the slave trade. How was that disrespecting the elder? Was that a lie? Oh no, he's disrespecting the lineage. Oh, I said, was that a lie? Did he lie right there? Oh no, see, what he really meant was Africans ain't really be a part of the modern 2026 slave trade that's happening in Africa. Yeah, Africans, well, they're part of that too. No, okay, so Africans didn't sell, like, dude, stop, man. Just stop, bro. you got this undying. I don't know if they. Yeah, I don't know if he got this his infatuated love for the Pan-African movement, and they kicked him out because he told the story. He said they all kicked him out. Like they blackballed him, whatever. So maybe he's over here for nothing, for the wrong reason. Like he wanted to get back in with those guys. I see him on Sonetta just yesterday. He was over there just yesterday. He was over there before I went live. He was over there back with his group, the Pan-Africans. You're there on Sonetta just yesterday. He was over there. All right. He finally, stopped lying to himself and got back into Pan-Africanism. I don't know. But you ain't gonna lie on us. You did? All right, let's get it. So anyway, I went back to this video because I thought he picked up on Garvey on this video. I know he cooked the guy on Garvey earlier, and I could have sworn he went back to Garvey on this one. At the end of this one, I got a good memory. Like I thought it was a Joy Reid one, but I knew it was either one of these, or either this one or that one. Let's see.
Because again, you got to understand 19 Keys. He does some of that Pan-African stuff. He's over there trying to do business deals and all that. And I think this delineation for a lot of these people who are trying to do some Pan-African business deals or whatever, this is drying up that Pan-African bag. You understand? This delineation is really drying that Pan-African bag up. And that's the issue. That's one of the issues. Just feel like with James, look at all the people.
And yeah, I gotta replay that. I'm about to park and get out and get to my laptop because I gotta replay that Dennis Sperling stuff. Like, what was he talking about? Africa. Like, I missed that because I was eating. I got some of that cane chicken again. You dig? I don't know what Chad talking about, man. That is the spot. All right, hold on.
People who we kind of had falling out with, or who fell out with me. I was cool with everybody, but Umar, the Prince of PayPal, James Small has a little motel over there in West Africa that I actually helped them with, by the way. I helped them when they were struggling. So, a lot of these folks, they have these Pan-African dealings. And delineation is drying that Pan-African bag up. You see? That sounds like what it is. Hold on, who is this? Montana Gang, hop on, Montana Gang. Montana Gang, hop on.
Let me see if this is the one with
hop on, Montana
talk about
Gang.
Garvey.
Yeah.
If not, I'll find another time.
Montana Gang, hop on. Oh,
Yeah, I was trying to get all of my Garvey videos up because he's supposed to be going in depth on Garvey sometime soon. So I'm eager to see what is he gonna say that's different from what angle he coming from. Cause y'all know I consider myself a Garveyologist. Now I know a lot about Garvey, but am I a Garvey expert? No. But I do know a lot of the BS that people won't tell about Garvey that's embarrassing and make Garvey look like a piece of trash, which he really is. Okay, like that part I know about Garvey. So I'm interested to see what angle Tariq coming with. But people know that Garvey topic, that's my topic.
Not going to troll in the chat room and then don't get on. Get on, Montana. Yeah, you didn't get on. You ain't saying all that with your chest. All right? Don't be trolling in the chat room. Get out here and say it with your chest. Yeah? Get out here and say it with your damn chest. And your peak to do, you hop on, sir. Now, peak to do, you must be a tether. Peak to do, what's happening?
Yo, what's up, Tariq?
Okay, this Rohan.
I don't know who that is, man.
Now, where are you? Are you?
But 19 Keys just realized you're fraud, man. He just peeped your game. And he just.
Then why was he in the film then?
Yeah, he probably just didn't realize then, and he just realized now and woke
So
up
he just
to it.
realized all of a sudden?
Yeah, it takes time to realize fraud, man.
How long does it take?
It takes some time for different people.
What's the fraud?
The fraud that he probably thought you were a solid person, but then
What's the fraud? You haven't explained the fraud. What was the fraud?
he literally mentioned it in the video.
What's the fraud?
You a hater of African people.
That's not a fraud. Hating you musty tethers. I like African people, but not you musty tethers. That's not a
Now,
fraud.
see, that's the fraud right there.
I don't
because
like
you just
musty
lied.
tethers. I don't like musty tethers like yourself. That's not a fraud.
You just lied right there. See, that's the
That's
fraud
not a
19
fraud.
kids woke up to.
That's not a fraud.
It is fraud because
How is that a
you
fraud?
say
You being a musty tether that I don't want in my business. That's not a fraud.
Nah, you say
I
you
tell
love.
you.
You just
No. The fraud would be to be deceptive about it. I tell you tethers in your face, I don't like you musty tethers in our business.
nah. You just
Right?
lied. You said you love Africans and then you attack Africans.
Oh, I do. I was over in Africa, had a great time, but you are a musty tether. You're
So
different.
white supremacists in Africa all the time. So what?
No. You're a musty tether. You're different from the people over there because you fled. You're not even
Hold
over
on,
there.
hold on. When you just said you've been
You're
to
not even
Africa,
over
like
there,
that
you
changes
fled.
anything. Like what the
You're
hell?
not even over there. You fled.
What do
And
you
you're
mean you've been to
projecting- and you're
Africa so you don't hate
projecting your-
you don't
and
hate
you're
Africans?
And you're projecting your fraud mindset onto me, sir. That's called a projection, sir.
No, people are waking up, man. Salute to
No,
19 kids.
people are waking up to your must.
Salute to
because
19 kids, man. Expose your fraudulent ass.
Well, I guess Lex is waking up too, Lex Vortex, because he definitely called us a cult.
What was the you didn't there's no fraud, sir. You're projecting. You didn't even expose a fraud. See, that's how thorough I am. You can't even point out a fraud. I'm the most thorough guy on here, sir.
See,
You,
19
sir.
kids told you
You, sir.
to realize,
But
like,
sir, you see, everybody's turning on 19 keys. They're not
more
turning
people
on.
gonna wake
They're
up.
turning on
More
19
people
keys.
gonna wake up like
They're
19.
turning on 19 keys. They're not turning on me. Notice that?
That's
And tether support
little
ain't
fans,
working.
man.
Support from you tethers ain't working. How's that working out for anybody? Huh? You tethers are not a viable support base. Y'all can't even
Right.
support each other in your homeland, sir.
Hey, I've been saying that a lot. Like, you got a very few tether spaces out here where people are coming to, but it's not a lot. Like, the FBA spaces are lit. Like, there's a whole bunch of us. Me, Afro, Elite. You know, I can run them all off to you. But the tether spaces, nah, them things far and few. You dig? So, and they don't support each other. Look at the Pan-African spaces. They don't get no buzz without our name in them because they don't support each other. So they get a bunch of haters of us all together in one spot when they talk about us. So they put us in a title. But if you look at them when they talk about regular Pan-African stuff, nobody shows up. And you want to talk about grifting? Like, yo, like Dr. Ruxpin, all of his videos was about Pan-African stuff. And then he started talking about us, and you know when you do that, you get a couple more views. And then, man, that dude just been talking about people like him, the Mayats and everybody else. It's all they do is put us in their title while they claim they hate us. And we're a cult, you know, use the same language as Lex Vortex, use the same language as him, but got us all in the titles.
How's that working?
Fraud pays, bro. Fraud pays.
That's you projecting, sir. That's why you have to flee from your homeland, sir. You come from a fraud culture, right?
Nah, that's you. That's you, man.
That's
Tariq,
you,
everyone
sir.
knows.
That's why you can't point out a fraud with me. You can't
Everyone
even point
knows
it
your
out.
grift, man.
You can't.
Everyone's
No,
gonna wake up.
grifting don't exist. That's a homosexual word. But yeah, you can't point out a fraud, sir. That's how thorough I am. But you,
What do you
sir,
mean
you come from a fraud culture. That's why you're not in your homeland. That's why you're over here with us, right?
I was looking for, okay, I don't think this is the one with Garvey. I don't think I'm gonna do it.
The goat milk and support him. You support him, sir.
All right, so this ain't it. All right, I'll find the other Garvey thing because I'm trying to put together a whole Garvey compilation, you know. So when Tariq, I'm trying to get it ready now. So when he does his live on Garvey, you know, we're gonna address that, do a reaction. I'm gonna play back everything that I have come across and other things Tariq Nasheed says. So I'm kind of putting it together, you know, because he'll talk about Garvey in spurts, and I'm gathering all those things and putting them together. I think Yvette Cornell cooked on Garvey. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just putting it all together. Hey, but as far as Linda, if you're still in the chat, you're new here. You like to talk a lot, I see. Because I was trying to like talk to you. You like, and I was understanding you. You were talking, I was understanding you. But you like to talk a lot. You were not really listening to what I was saying. And you kept, the reason why they're calling you a shill, Democrat shill, because you act like the Democrats are not racist too. That's the part where we start scratching our head. Like, so you one of those to believe racism just come from the white people who are red, the conservatives. Like, you don't believe the Bidens and those folks are racist. And I didn't want to go there with her. You feel me? I'll let the sister just talk, but I was real tempted to ask her, like, so you voted for Kamala, like you thought Kamala was going to do something. You dig? But I like I said, I don't really go that way on my podcast too often, so I didn't do that. But I really want to ask her, like, so you believe Kamala was the savior type shit, But like I said, I didn't want to take it. I just want to hear her out. But as she kept talking, she was saying a lot of things off code. That's why eventually I was like, "Yo, have you read the chat?" Like, yeah, because she almost kind of like shoved me away, like I'm bugging. That's why I was like, "Hey, did you read the chat? Like, you're the one off right now, not me." But you don't know that because, like you said, you're new. But you already start off wrong by acting like we can't sue for reparation in America. She said class action suit. Like, why do you think we doing that? But again, you're talking to your sister, who's a lawyer, who knows nothing, who's never had a case for reparation before. Like, yeah, like that's the thing. Like, people think because they're a lawyer that they know everything. No, divorce lawyers know about divorce, marriage, and they don't know about criminal cases. Criminal cases don't know about class action, and reparations. People like that know about that. Yeah, so it's not the one for all. Like, I'm a lawyer, so I know all about everything. No, you don't. They gotta research it. Lawyers, when you give them your case, they research your case. They start looking to the argument, the possible counter arguments, and blah 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 blah. So, like, when did her sister look into reparations like thoroughly? Like, she don't even know if it's a race-based, lineage-based. I know nothing. I guarantee she knows nothing. She because this is a difficult thing that you have to be worded properly. And matter of fact, before I get off, let me do this, because I know the big brother going live soon, so I'm trying to time it. Oh damn, Lynn about to cuss me out. I know the big brother going live soon, so I'm trying to time it. How you doing, Linda?
Cuss me
Linda, you
out.
gotta mute.
Oh, let me.
You gotta
I'm sorry.
mute your. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, you about to. Yeah.
Okay. Was there something you wanted to say to me?
Yeah. So I was saying, when you call in new spaces and you're hearing new arguments and different positions, the best thing to do is listen to those positions, arguments, and then look at them later, consider them. But when I was talking to you, you was kind of like shooting them down, and and you was like sticking to your talking points. Like, even when we was talking about Ghana, I was asking you questions and giving you this, giving that. You was kind of shooting it down and just circling back to what you were talking about earlier. So the thing is, I'm like, wow, listen to her. I understood where she's coming from completely, but she's not really listening to where I'm coming from and understanding me. Like it's almost like you didn't even like try to listen to where I was coming from. You just like
No,
heard me out. Okay.
I was definitely listening. I'm learning. That's what, I thought we were just having a conversation. I thought it was an open dialogue. But yeah, I'm
Right.
learning. I'm taking notes. So yeah, I'm definitely
Right.
listening.
I
I'm
mean,
learning so much.
but it,
Appreciate you.
yeah, it is an open dialogue. But what I'm saying is like even when I was talking about the voting thing, now the voting thing, do what you want to do. Like you don't got to tell nobody who you vote for and things like that. That's why most people don't disclose that because it's a controversial, sensitive topic. So most people don't even tell you who they voted for because they know it might not go well for the people who don't vote that way. But even when you touched on that, you kept saying two things that don't make any sense together. One thing made sense, the other one didn't. You said, "Hey, I do like to vote for my city because of schools and things like that." Okay, that's called voting for tangibles. You want to physically see things get done in your community for the better, right? And then you will come back and that's good enough. Like you could end it right there. You're good. Nobody's gonna hate on that. That's a great reason to vote. Community, projects, money, allocations, all that's are good reasons to vote. Then you'll come back and say, "Yeah, I just want to vote for respect of my ancestors." Basically, I'm like, wait, what that got to do with anything? Like that's the worst way to vote is over that because that's a talking point that never made any sense. Like your ancestors did not die for you to vote for any old body and just because you got the right. Like you vote strategically, like they did. Like they didn't just vote for any old body because it was the right, because they could. And by the way, your ancestors were voting, right? Right? And then
Exactly. But my vote, but you assume that I'm not voting strategically when I am voting strategically.
okay. You just said you vote because out of respect.
Yeah, I did. Two things can be the same. I live in Sugar Land, Texas, and I
Wait,
my
hold on.
did
Wait. So slow down. Let's go with that statement. You vote out of respect. That makes no sense.
I vote out of respect, and
Oh my
also
God.
Troy Nels is the Republican representative. I don't agree with things that
I'm
Troy
not.
Nels.
I'm not even talking about that individual, the candidate. I'm saying the statement. You vote out of respect. That makes absolutely no sense. There's nobody in this country outside of Black Americans, a few of them, that makes that statement. Like, no, you're supposed to vote. You're supposed to vote because it's your right and you want to see change. Nobody votes out of I just vote out of respect. Like you just made that up. Like your ancestors didn't say, "Hey, we're gonna die so you can vote out of respect." That wasn't the talking point. That wasn't the chant. That wasn't the jingle. That's something people made up recently.
No,
They were okay, cool. Let's go there. Now you talking. I ain't no lawyer, but your sister is.
no,
But
no.
I am a
I'm
black
not. I'm
historian.
not.
Okay, okay, cool. Wait,
But
hold
yeah,
on. Cut it. Hold on. I'm just saying. You said no. Now we're gonna dialogue. Now I'm somebody who studies this stuff, right? I don't know what you do, right? But this is what I do every day. It's my job, and I've been doing it for 17 years. You dig? This is where I'm good. I'm good at Black history in America, and I'm good at even history outside of America, but definitely in America. And I'm good at Jim Crow and all that voter suppression. I'm good at all that type of stuff. So you're telling me our ancestors said we're gonna die for you to so you can have the right to vote out of respect?
no. My mother.
Right.
I'm.
So
Hold on.
okay.
Hold
So
on.
hold on. Because
Hold
You
on.
got to stop.
Can you pause
Wait.
for a
No. No.
moment?
No. You hold on because you got to speak to what I'm. Look what you're doing. I'm talking and you're speaking around what I'm saying, pretending like you're addressing it. Address what I said earlier. I said, did our ancestors ever say? Was there ever a talking point, chant, jingle, anything, where they said, "Hey, we're going to sacrifice today so you can have the right to vote out of respect." That's a yes or no. Was that ever a thing?
To be honest, I don't know. But my mother is 80 years old,
when I turned 18 in Monroe, Louisiana, she told me we have to go and vote, and that was just the thing that we did. And I just and you know, and we would look at I'm not even from Monroe. I'm from Morehouse Parish, and you know, she grew up where Louisiana, where the Klan took over and all of that stuff. So, you know, she grew
When
in
when
up.
when she would okay, are you familiar with the party swap, the party switch?
Yes, I am very much so.
Okay, so did your mom vote Republican or Democratic? Okay.
We're familiar with the party switch, so I understand that MLK was a Republican. I know that Frederick Douglass was a
Your your
Republican.
your mom, your mom, when your mom voted, did she vote Republican or Democrat?
You know what? I have no idea what she voted, but
So so
I
so
just
when she said go out, when she said go out and vote, what does that mean to you? When she said go out and vote, that means what to you?
Well, because I lived in Morehouse Parish and our schools, like I don't mind paying taxes. So we would
Oh,
vote like propositions and tax bills. We would vote like we knew the teachers, like our aldermen, you know, our councilmen. So because we knew the people and you know, because it was from a small, it's rural
hmm.
Louisiana. So they would come to our house and, you know, kind of have a sit down with us. So it was mostly for the local things that we would vote for. That if that kind of makes sense. Most politics that you vote for are local. And now I live like in Sugar Land. So I'll attend the town halls and I'll kind of sit back and listen. I listen to both. I attend both parties, but I always vote. Like for example, for our new
Okay,
school they
now
built a
you
new
said the
school.
red,
So, go ahead. I'm
right?
sorry.
I got you. Now you said that the white guy, the red guy, the Republican. You say he was racist. So what is he standing on? What's his talking points? What do you want to do for the city?
Um, Actually, he's not my state. When you're talking about you're talking about for the federal guy. I'm always
I
gonna vote.
I don't know who you're voting for. I'm
Okay,
just saying
okay, yeah.
you said the red, you said the guy who's a Republican, he's a racist.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Where is he, the mayor? What is he, the governor?
Oh
What
no, no,
is
no.
he?
I live in Fort Bend County now, so and they're mostly it's kind of a mixture, but it's mostly blue. We're outside of Harris County. But mostly I'm voting for like I don't mind higher taxes. Like we got a new
No,
school. I
but
don't have any
I'm
children, but I
speaking
want
to the
a new
guy
school.
that right, but you had a guy in mind. You
Yeah,
said a guy you don't vote
Troy
for.
Nels was an advocate Trump supporter and
Wait,
he used
stop,
to be
stop.
sheriff. But
Okay, so everybody who was a supporter of Trump, they're just bad.
oh no, my sister's in California. She's a Trump supporter.
Okay, so why you mention that as a negative? You said he was an avid Trump supporter. Okay.
Because Trump, I don't agree with the pedophilia stuff. I don't agree with the felony stuff. I don't agree with the
Wait. Stop. But Bill Clinton. Listen, Bill Clinton was on Epstein Island.
but that was before we didn't know that before,
No,
did
no,
we?
no. But my point is, my nobody knows anything that it's in the dark. My point is, they're both doing it. That
Exactly.
that's
And
that's okay. Okay. See, but what you're saying, okay. This is the problem sometimes talking with older people. Like y'all be stuck in y'all ways. Y'all don't want to listen to a new revolutionary thought. What I'm saying is you're saying you're reacting to what's exposed now. What we're saying over here in other places in America, Black America, we're saying this always goes on with all of them. As you can see, both of them are there. You got Trump there. You got Bill Clinton there. This is their culture, man. This is what they do. Who's surprised? So, but okay. So now, are you have a problem with ICE? Let's talk about that.
oh no. I actually no. I do. I have no issues with ICE. And actually, can I kind of backtrack one more thing? I know people say, "Oh, voting for the lesser of two evils." I don't like voting for evil at all.
But you are though.
But I would rather not. I would rather vote for the opposite party just so that they know. See, I'll give you an example. Maxine Waters is running for I don't live in California. I'm like, why are you running again? I would vote against her just because she's running again. You know, you need to get out of
Hey,
there.
hey,
I would vote the opposite
Linda,
out.
Linda, listen.
That's my strategy.
I got you, but it's outdated, Linda. Here's the thing. The blue sometimes know the red is unfavorable for black people. You know what happens when they know that? You know what happens? Don't they have leverage now, Linda? Hello?
You said the blue, no, sometimes
Oh my
the
God. What the fuck we doing? Okay, everything you just said
yes.
about some white Republican that's racist, that's not gonna do nothing for black folk. Don't you know they're the candidate running against know that?
Yes.
Okay. So don't they have leverage now when it comes to the black vote?
And I agree with that. But
No,
will you let
no,
me
no, 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 no. We're talking. You said we dialogue. We're dialoguing. I don't want to run from this. I hate when y'all do that. We're going somewhere now. You're trying to run off the railroad track. So don't they have leverage now for the black vote? Right? Family. This is why we
that
can't do that. This is why. This is why I don't like talking to older people. This right
oh
here.
my gosh, how old are you?
Yeah, listen, when I say older, I mean stuck in your older mentality. I'm 48, but I don't have a 48 mentality. I have a young youth, 35, 22, 18, 3-year-old. Maybe I'm young in spirit. What I'm saying, I'm young in spirit. I'm not stuck. I have a mind that can still learn and still accept other strategies. You're stuck in this outdated, outaged mindset. I'm talking to you. I'm asking you direct questions. And your purpose. I mean, what's the point of talking to you? Because I'm trying to get, as you can see, annoyed with you. I don't like talking to people that can't have an honest conversation. My platform is built on, can we just have a honest conversation? And when I sense people can't do that, I usually kick them the hell off. Okay, so I just want to have an honest conversation. You're picking and choosing when you're picking and choosing when you answer certain things, and then you mad at the chat. So the chat was right.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. So back to the logic I was doing. Okay. So if the candidate that's blue knows the Republican guy, right, he's going against, he knows he's not offering the black community nothing. He's probably racist and got some bad history behind him. Don't the blue candidate now have leverage over the black vote of the black vote over that guy? Right. Yes. Right. Yes.
You want me to answer yes or no, but can I just give you a little bit of nuance?
No.
5 seconds. I've talked to Troy Nels and I've talked to his representative. I wrote them. I've dialogued with them on the phone, and I've tried to get them to see my side. And when they say no, then I vote for the opposite candidate.
Linda, the chat was right about you.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
When Pete Olson, a Republican, was in office, I voted for him because he responded and he looked into my concerns, and he was a Republican. But Troy Nels is the exact opposite. They didn't listen to my concerns, they didn't address my concerns. So I look at their platforms and try to give people a fair shot. Troy Nels is not running anymore anyway, but yeah, I try to. I consider myself I try to be informed.
Okay. So what's your issues with Donald Trump as president?
Well, to be honest with you, when I was in the military, I'm a sexual assault survivor. And
Sorry to
just
hear
hearing, yeah, and just hearing the things about, I don't agree with like a woman's choice to, I don't think that women should have to carry an unwanted pregnancy in the case, especially in the case of, I live in Texas, so in the case of, I think it was incest or rape, I don't agree with those things.
Right. So you have, okay, but that has nothing to do with Trump. That has nothing to do with Trump. That is
Oh yeah,
Roe.
yeah. Go ahead.
Huh? That's every state choose for themselves. That's Roe versus Wade getting reversed. That got nothing to do with Trump. Every state decides for themselves how they're gonna handle that.
No, but Trump said that women should be arrested if they this was before he was even elected, that women should be arrested if they had abortions. And I'm like, huh? And I think someone asked, even I forgot which news reporter he was talking to, but I'm like, that is crazy. So you want a 13 or 12 or 13-year-old to have a child if she was raped by her stepfather or cousin or somebody? I didn't like that. That didn't sit well with me.
Well,
So no.
wait, stop. That's not a Trump viewpoint. That is the religious viewpoint.
No, he wanted to overturn Roe v. Wade.
Ma'am, that's not up to him. That's the court decision. The court seen that as unconstitutional. They felt like they said that's none of the federal business. That's none of the federal government business. They said because I don't know if you understand a little bit about federalism. Federalism is the borderline of what authority or sovereignty states has by themselves that the government can't interfere with as long as they're not breaking your constitutional rights, and what the federal government can have right to say so. And then they merge at one point. They merge. Like, for example, the state can raise taxes and stuff like that, but they can't go to war. Federal government. So some things they can do together, and some things the state can do. Like, for example, the state that right there, pro-choice. That thing that's up to the state. So wise people will move to a state that's an incentive to move to a state where you can get that procedure done. I think people be a fool to stay in a state. Like, for example, Second Amendment. The blue states were violating your Second Amendment rights. You know that? The right to self-defend? Yes or no? You know that?
I live in Texas, and there was a young, I think she was 13 years old.
So you don't answer. Okay.
Grandfather. No, answer the question. Some people can't afford to move is my thing. Some people can't afford to move, and some kids can't afford to move out of state.
Okay, Linda, you gotta stop.
To have a grandfather's child.
Why you keep talking about that? I moved away from that. What are we doing? What the hell is wrong with you, man? All right, Linda. Thank you, because you're using language you can't say that word online, by the way, or no platform. So you're like, come on, you're breaking. Yeah, you gotta get my channel flagged.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't mean to do that, sir. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but I had moved on. Like, why you never speak to what somebody's speaking to, but you claim you're a good listener? I moved on from that, and I was talking about something totally different. You went back to that. Like you got talking points, and you can't. You have talking points, and you can't think outside your talking points.
You didn't let me get my thought out, though. You just spoke when you exchanged.
Because you went somewhere else. The question I had nothing to do with somebody being assaulted.
No, but you were talking about states' rights.
I was talking about Second Amendment. Yeah,
no.
I was talking about Second Amendment. I said, do you know it was the blue states that were violating American citizens' rights to hold a weapon, to hold a firearm? It was the blue states. And I was asking, yes or no? Are you aware of that?
No, that I was not aware of.
Okay, ma'am. The Roe v. Wade judgment, during that same judgment, they also found out. So they said the federal government can't force states to do that or don't do that. They said that's unconstitutional. They said that's out of the jurisdiction of the federal government. They ruled on that, Supreme Courts. And then they also looked at Second Amendment rights on all 50 states. And they said, hey, that's also unconstitutional. That these blue states, like I live in New Jersey, you could never carry a weapon. Never in life you can carry a weapon in New Jersey, New York, Philly. Okay? That's a mandatory minimum sentence of 5 years. Okay, so after the Roe v. Wade case was reversed, they took a look into other things that were unconstitutional, like violating our rights to to carry weapon. That now, for the first time in my life, a regular New Jerseyan can go get a gun with a license. It was never the case ever.
But can I tell you something now? Can I speak?
Oh my God.
Me being from Louisiana, we always had the rights to carry guns. I can remember going to high school.
I said blue states, man. I said blue states.
Right, I understand that, but I'm letting you know that we're
I
looking
know that I'm from the South. I know I'm from the South. I lived in Mississippi. I lived in Texas. I lived in North Carolina. I lived in Georgia. I lived in South Carolina. I know the South. I know the South.
Sure,
I know the
but you
South.
give
They got
perspective, and I appreciate that. So now I see things the way you're looking at. See,
yeah.
that's what
They got open carry in Georgia. You could walk around with the gun visibly shown in your hip. Okay, so I know that. But you never been in Jersey. I'm telling you. You said you didn't know that. I said
Exactly. I've never been to Jersey, and I never. And see, you gave me some perspective, and I never looked at it that way. And that's why we exchange in dialogue. It's just so
Yeah.
I think you're getting frustrated, but I'm learning. I don't. You're not frustrating me, but I don't know why I'm frustrating you.
Yeah, because you're not.
And yeah, so I'm learning from you, and I see things from your
Okay.
perspective.
Yeah, but I want you to just listen. So I was saying that so states blue and red, they both are seen as violate that was my whole point. Because you were saying, hey, this Trump said this, he supports that. And I was saying, yeah, well, they both do that. And that's why I said that Roe v. Wade also exposed the Second Amendment right to carry up north, where I'm at, New Jersey, New York. So even marijuana, they let the states pick if they want to support that or not.
But I don't agree with grouping. I don't like the fact that they grouped all the what do you call poison pills. I think they should be separate issues.
Yeah, I don't really talk about that too much over here because you trying to get me flagged again.
Oh, no. Okay, I don't want to get you. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to get you flagged. Like I said, I'm learning some things, and like
Yeah.
I said, I've never been to New Jersey. I've been to DC, but I wasn't looking at to your perspective. And you have to think, I live in Texas. Everybody has a gun in Texas. Everybody had a gun in Louisiana. So I wasn't looking at it from that point. But I guess I vote like just from that perspective when I saw Donald Trump speaking about what he was speaking on and about a woman's right to choose. I just that was just a big turnoff for me. So, and I do
But
the issue.
that's why I asked you a specific question. I said as president, not as a personal guy walking around the earth. I said as president of the United States, what do you disagree with he's doing as president?
I disagree with this war on Iran. I don't believe, I'm also a military
Okay.
veteran. I don't
Yeah,
believe that the
I got.
president profit off of being in the president. He's profiting off the
Wait,
president.
what?
He's profiting
Okay. Well,
off
you
the
don't know that.
president.
Well, you
Yes,
don't
we
know
do.
that for a fact. How you know that?
Because his son and his son, I guess, invested 30 billion in oil. I mean, 30 million in oil, and now
All right, man. They all Barack Obama, they all do that. If that's true, that's the perks of being president. They all do that. Now, hold on. You said the Iran war, which I don't really talk about too much, but so it's cool if they develop a nuclear weapon. You think that's cool? That's good for the earth, the world?
America has nuclear weapons.
Yeah, but America is sensible. We're talking about a country, right? Okay. All right, look. Hey, Linda, listen. At this point, you just saying any old shit, and you are pissing me off. So now you say any old thing. Okay. So you trust the Iran? I'm asking you about Iran. God damn it. So if Iran, so you're comfortable with your life and your family if Iran had a nuclear weapon? They're out here sending missiles to everybody in the world because they're mad at what's going on with the war. They're sending missiles to countries that ain't got shit to do with it. And you believe that they and you, Linda. All right, tomorrow. I'm done with you. Tomorrow. I don't want to talk to you no more. Tomorrow.
All right, sir. Well, I hope you have a good night.
All right. Thank you too. You drive me fucking crazy. Megadon, what's up?
What up, Joe? What's y'all?
What's good?
Shit. I'm hoping to catch all this 19 Keys reaction. You seen his reaction shit, right? Or you had
Nah,
something
I
else
ain't
to
see his
do?
reaction.
Bro,
I'm doing my
okay, my fault. Go ahead, go with it.
Nah, go ahead. Nah, I didn't see it. I'm doing my own thing. But what did he do?
He responded back pretty much standing on that Pan-African bullshit and saying he don't care because he a thought leader and we all, the goofy shit that all these Pan-Africans say. But Judge Macon was doing a response on it, and I had seen the first part, and I seen he was live, and I clicked on. I thought maybe you was pulling that shit up too.
Well, Sundays I don't like to really go live like that, especially late. Cause I know Tariq now she goes live, so I try to strategically choose my times when I go live. So I'm not really in somebody else's space like that. Now, some days you can't help it, but I think it's disrespectful for me to be live while he's live and I'm playing his videos. You dig? I think that's like weird. I'm playing his videos while he's live. You dig? So that's why I try not to go live while he's doing something, because sometimes I refer to his videos. We be having fun reactions, laughing at his debates with the tethers and shit. So I feel weird playing his video while he's live. So a lot of times I try to avoid when he's live, so I don't have that weird moment.
So I can't hear nothing. So if you speaking, give me 1 second. If you talking to me, I can't hear nothing.
Yeah.
Oh
my God.
All right. See. Still can't hear shit. I'm gonna come down and come back up. Maybe that'll fix it.
All right.
Hey,
Linda, I'm sure you. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Hey, Linda, I'm sure you're a nice, beautiful lady. In conversations like these topics, yeah, you're a little triggering in these topics, but maybe on different topics we might agree more. But this topic, I feel like you're a little triggering. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yo, listen, that like it's really like I got tolerance, but sometimes I don't. Like I don't have tolerance for people who I believe. This is my belief, Linda. I ain't saying it's true. This is my belief. I have zero tolerance or less tolerance for people who I believe who is not listening to what I'm saying and not responding to what I'm saying. Okay, if I say something, you either agree, you say you agree, and then say something else, or if you disagree, you should make that known. Like, okay, I disagree with that, but just to talk about something totally different is like that's not how you have a dialogue. Well, that's not how you have an honest dialogue. Okay, but I ain't gonna judge you. I ain't gonna judge you. I'm gonna just leave it at that. You dig? Yeah, like I said, those topics I think we're not gonna see eye to eye on, but other topics, yeah. So as you can see, like people be so one-sided politically that they'll let the country burn in hell because they don't want the other side to get the credit for whatever the credit is needed for. That's why we have these government shutdowns. The two parties won't let the one side get credit for whatever the country needs, or they want to make sure that some of their needs are in the bill so they could say, hey, yeah, we helped out too. It wasn't just that one party. It was us too, because we inserted A, B, and C. So like a lot of that be going on, and I felt like you were doing that, Linda. I don't think no sane American will want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. It's my personal
Can you
opinion.
hear me now?
Yep, I heard you. I heard you the first time.
My speakers that went out, so I got this 18-in-1 hub. I hit the plug, so I couldn't hear nothing that was going on. I just popped in, so if you was talking to me, I couldn't hear nothing.
No, I was talking to the chat. I heard you when you said you couldn't hear.
Yeah, I'm Gucci now though. So yeah, let's get to it.
Right. Yeah. So what do you want to talk about?
Shit, I was coming to politics with you with the whatever subject you had going on.
Oh no, we talking about, you know, with we talking about, well, you know, the prompt is the prompt. The prompt is the elders. It's Ben Johannesson, whatever his name is, Johannesburg, Ben Johannesburg, and Johnny Clark.
Yeah. Nah, you
What
cooked
you know
their
about
ass.
them?
You cooked them efficiently. You cooked them
Yeah,
efficiently.
but then go ahead.
Yeah, no, you cooked them efficiently. So I'm of the belief that the in-depth stuff you did on Garvey earlier, you went in on Nzinga, that all of that stuff is going is leading, you know, to the schism of this of just the FBA community or everybody that's, you know, actively creating content. And the Garvey thing is probably leading up to why Tariq just went in and it broke all that stuff down. And I think that this John Henry Clark thing, I think he got some leanings towards him, but you made a clear case as to why this shit was malicious. Like I was saying yesterday, this shit was malicious.
Yeah,
so
I don't know how. Yeah, the dude Buddy was tripping.
Yeah, like.
But yo, did you play the part? I mean, did you hear the part I played from Buddy before? The same guy. He had, now I always remember what he did last time, because you know, at one point Professor Smalls was disrespectful, like, you know what I mean, was saying some crazy stuff. So I remember addressing him, and then the same guy called in and said I shouldn't because he's an elder, and we got to respect the elders. So I was like, family, you know what? Let me go find that audio, and I found it, and I played it. And
No,
matter of fact,
I ain't catch that one, but I believe it. Again, that's
nah.
That is that
I'm
the
gonna
same
play
guy?
it again.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the same guy that crashed out yesterday.
Did he say the part about if we attack what John Henry Clark saying that we won't have no black scholars? Was that him?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. That guy. All right, so I want you to hear. Did I already? And I saved it. I'm smart. Because normally I would go ahead and just all right, hold on. Share my screen. It's me real quick, but listen to every word he says. It's gonna be like a little echo. All right. All right, so let me share this screen. So once you see my screen, let me know if you can see it.
I see you up top. I see two screens up top, and it look like I'm on the bigger screen at the bottom.
All right. Wait, I didn't share the screen yet. Trying to find a damn thing. Oh, okay, I found it.
Yeah,
right,
but
so do you see that screen? Do you see that
you are
screen?
viewing Peace Run screen. Yeah. It ain't showing nothing, but it say you viewing the screen. Now it's on there. I see it now.
Okay. All right. Listen to his words.
Now, but in Ron, this is a problem I have with you too, bro. On the low, like our Pan-African elders, bro, they were the foundation. They still deserve respect, bro. That was a time.
But wait, what makes them my elder?
Because come on, bro, let's not play that game. I'm just saying that
I ain't never have an elder outside of relative in my
they
life.
don't have to be. You know what I mean? They're in any community you have foundational people that was bringing knowledge and information. That don't mean that your literal personal elders.
Like Minister
But what I'm
Farrakhan.
saying, hold on. What I'm saying is, someone like James Smalls, bro, dedicated his life to Black. He's not a fucking agent, bro. Come on.
Wait, he dedicated. Wait, to what?
Dedicated his life to the liberation of Black people.
Wait, you say Black people? Wait. Hold, Mr. Crab. Hold, Mr. Crab.
All right. That right there.
Yeah,
that's
what
I played. Yeah, so he was doing that then. Again, so that's twice he tried to protect two quote unquote elders who are giving misinformation, disrespecting, not just misinformation, but disrespecting the lineage and holding Africa and Africans in high regard. Trying to sell us Africa and sell us to the Africans. Two people caught guilty. And so I'm like, dude, you got a track record, my guy. That's the second time. And you see what he said earlier. He said, I got a problem with you low key. So I'm like, okay. And the problem was me calling out Professor James Small for being disrespectful towards FBA. Like, that's what his problem was. So he has a track record of trying to protect Pan-Africans. So I'm like, that disrespect the lineage. So I'm like, yo, dude, just come out and say you're a Pan-African, my guy. Like stop just faking with this old you on code with the FBA. Like, dude, just say it, man. Like, this is twice you have done this. And
yeah, I think. Oh,
no. And lastly, I just want to say stuff like that. I take a mental note. So when he did it the first time, I'm like, all right, I ain't gonna trip. I'm gonna let them just, go in and say what he got to say. I'm just gonna, verbally disagree. I'm gonna let them know, hey, bro, you're not going. It's almost like he was trying to bully me, really. Like he was kind of like trying to bully me into standing down. It's the elders. Now you know what I mean. Like, nah, I don't know what you mean. That's not I don't have elders, and he damn sure ain't one of them. Is what I was saying that day, and it's almost like he was trying to bully me into like agreeing with his position.
Yeah, so the thing I was talking about him doing was the way he conflated African for Black. Because technically these Pan-Africans are not fighting for Blackness, they fighting for Africanness. But they only use the word Black when they try and rope it into Africa so they can try and, play with the language and make it appear one way. Like you keep pointing out. And I think nostalgia is a large part of what we kind of dealing with people who say they not Pan-Africans, but they kind of have extreme Pan-African leanings. Because theoretically, he know what's going on is wrong. He know that maliciously forcing Africa on us is wrong. He know that intentionally lying to us is wrong. But the nostalgia of when he learned about Pan-Africanism and how that probably made him feel proud to be whatever he wanted to call it at that time, Black as an extension of African or whatever. So he still kind of has an attachment to that. And he might be looking at those people as pioneers for the inception of just the consciousness community and all those things. The problem is they're pioneering what you were talking about earlier, which is Ghana removing their guilt from the slave trade and then asking for reparations and telling us that they didn't sell nor harbor slaves because they're intentionally lying and creating false narratives. So you can't really give them a pioneer slot and treat them as respected elders when they were intentionally doing something, even if it did have the immediate result of racial self-esteem increase at the moment. They were initially what we call in Chicago an underlay for the overplay. They were setting us up to get finessed. They was laying the groundwork for our finesse.
Right. And that's all I'm trying to let them know. Like, hey, man, like these guys were lining us up to get back door. And now we're at the back door. You dig?
Right.
It all worked out perfectly. And that's why I went back to show, like, yo, these guys Like, I don't know why we just blindly believe they were great scholars. And I can tell you why. Because the Pan-Africans promoted them that way. Hey, it's a great scholar. Oh my God, he's just so great. Oh my God, John Rick Clark said this. This guy said that. This guy said that. Oh my God, this is the truth. And we just took it. Some of us who was in those circles just said, I guess they're the truth.
Yeah,
I guess when they say it, it's 100% fact. We can't challenge it. These are the scholars, and we just took them like that. So whatever they said, it was just true. But then I showed earlier, I played Ben in Johannesburg, and I showed you that he was damn near wrong everything he said. Wrong dates and everything. Like, dude, like what these dudes are damn near incompetent. Like, yo, what's going on here? Like, this your historian? Dude, 200 one date he was 2,000 years off, and another date he was 200 years off. Like, how the hell are they related during the same time? And one guy was born in 1500s, the other guy born in 1700s. And this is Ben. This is the guy who's supposed to be a top scholar, and lecture trying to force him down our throats. Like, you got to believe them. Yeah, but we believe them, then we're African, and we need to go back home if we believe them.
Right. I remember watching that To Athena debate a long ass time ago. And I remember thinking, like, yeah, he cooked from a pro or sympathetic to Pan-African lens, right?
Right.
Yeah, he cooked that white lady.
Right.
He cooked them.
Right.
Then when I just went over the points, I'm like, this motherfucker. He just said,
I'm
African and I say so. It was like, those were not. He was like, I don't care. I debate my equals and I teach.
Right.
That was it.
Yeah, that's the only thing. I told y'all, family, that the only thing he said was that phrase. Other than that, he got his ass kicked.
They was bringing scholarship, and he was discrediting their scholarship by saying, "Yeah, that's white people literature. We don't care."
Right.
I've been to Africa, and I read over 2,000 books by African scholars. How, Sway? They didn't have no written literature for a lot of this shit.
Right. Yeah, the dude, just clicks and pops. That's all he had that time.
Like, bro,
just clicks and pops.
The inner deceptiveness of I don't, bro. You can't deceive us about slavery and think that we can ever be cool. Like, that's just not. That's a
right.
That's a you know what I mean? That's a deal breaker. You're not gonna.
Hey, bro, that debunks. Hey, bro, that debunks everything we pretty much stand for. Like that pretty much discredits FBA.
Yeah, we cannot side with the people that have historically harmed us, African or white.
Yeah, like we don't see that any different. Like, dude, y'all on the same team. Y'all both ops. And I ask people, who are worse, the buyer or the seller? I always ask them that, which one worse? Like, yeah, exactly. Like, nah, I'm not rocking with neither one of you.
Hold on a second, baby.
Oh, damn, I was gonna see. Let me see. So what I did was this. I see them still cherry picking, right? Who they debate, because I be in their chats, only provoking debates. I'm not there listening. I'm not there entertaining. I'm not there giving them more views. I'm there like, hey, what's up, man? And I'm promoting my channel. Hey, come over here and let's talk that over here. And I'm out. You dig? That's why, some days you see a large crowd over here because it be some of those clowns. But also, like I said, they're cherry picking who they debate. So like they think the easiest people to debate are the abos. So what I'm low key doing is what countries do when they go to war, like like the Cold War. They secretly fund or give other countries like weaponry, like
proxy
low key.
war.
Right. So that's what I'm doing. So when I get on these fake elders, these lying ass elders, that's a wink wink to the abos. Like, hey man, look, won't you call their leaders out, bro? Look what the hell he said over here. And these are guys who they hold dearly. So man, if you bring this, if you bring this dude into question, bro, they're gonna cry like a mother. Like, hey man, you might want to go on the offense for once, because all they're gonna do is ask you the questions like to death and make you source up and this, that. All right, well look, I'm giving you ammunition to clap back. And these are their scholars who they worship like a deity. So man, if you borrow this argument and you play John Rick Clark saying Africans were never involved in the slave trade and all the dumbass date mistakes Ben did, bro, you might have them on the ropes. You might flip it. You dig? But that's up to them.
I be doing a version of that when I go on the chats and I enlist the Pan-Africans to start lying about the slave trade. Because what I found happens is there'll be people that'll be 100% down for the Pan-African stuff. And as they start to learn the history, because a lot of people don't really know, they was tricked by Pan-Africans.
Yeah.
So when they hear the history and they watch the Pan-Africans lie about it, they instantly convert. And in about 2 weeks, they'll be on there cursing their ass out.
Right. Yeah, because it happens a lot in our spaces where we bring it out, and then they wait to see what the Pan-African gonna say to it, and then when they see they don't have much of a rebuttal, they start to question like, damn, like I thought this was official. Like I thought we had all the answers. Okay, maybe these guys, maybe these FBA guys aren't crazy. Maybe they do got a point or two. Let me tune in a little more, and then you start to see the numbers just increase, and that's called like credibility. Like you're building credibility for your channel and things you say. They're turning out true.
That's why they don't argue the point. They'll rather argue that you are arm of white supremacy or
right. They just have to call names and stuff.
Right. Yeah, they won't argue the actual.
Or they'll do this. The Lion Lex thing, you're disrespecting the elders. They'll just go straight there. So you're gonna ignore everything I just said, right? All the information and facts I said about this guy don't mean nothing. You're gonna just go to I'm disrespecting the elder. Okay.
Cause Lex, if you aren't listening, bro, can you please explain that? Why is it okay for somebody to manipulate us into their agenda and we still will hold them high, and the agenda doesn't help us? Why would that person then be esteemed?
It's crazy. When he clicked the link the other day, right? I thought we was gonna talk, and all I was gonna do is bring up because I got receipts now, right? Because he tried to pin it like I'm just attacking the elders unfairly. So now I got the receipts. So I'm like, all right, we're gonna talk, and I'm gonna show him this, show him that. And then he's gonna be like, all right, bro, you got it. This is how I played out in my mind. I didn't know he was gonna crash out. And just the elders. I didn't know he'd do that. I thought he was gonna be like, all right, man, you're Ron, you got it. You're right. Damn, I didn't know that. Or I did know that, but I'm just kind of hurt because I don't know why they just didn't. I don't know how they could be so wrong. It's right in their face. I'm thinking he was gonna go that route. I had no idea he was gonna crash all the way out for these lying ass elders. Like to me, that is going too far. Like that's glazing. That's on that Epstein stuff. Like when you start lying for men you don't know, like to me, like right, dude, you over there somewhere. You dig? Like your manhood is like, I don't know, man. This little like the zestiness start to come out when you start lying. You would discredit yourself for men who you don't know and never met, and they passed on already. You got nothing to gain, and you're trying to cover for them. So it's like to me, it's like it's a zesty. I don't know, man. Like I can't do that. I can't throw my credibility in trash for men I'm never gonna meet. No, nothing. Like for example, last thing is this. I kept giving them Tariq Nasheed analogies. I said, bro, if Tariq Nasheed says something that's completely wrong, and we looked it up, I'm not gonna be like, yeah, well, see what happened was. No, I'm like, yeah, that was wrong. So I even told him what I would do. I said, bro, if you think I'm a Tariq Nasheedite and Tariq Nasheedian, all these terminology, I said, bro, show me something he's dead wrong, and I'm gonna show you how to do it. I'm like, yeah, that's wrong. Yeah, he was mistaken. I even said that to him. I said, bro, so it ain't like I'm, doing what you think I'm doing. I'm not doing that. I'm just holding these guys accountable because you guys praise these guys as though they're so perfect. The research is impeccable, and it's turning out to be garbage like a Dr. Seuss book, and you guys can't take it. But he's on here trying to debunk evolution. He's trying to debunk this, debunk that, hurt all their feelings. They got scholars, right? They got elders. You're crushing and devouring. It's all good, right? Now, when it's your turn to take it, you can't. Like no man can respect, no grown man can respect that type of, you don't want to take accountability like that. That's weak. That's weak.
Yeah, you remember how I was saying that that a lot of this stuff is pulling at the identity of people, because like
So if he's out there, he could call in. I just want to say that he could call in if he's out there. I ain't gonna talk to him. You can.
Yeah. The tethers crash out when you tell them that they not foundational Black Americans, because the identity, because the identity they constructed for themselves was one that it took work for them to assimilate into being one of us, and being told you're not a part of the ethnic group to them is an insult. It's not a truth rooted in reality. It's an insult that others them and makes the person saying it to them an enemy or a villain. With the Pan-Africans, the esteem, the racial esteem is rooted in the wins that they felt that Pan-African scholars got over white supremacists and white people in general, because they framed the argument in ways that made all people of melanin superior. So to remove those wins is almost like giving YT supremacy a win, and it tears at they thread. You know what I'm saying? It tells it the thread in their brain.
I get that, but don't forget they also use these elders to destroy their religions too. So it was much deeper than white supremacy. They use these elders to kick all the Christians' asses, tell them all that stolen from Egypt, all the Muslims, y'all ain't nothing but Arab slave worshiping, following Negroes. So now they John Ray Clark and Ben, they were brutal on religion.
Yeah. Because I mean, Pan-Africanism became the new religion. Essentially, it was like the Inquisition.
Yep, it replaced it. Yep.
Damn. Yeah, you know how hard it is to pull somebody out that that religious dogma. Like when they there. Even if you have like it's shit that sometimes I'll be like, damn, where'd that come from? It's a remnant of a belief system that I don't hold anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And like you said, like you got to imagine like telling your grandma something, that she believed that was false, and you see how she took it, and it took a long while to get out of it, or your sister or your friend. You got to go through all that again with those guys now. And they're gonna respond the same way they criticize. Remember, they were the main ones getting people out of Christianity and Islam. And those people struggled, had a fight with it, and they finally got out of it. They joined the Kemet, group now. And now they like looking back like, oh, so it was bullshit so these guys were lying the whole time. Yeah. I just showed that the horror story had nothing to do with the Immaculate Birth of Jesus, the virgin birth. That the horror story was not a virgin birth story at all. But they were lying, saying it was, and it was the first virgin birth story to get people to get out of Christianity. So everything is based on just lying to you. Most of it is based on lying to you to get you out of your religion, your religious views.
Yeah, because a lot of this stuff, I didn't see that part, but I believe what you're saying. A lot of that stuff was based off of them, like you say, listening to these like John Henry Clarks or the Bill Yakinans, and then believing what they were saying to be fact, and them going out and lying, not intentionally. I'm on the phone, baby. Not them lying intentionally at the time, because right now, after seeing all this evidence, if you continue with this train of thought, you are intentionally deceiving our people. It was one thing when you didn't understand, you just took their word and believed what they were saying. But when you presented with the evidence that proves it to be false, and you maintain that this is still beneficial, you have now crossed over from just being somebody that was ignorant and may have been misled or misunderstood to being a co-conspirator. You're upholding these systems at this point, bro. You can't do that, man. If you know it to be wrong, you just can't do that.
Yeah, I'm like you. I'm going on mute with my son.
Yeah,
Ask me
you
questions.
hear him in the background.
Yeah.
I got.
Yeah.
I don't know why you couldn't hear him before. I think because I switched the mic.
Yeah,
My
you
son
can.
was cutting up that other day. I'm talking about cutting up. You can hear my wife and stuff in the background too?
Nah, I can't hear her.
Okay. Yeah, man. Man, I at first I kind of chalked it up as like the Pan-African thing. A lot of our people meant well. They initially really meant well, and it just was being misguided, and we was like, because essentially tricked, and nobody was doing cross-referencing other information to be able to like point the things out. Because if presented with running to the white man's ideology or running to the Pan-African ideology, the Pan-African seemed like the natural choice. But as we become intellectually mature and we actually do our own due diligence, we gotta put this stuff to the side. I mean, it don't have to be a constantly. We just we gotta put this stuff to the side.
Hey, bro, it like you said, it became the new religion, and it became so what they do in their weird mind, they believe like black nationalist type of thoughts. There's gonna be a race war. Get prepared. Get your guns. Like this is what they really believe when you talk to them long enough. This is what they really believe, and they believe it's white against black. That's how they truly believe. So that's why all they talk about is the cracker. Just listen to all of them. Oh, no, don't get you a snow bunny. No, snow bunny. Like all of the rhetoric is overly weighed towards white people primarily, like nobody else. Only white people is your enemy. Everybody else you can let slide. They can abuse you. Don't worry about it. Let's keep our eyes on those white folks. Like that's pretty much the angle. It's really a hate that they hate America. So it's really it's the true hate doctrine. The Pan-African doctrine is the true hate doctrine. Like if you just follow the rhetoric and listen to what they're saying, white people ain't do shit. Africans did it all. White folks enslaved us without the help of Africans. Africans were too honest and true, free thinking to ever hurt a fly. This is the rhetoric that they're using and blame the white man for everything. Imperialism, colonialism, neocolonialism, enslavement, racism. And also they try to throw in the terminology, the colonizer, to us. And I always check them like, bro, I don't know what a colonizer is, man. And I know about an enslaver. You did. You want to hear about that person? You did, because I don't know about no colonization. That's what y'all went through. I don't know about that, but I know about enslavement though. So they'll say the colonizer. They'll use those words as a word to tie you into their experience. And I let them know right away, bro. I don't know nothing about a colonizer. That's all you. I'm open to hear, to listen about the colonizer, but I can't relate.
Right. I like my stance is they are co-conspirators. Everything that they did prior to was on them slave raid capturing Africans of the Dahomey, the Oyo, the Mali, all of those people that went through this stuff. And then once we got on the ship, it became the white man. But they both co-conspirators. Right. If there was an indictment, they asked both would be on the same RICO.
Because it's human trafficking. Like that's why I keep going back to, was that called human trafficking? They'll say yeah. It's how I set them all up. Okay, cool. So which one should be let off, the seller or the buyer, in a trafficking case? In a human trafficking case, which one gets off after they get caught? Neither. Right. And both are enemy to the kidnapped victim. The kidnapped victim don't see the buyer less than the seller. They look at them both as, the buyer is the one who attacked me physically, but you're the reason why I'm with the goddamn buyer.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and that tears apart a lot of the ideology. So they confronted with that hard truth, and it's like, I don't want to demonize Africa in any way, because again, they still at some level believe that they're Africans. Like, I don't know if you heard me saying this the other day. Yeah, when they be like, well, we sold ourselves.
Yeah, I heard that dumbass logic. But yeah, but that works again. That there's a reason why they don't call it. They call it every store. They tried to at first. They were over here. Once I started getting into my lineage and defending the lineage, they were calling in because I was like brand new with my talking points. But after I start to get aware of everything and what everybody's saying, they don't call in. So that what you're saying, that's light. What I was trying to tell you. I was trying to tell you, man, like they would try that on y'all because they don't know y'all and they see y'all as light work. Like they know me for years. I've been in the same circles. They're not gonna try that over here. Like they're gonna know I know better. Like, and guess what? Let's see if I didn't know better. They will still think I know better because they know how I get down with my studies. So they're gonna assume I know better. So they're gonna come a little harder. Like Unc don't come with the same shit over here he does on other platforms. They don't do that, man. The JJ was over here. He got fried, and I fried him on his platform. So like the pseudo killers, they came over here, bro. They don't come with all that confidence like they do on other platforms. They come over here tiptoeing. All that fake confidence. Why do you think the dude Sean won't come at all? Like,
yeah, some of the
he be
people
trying to send his minions over here getting cooked to find out what I know and what I would say to this argument. He trying to like figure me out before he have enough balls to call in.
Yeah, honestly, some of the stuff I don't be like the people you be naming. If I be introduced to them through you naming them, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, okay, let me see what's to this person.
Yeah, these guys they keep tagging me to their post. I'm a read his post. They tagged me to. All right. then I'm gonna read my quick rebuttal to what they sent me. Hey, yo, a lot of times, bro, they really take. He wrote a lot. A lot of times, bro, they really do a lot of backwards research, and they got a whole think tank. It's just me. I don't have no think tank. It's me versus whole cliques, right? And they do all this research, and then they tag me to a post. Like, got him. I look at that long ass bullshit. I look at it. I got him, and then I respond right away. I should show the post, but I don't want even people to know who the hell he is. So I don't even want to promote his garbage channel. So I'm just gonna read the post that they tagged me to. Look at Lord Maul in the building. Donnie, FBCJ. We got. Damn, I need my glasses. Jilly Tree. Yeah. So baby, I still love you. As long as you're FBA, still love you. And we just disagree politically. And you know, Chaco out there. I'm saying it right, Ray. We got Monet. I ain't got my glasses. Everybody look blurry. Every name look blurry. All right. I don't know where they at. Oh, they in my hoodie. All right, so let me read this post to y'all. So, low key, I think they be tagging me to post because they want me to vet it and assess it. Like, if I don't have no criticism, they be like, yes, it's legit. I be thinking that. All right, so let me pull up this post. And I'm going to read it exactly, not the whole thing, because it's a long post. And now, if I was on my computer, I'll share it and I'll just block out their names. But, okay. So it says this. Let's listen to this shit, man. It says no one has done more to integrate claims for reparations for African Americans. Now, by the way, bro, I'm good at behavioral patterns. I noticed that these guys will always call Black Americans African Americans. African Americans. They would never call us Black Americans. The Pan Africans. They will never call us that. James Small, John Clark, all of them. They all refer to us as African Americans. All of them. It's their part of their cult, but they'll call Africans Black. So I'm like, wait a minute, what's up with that? We're Black, we're not African. They're African, they're not Black, but you're calling us African, you're calling them Black. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting.
That kind of feed into my
go ahead.
That feed into my theory that I genuinely believe that they use Black Americans as a sacrifice to the African gods. Like so what I mean by that is like they use the cultural the cultural capital we have, the political and historical capital that we have, and they offer it unto the Africans as a show of penance, or what is it, a tithing. They offer us up as tithing to the Africans.
Oh, wow.
So that's why they'll call them Black, because they've given what we are to them in the hopes that they can be accepted as an African, because they could detach from us, move to Nigeria or Ghana or Mali or one of these places, and mate with one of the tribes and become a full-fledged African within a couple generations. They refuse to do that. They maintain attachment to us to argue with us and attach us to Africa while bringing Africa to us. They're offering, they have no value if they can't offer us up. So
that's crazy. Yeah, that's interesting. That sounds about right, though. All right. So, no, go lay down. Remember? No, up there. Okay. So, can you see all this garbage right here he wrote?
No one has done more to integrate claims for reparations.
No, I'm gonna read that. I'm gonna read that. Hold up. I want you to see. Now look, all that is his. You see all those. It's like 7 screenshots, but I'm not gonna read all that. So I got my glasses now. He puts, no one has done more to integrate claims for reparations for African Americans into Black activism. Now, how does that work? He calls us African Americans, but it's Black activism. Ain't that crazy?
Sacrifice.
Black activism, but African Americans. Why not just say African activism?
Sacrifice.
Or Black Americans. Yep. So no one has done more to integrate claims for reparations for African Americans into Black activism than Queen Mother. Now you heard that's a comparison. No one has done more to integrate claims for reparations for Black Americans into Black activism than Queen Mother Audley Moore. Now he's making this shit up. The research don't say this. An activist for 70 years, she dedicated the majority of her career to fighting for reparations. Moore argued that to promote reparations was to adopt a political stance that claimed that the Middle Passage. Now, anytime you talk about Middle Passage, you ain't talking about reparations. You talking about some goofy shit. Middle Passage, slavery, and Jim Crow systematically destroyed the culture, heritage, and rights of Africans and their descendants, and that these atrocities could only be remedied through extensive economic restitution. Look, they called us African. I told you, the Africans, right? They won't call us Black. Extensive economic restitution distributed by way of grassroots networks. Her pioneering role in forging the modern reparations movement, though often overlooked, foregrounds the critical role Black women play in forging real and imagined diasporic communities through calls for repayment. I'm gonna read a little bit, not all of it. Moore's upbringing primed her to be a reparations advocate. He's bringing her up to say she's a real reparations activist. What you FBAs are doing today, Adolf Friedman, that ain't nothing. You're doing it wrong. She spent her girlhood. I ain't gonna read all that. Let me get at the reparations. Okay, so here she would have heard of Callie House, who was the founder of the early reparations movement through her organization, the National Ex-Slave Mutual Relief, Bounty and Pension Association, and organized formerly enslaved people across the South. Louisiana was also a stronghold for Marcus Garvey. Here we go with this bullshit. Oh my God, they just gotta do Marcus Garvey. Oh my God, I'm gonna cook this dude. If you ever grow balls of color, I'm gonna cook this guy. This guy said now people know. Ever mention Marcus Garvey name anywhere near me? So Louisiana was also a stronghold for Marcus Garvey, UNIA. As a Garveyite, Moore learned. Oh, she was a Garveyite. Oh my God. As a Garveyite, Moore learned how to incorporate demands for repayment. She learned that as a Garveyite. My guy, he don't teach that shit. Moore learned how to incorporate demands for repayment into her activism, including Garvey's approach of demanding that colonial powers hand back the land, riches, and culture that they had stolen from African people. What land did they steal from African people? I'm like totally confused. Yo,
I'll wait till you get to this last part over here because this blowing me. Because I got 2 points on this one.
Yo,
go ahead.
What land did colonial powers? Yeah, I would love to talk to this idiot. All right. Inspired by leaders like Garvey, a leader, Moore looked for more opportunities to organize her community when she migrated to Harlem in the early 1920s. When the UNIA dissipated, she joined the Communist Party and furthered her analysis of race, class, gender, and reparations. That's embarrassing. Now look, this dude is retarded. I know he's listening. Dude, you are more stupid than you can ever imagine. Now, I already exposed him in my response, but I want y'all to document in your head. If you go back in there, you're staying. Huh? Okay, so go ahead and lay down.
Yeah, why you doing that? Maybe they talking about South Africa and Zimbabwe or something. I don't fucking know. But knowing them, they lie so much, you never know. But this is the part that kind of that's throwing me off. If you look at the talking point from the she joined the Communist Party and further her analysis of race, class, gender, and reparations. Remove reparations and focus on class and gender, and you got the Democratic Party stance. Right? They believe to focus on elite class while they ran by them, and then the gender identity has superseded race as far as they concerned, and reparations was kicked off the table until it became a hot button issue. Like it never fails to amaze me how in lockstep these three groups are: white supremacists, Pan-Africans, and Democrats. Because the white supremacist talking points about Black Americans, Pan-Africans frequently will recite when they get upset with us. If you listen, make a Pan-African mad, they'll sound just like the worst white supremacist you could ever find. And then everything that the Pan-Africans say, the Democrats take as law and push forward as policy and our identity. It's like they cornered the market on who we are and sold us to Africa. So it would make sense why all of our politicians are immigrants. They set the stage specifically for this because their identity is rooted in one global African as opposed to separate ethnic tribes with nuances. You back, bro?
Yeah. Interesting. So I want to follow her work. So she had her own organization. She joined the UNIA And then when that he say dissipated, this guy, these guys will lie in your face. But again, their leaders be lying, their historians be lying, so they might it makes sense they lie about history.
That's all they
So
can do.
she had her own organization, the National Ex-Slave Mutual Relief, Bounty, and Pension Association. And then that fella, that dissipated. She joined the UNIA. That dissipated. She joined the Communist Party. And that furthered her analysis of race, class, gender, and reparations. That party connected more with other organizations, because I guess they dissipated. And the other organizations that advocated for government intervention and at times restitution. In the 1950s, oh my God. So all those dissipated. Now in the 1950s, she was a member of the Sojourners for Truth and Justice and participated in the group's appeals for government intervention and restitution for women, such as Rosalie Ingram, and Black women accused of killing her white male attacker. Moore was also a member. Okay, so that dissipated. And then she was a member a year later. She went to another organization called the Civil Rights Congress, CRC. In 1951, CRC chairman William Patterson submitted a petition to the United Nations called We Change. Oh my God. We Charge Genocide. Yo, that's crazy, yo. This is what George Macon sent me. Yo, so who was around for that when George Macon called in Free Media TV? He sent me, he broke down all the African tribes who were involved in slave trade way before white folks were around. And then he said, yo, read this to your chat, Ron. And every day I got it on my laptop as a tab, and I haven't read it just yet. And now I'm reading it, and this clown got it in there. He said, this is crazy, yo. He said, we charge genocide, which detailed the litany of human rights abuses. Now he says Black Americans. Bro, which is it, man? African Americans, Black Americans. Be consistent, man. So now we're Black Americans, right? Abuses Black Americans endured.
If he read the We Charge Genocide, he can't say African because they on the claim is what they did, that they participated.
Oh my God. Endured that demanded international intervention. Through these collectives, Moore learned how to, she's always learning more stuff. Dude, stop it. Moore learned how to systematically, huh?
This sounds like a resume.
Right. Right. Measure, yeah, and but his mind really is. This is a resume to show how she's the best fit to argue for reparations. Like she's more qualified than anybody. So Moore learned how to systematically document historical and contemporary racial violence and appeal to international bodies for redress. Now, with all this, you think that she's a beast when it comes to reparations, right? In that courtroom, she's gonna lay it down, right? In the 1960s, Moore became a reparations leader. She returned to New Orleans and founded so the other ones dissipated, and then now she's with this one. She found her own Universal Association of Ethiopian Women. What? In the 1960s, Moore became a reparations leader. She returned to New Orleans and founded Universal Association of Ethiopian Women. Hey, yo, can you look to see her ethnicity?
Yeah, give me a second.
Why the hell what the hell I gotta do with Black Americans?
What was her first name?
I'm trying to look for it now. Right, Audley Moore. Yo, what the hell this guy do with? She did the Ethiopian. What? Yeah, what the hell this guy do with reparations? You know, look, this is Pan-Africans family. This is Pan-Africans giving our resources to other people.
Yeah.
This is what they do. They sell us out all the time. So they're selling us out and giving our resources to another person that never even asked for our help.
So this is kind of weird. Because so they saying that she was American Civil Rights Movement fighter, funder of Republic of New Africa, and Dolores Blakely assistant for 20 years, and steward in Ghana as Nana Queen Mother. Born in New Iberia, Louisiana, to the Iberia Parish, and it's saying she's a foundational Black American. But the weird thing is, hold on, where did it just go? Hold on, where is it at? Oh, it's saying she a Black nationalist.
Okay.
How?
A Black.
How? How? You assume the Ashanti ethnic group and the title Queen Mother Moore outside of America. The Black. Oh my God. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Say.
All right, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay.
And there was a woman. There was a when they would. So I used to hear them discuss this on Twitter. There was talk about a woman named, I think, Camilla Moore, Camilla, who was running a Pan-African like reparations. Like, essentially, they were saying it was a scam because what they was doing was getting them to issue money for studies for reparations, $1 million here, 2 million here, and it was getting funneled through they nonprofits, and the people was never seeing where that money went, and they just kept bringing it back up. So the study for reparations was going specifically to them, and I think they was from the Caribbean. I need to pull up this information and research that. So don't. That's not a fact, but I believe that's how I heard that story.
So this woman returned to New Orleans and founded Universal Association of Ethiopian Women, UAEW. This group led poor and working class Black women in petitioning the state to reinstate their welfare benefits as a form of reparation. Yo, get the hell out of here. Wait, no. This group led poor and working. Yo, no wonder white folks be saying, you got your reparations already. You got welfare. Yeah. No way she did this. This group led poor and working class Black women in petitioning the state to reinstate their welfare benefits as a form. Nah. That can't be right. Explaining that their need for welfare sometimes stemmed from trying to feed children who belong to white men, and Black mothers dare not name the fathers for fear.
No, yeah, I'm not hear what I think you say.
Yeah. So her reparations fight was
no. That's
so her reparations fight was for welfare.
Oh wow! And being bear winches.
Wait a minute. Reprisals.
Oh, they saying great. Basically, they said it's great.
Yeah. The UAEW leader argued that welfare was not a handout, but a form of restitution for white men's past and present institutionalized sexual. Okay. God. They said they put reparation and welfare in the same breath. UAEW members' efforts to petition the state for redress caused them to explore the idea of reparations. Okay. So, wait a minute. So, so that came first?
This is crazy.
Wait a minute. So what was the reparations talk earlier about then? What the? All right. See, now I got to do my own research on this woman. I'm believing that this guy, it's like the chronology is wrong, because he said this is 1960, but he was talking some 1950 stuff earlier about reparations. The UA now, these Ethiopian, wait, so these are Ethiopian bed witches? He says the UAW members' efforts to petition the state for redress caused them to explore the idea of reparations. Explore the idea of reparations. The group also began a campaign to encourage Black Americans to file a formal reparations claim with the U.S. government in 1963 in honor of the centennial anniversary of the Emancipation Proclamation. Oh my God. Moore found support for this idea with members of the National Emancipation Proclamation Centennial Observance Committee, NEPCOC, at the organization's first and only conference in Philadelphia in October 1962. Moore called on her audience to demand for reparations for the injuries inflicted upon the nation by the dominant white nation. At Moore's behest, conference attendees, wait, he got this in Wiki? I see like the two, whatever. He act like he wrote this. At Moore's request, no, where was I? Yeah, at Moore's behest, conference attendees drafted a resolution on reparation in which participants argued that the United States government owed present-day Black Americans restitution. They argued that the government should pay adequate reparations due to all Black Americans with interest from 1865 to the present day. Okay, now you see where that's gonna be a problem, the Black American thing, because they're gonna be like, well, which one? They all classified after the NEPCOC conference. Okay, because you could argue at this time it was clear who the Black Americans were.
Yeah.
Right. So you could ask them like, okay, do you agree with that? Yeah. It was easy. Okay. So could she make that same claim today? Like, well, no, because there's a whole bunch of people who are not Black Americans that would throw that case in the garbage. After the NEPCOC conference, Moore traveled the country to garner support for their reparations claim. She gained the most traction in Southern California with a group of activists that included press moguls Sanford and Patricia Alexander. The Alexanders used their newspaper, the Herald Dispatch, to publicize the events of the NEPCOC. With the help of the Reparations Committee, Moore also pushed her most extensive analysis and rationale for repayment. Why reparations? Reparations is the battle cry for the economic and social freedom of more than 25 million descendants of American slaves. All right, yes, yeah, so this is definitely around that time of Elijah Muhammad, because he was saying the 22 million so-called Blacks. Okay. Why reparations detail Moore's plan, right, for the distribution of remunerative funds. Moore took the position that the descendants of American slaves so was Moore delineating, like, was she being divisive? Like, yeah, like, yeah, these folks got to stop. Look, the dude who wrote this is a diehard Pan-African, and he's retarded, but he's a diehard Pan-African. So, bro, your champion, she's delineating, my guy. And, she didn't say all Africans. Or anybody of African descent. She said the descendants of American slaves must be given preferential treatment with immediate hiring on a quota basis in every level of American industry, implemented with an intensified on-the-job training program. I was gonna be funny, but I ain't gonna do it. She argued that Black Americans were entitled to 13.1%, all jobs as well as preferential treatment and hiring on a job quota basis to further serve to balance their maltreatment. This document reflected Moore's efforts to establish a legal and judicial justification for repayment and indicative how reparations and activism could foster differently constituted futures for people of African descent. Uh-oh. So, yeah, there we go. That's when the case is in the garbage. This case won't go any further than that language right there. When you sue, you got to be very specific of who the injured party is. And they have to be the injured party. You cannot leave vague language where other people could be tagged in on it illegitimately. So the fact that I'm reading could foster differently constituted futures for people of African descent in the United States. This is a nothing burger, garbage, nothing. This is trash. Her ideas took root in Los Angeles, forming another branch of her grassroots reparations movement. When she returned to Philadelphia, Queen Mother began, why is she called Queen Mother? Queen Mother began mentoring young Black power.
She got the title in Ghana. Remember I was saying, that's why I was throwing up. How she a Black nationalist when you getting, you was indoctrinated into another ethnic group. Like, bro, that shit.
Queen Mother began mentoring young Black power activists and impressing upon them the importance of integrating reparations into their organizing. According to Muhammad Ahmad, founder of the Revolutionary Act movement, RAM, she served as the group's ideological and organizational mentor. She also emphasized the importance of the demand for reparations. Following Moore's lead, RAM activists argued that the U.S. government owed African Americans, now we're back to African Americans, 40 acres and a mule plus 100 years of back interest, amounting to 880 million acres of land. Moore also mentored activists in the East, a Brooklyn-based cultural nationalist organization, as well as members of the New York chapter of the Black Panther Party. In each of these relationships, the elder activists emphasized the importance of incorporating reparations into their political agendas and fostered a strong stance on reparations among young Black radicals. The founders of the Republic, okay, here now I know these guys right here. You know about these guys, RNA? Why would he come back? The founders of the Republic of New Africa. Anybody who's familiar with over here, my channel, I talk about these guys all the time. These weirdos. The founders of the Republic of the New Africa, RNA, were among the Black Panther activists who acted on Moore's recommendations. Over 500 Black nationalists, including Moore, met March 31st, 1968 in Detroit, Michigan to form the organization with the goal of developing a separate Black nation. Oh, shit. Which remind me, I got to play the Dennis Sterling video over because he said some crazy stuff that, well, it appeared to be crazy. I got to watch it again to see his logic because I wasn't following. He was sounding like these folks. Okay, so with the goal of developing a separate Black nation, in addition to developing a provisional government, the RNA also created an economic plan that called for reparations. The group demanded that the government give every Black family $15,000 as reparations owed because of the economic, educational, and social discrimination permitted since slavery. Okay, so this guy, and let's not be really honest, as reparations organizing spread at home, Moore took her campaign abroad. In 1972, she was a keynote speaker at the All Africa Women's Conference in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. What? Wait.
As reparations organizing spread at home, Moore took her campaign abroad. In 1972, she was a keynote speaker. She was a keynote speaker. I guess he meant to say at the All Africans Women's Conference in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Whatever I said before. He got me retarded. More Tanzania. Moore used this opportunity to push women to be the leaders of the modern reparations campaign. In Tanzania, the leaders of the campaign, calling on them to take a leading role in freeing the diaspora by demanding reparations for all these years of being. Oh my God. He put inhuman, this inhumane food treatment inflicted upon them. So she went from Black nationalism to African gas, what they call it, global African supremacy. Yeah, she went from a Black national to gas, global African supremacy. Y'all, isn't that SETI thing?
That's why I was confused.
Yeah, are you familiar with RNA, their Republic of New Africa?
No, I'm not that familiar with them.
These are a bunch of retards like that. Like they was wilding. Their reparation claim was laughable. They were idiots.
I see this 15K is not enough. At all.
And yeah, when you learn how we get the number from, oh my God, it's embarrassing.
You say when the what?
Where they got that number from, 15K, is really embarrassing. As reparations organizing spread at home. Okay, I read that part. Okay, so now she's asking for reparations for all of Africa, or the entire diaspora. All right, I'm getting retarded reading this stupid shit. I can't. I'm losing because she's all over the place now. I thought it was reparations for Black Americans. Now reparations for all people of the world. Like, I'm just not following at this point. Okay,
yeah, one moment she a Black nationalist. The next moment she is the Queen Mother, kind of. Like, bro.
Yeah, I'm like losing what we doing here. In 1972, she was a keynote speaker. Dude, can you start putting the word at? She was a keynote speaker, the All Africans Women Conference, AAWC, and so she's back in Tanzania. Moore used this opportunity to push women to be the leader. Okay, I read that part. Yeah, okay. So when she returned to Dar es Salaam in Tanzania in 1974 for the 6th Pan-African Congress, she continued to proselytize for her reparations cause. By the early 1980s, she would be known across the diaspora for transforming reparations into an international movement and political project, as well as for creating a diaspora of new reparations advocates. And you know what's killing me? They be doing all this shit, but don't ask for CARICOM to do the same.
Yeah.
So when it comes to us, ours got to be tied to the world receiving reparations.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, CARICOM just can be just for CARICOM, and they just can go. They ain't got to tie this to anybody.
They view us like that rich cousin that got everything. They just need to share.
So
they really be sacrificing us.
Yeah. Yeah. By the early 1980s, she would be known across the diaspora. I read that part. Okay, so we're done. God, there's more? I ain't reading them. God damn, man. Okay, now how the hell with that? But that's her right there. So you see me, that's my comment at the bottom. So I screenshot my comment in case he deleted it. That Sean is being a slick devil. He romanticizes influence but avoids outcomes. So I'm going to, oh my God. So he was glossing and glazing what she was doing as though it was like groundbreaking. And she got so much accomplished. That's where he got it. Like she just so accomplished. Okay, well.
So his argument to say that Pan-African has been doing reparations and they've been bringing this conversation to the forefront before Black. Oh my God! Because even if because according to her, according to them, she a FBA if she a Black nationalist. Like so, right. That shit's just silly. It really is just silly. It's not really. It's just silly. Okay, you see, I put the ship stocks in schools. He got the SSS.
SSS, ship stocks in schools.
You see my folder? Look on the folder, FBA scams. So you got ship stocks in schools. That's he getting that at the Pan-African office. You can see the picture or no? You can see it.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
All right.
Man, I ain't no shit.
So I had made a quick comment. I said, Sean is being a slick devil. I said, he romanticizes influence but avoids outcomes. He highlights organizing, speeches, and ideology, but he does not show tangible wins. I said, here are the facts. No federal reparations program. She has no court victories. She has no successful enforceable claims. I said, Sean blends multiple ideologies together. Sad. Then I said, poor scholarship. Then I said, Paulie Moore was with Garveyism. So I'm kind of like recapping. She was with Garveyism, Black nationalism, communism, civil rights coalitions, Pan-Africanism, international human rights frameworks, etc. I said, that's not unity. That's strategic searching because none of them was working. Right. So all these organizations that she was bouncing one for another, that's because they all kept dissipating. So she wasn't searching and learning and building this heavy profile. We got next. So I said, no federal reparations program. She never done that. She has no court victories, no successful enforceable claims. Then I said he blends multiple ideologies together. Arlie Moore was with, I read that part. She was with Garveyism, Black nationalism, communism, civil rights coalitions, Black Africans, international human rights frameworks, all this stuff. I said, that's not unity, Sean. That's strategic searching because none of them were working. They were all dissipating. So I said her reparations efforts failed because she didn't have the following: no clear legal claims, no specific injury traceable in court, no standing that survives constitutional scrutiny, no defined responsibility, no defined responsible party in legal terms. Okay, that was it. So like a short, sweet rebuttal I gave on that, not too crazy. Because again, I'm trying to make them comfortable to want to have a conversation.
Yeah, I think he chat GPT and Wikipedia copy and paste it and didn't even read that shit or write it.
Yeah, but the problem is he's doing it. He's not doing it the right way. He's doing it wrong. Revenue does the same thing in Jamaican Dream. So just because you're chat GPT, that don't mean you're doing it the correct way.
Yeah. It's just a matter of time. I genuinely believe that once all our people understand what's going on, everybody gonna get on code. Maybe 3% of the diehard delusional Pan-Africans will remain, but the majority of people gonna just say, "Oh yeah, I didn't understand. Now I do. We on point." You know, I don't see this Pan-African because they are like one of the things about the Democrats that threw me off was how they would just intentionally create narratives that were clear lies that you could disprove. The Pan-Africans doing that in regards to us, that's gonna eventually backfire on them. And nobody is gonna help you attack their own ethnic group. That's
Right.
the nail in the coffin. Y'all fighting Pan-Africans are fighting our ethnicity. It's an easy win. Matter of fact, the harder they fight, the more we're gonna win.
Right.
I mean, I'm going ahead and put the little one to sleep and pull up on you another day, Joe.
Yeah, man, I'm the same way, man. I'm gonna take it down a little, right now. I'm gonna catch up on Tariq, see what I missed over there. Maybe some good tea for tomorrow. The family, I'm out too, man. Peace, Megadon. Peace to the family. Peace to the chat. And well, wait, before I hang up, let me see what the chat talking about
Say
first.
FBA
And then
love.
we out.
Say FBA love. Okay.
All right, chat. All right, chat.
All right, Joe.
All right, brother. Hold on, where my glasses go? We got damn. So Queen Mother Moore was a scam Africanism. Shaking my head. This is beginning to sound like something from out of the Twilight Zone. Yeah, man, she was all over the place. That's first class citizen, $5 super chat, and the building supporting the channel. Oh my God. So I'm reading that, trying to see how can I use her against Pan-Africans. That's what normally happens. What normally happens is they send people over to me, and I end up using them against them. So if y'all see me pausing a lot, that's why. All right, family. Let me go catch up on what's going on the internet. Let me check out Tariq Live and see what they're talking about. We'll be live tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'm going to the gym or not. Okay, but so if I don't go to the gym, I'm live early. If I do, I'm live like after 12. Right.